Chapter 681. In the Black Basin. Within the huge black rune energy barrier, the crystal pillars that had been erected on the ground exploded. Numerous unknown black creatures struggled to walk out of the crystal pillars. There were still crystal fragments on their bodies. These black creatures did not have a physical body, but they were filled with terrifying energy. Bang! Yun Nuoshing watched as the black creature in front of him exploded into a cloud of black air. The air swirled in the air for a while, then flew towards the huge crystal pillar in the center. In a few flashes, it arrived in front of the black crystal pillar and slowly melted into it. Don't move. Stay within the range of Little She's magic array. This unforeseen event caused Yun Nuoshing's expression to turn serious. He did not even turn his head to look at Xian, Dingmingyu, and the others. His colorful eyes looked at the black creatures in the air, and he gripped the netherworld ruin sword in his hand tightly. These black creatures in the air had strength that far surpassed that of a divine underworld expert. They were at least at the level of a heavenly god. One of them was nothing, but if there were 2, 20, 200, or 2,000 of them piled up in front of him, even a netherworld king expert would have to be on guard. Even a netherworld emperor expert would have to be alert. Dong! Suddenly, among the black creatures in the air, 10 figures approached each other. Their 10 outstretched hands turned into air currents that gathered in the air. In just a short moment, they condensed into a pair of huge black hands that were 1,000 feet long. Terrifying energy surged out, causing Yun Nuoshing's expression to change slightly. They can merge. This energy, Netherworld Emperor. The corners of Yun Nuoshing's eyes twitched. However, the situation in front of him did not allow him to be in a daze. After the huge black hands appeared, they suddenly slapped towards him. The terrifying energy wind pressed Yun Nuoshing's robes tightly against his body, causing him to grip the netherworld ruin sword tightly. With a low shout, he did not panic. His figure flashed, and like a bolt of black lightning, the netherworld ruin sword in his hand slashed horizontally without any fancy movements. Chi! The sword seemed to have cut through the air. It did not touch anything, but the 2 huge black hands suddenly exploded, along with the 10 airflow creatures. The 10 airflows slowly gathered together and turned into a huge black airflow in the shape of a cloud. Then it swept toward the huge black crystal pillar and merged into it in a moment. Cut it open? Lin Sheng looked at the giant black hand that had exploded without any resistance under the sword. His pupils shrank slightly. He clearly felt an irresistible and terrifying energy from the giant black hand. It had to be the energy of a god. Although he was not very clear about the difference between each level of god, he had seen low-level gods. The energy of those masters was far less powerful than that of the Black Hand. Yishi glanced at him, but didn't say anything. They still couldn't understand the height that Yun Nuoshing could reach with her hand. Only those at her level could understand how terrifying and brutal that slender youth was. Swoosh! With a flash, Yun Nuoshing dodged a black shadow that suddenly attacked from the side. He retreated quickly and looked at the black airflow creatures that filled the sky. In his colorful eyes, a wisp of purple flame flashed, making him take a light breath. His 6 wings flapped fiercely, and a gust of wind blew, slapping the black airflow creatures away. Purple flames surged out of his palm and into the netherworld ruins sword. Yun Nuoshing's body turned in a circle and looked around. His 6 wings were still flapping nonstop, creating gusts of wind. His body was half a foot above the ground. As the purple flames surged out, the temperature of the sky suddenly rose sharply. In a few breaths, it rose to a shocking level. Yun Nuoshing lowered his head and looked at the Netherworld Ruins sword. He turned his hand around and held it high above his head. Then he suddenly stabbed it into the ground. A low roar came from his mouth. Phoenix, earth and flames. As the roar rang out, the Netherworld Ruins sword stabbed into the ground. The ground suddenly lit up with rays of purple light. Along the cracks in the ground, an extremely powerful faint purple light burst forth and quickly spread out. In less than 3 seconds, it completely enveloped the black ground. Boom! The faint purple flames flew under the ground. Then, the ground began to tremble violently. Then, pillars of fire that were at least 100 feet tall suddenly erupted from the ground like a volcano. They quickly enveloped all the black shadows. The terrifying pillars of fire were like the flames of hell that had suddenly erupted. Thousands of flames lit up the dark area. They were like beautiful fireworks. Under the stunned gazes of Lin Sheng and the rest, they shot out and engulfed the thousands of black shadows. Streams of black air flowed out of the faint purple pillars of fire. Then, they gathered towards the huge crystal pillar. As the streams of black air flowed in, the black crystal pillar lit up with a strange light. Under the illumination of the pillars of fire, Yun Nuoshing raised his head and looked at the huge black crystal pillar. He was stunned. Lin Sheng, Ding Mingyu, and the rest also looked at the crystal pillar. They were also stunned. Astonishment surged onto their faces. Inside the huge black crystal pillar, there was a person sealed inside with his eyes closed. The black air currents that had exploded all gathered around that person, making him look like a black hole. It was extremely terrifying. When everyone noticed the figure in the huge black crystal pillar, the person slowly opened his eyes. Lin Sheng and the rest were shocked. Yun Nuoshing hurriedly took a step back and returned to Xian, and Yi Shi sighed. He held the Netherworld Ruins sword in front of him and looked at the crystal pillar cautiously. The person sealed in the crystal pillar was not one of the black air creatures from before. Instead, it was a very young man. He wore a gray robe, and his expressionless face looked very handsome. While Yun Nuoshing and the rest were sizing up the gray-robed young man, the latter also slowly lowered his head. When he saw them in the black basin, his eyes were expressionless. A moment later, his mouth gently opened and moved slightly, as if he was saying something. Yun Nuoshing narrowed his eyes. He was too far away and did not notice the movement of his mouth. He only suddenly felt that the black basin was trembling slightly. The cracks that had lit up with faint purple flames were slowly expanding, as if there was an earthquake. Boom! The sudden explosion stunned Yun Nuoshing, Lin Sheng, and the rest. They hurriedly squatted down and stabilized their bodies. Their eyes uneasily scanned their surroundings. In the turbulent black basin, there was a frightening power that rose like a sleeping dragon that was slowly waking up. The power of that power caused Yun Nuoshing's eyes to flicker slightly. The cracks on the ground were torn open and waves of dust spewed out. Then they spread throughout the black basin. The ground shook violently, and only the huge black crystal pillar remained unmoved. The young man sealed in the crystal pillar was also looking at Yun Nuoshing and the rest with an expressionless face. Bang! The ground suddenly burst open. A black object smashed the ground and emerged from the ground. Pieces of soil and rocks flew everywhere. Then, with a terrifying force, it ruthlessly smashed towards Yun Nuoshing and the rest like a meteorite. That enormous force caused the surrounding ground to burst open and large cracks to spread into the distance. Yun Nuoshing's eyes focused. She held the Netherworld Ruins sword in her right hand. The star power in her body surged and shot out like an arrow. The huge sword in her hand flickered with a faint purple-black light. An extremely terrifying energy that contained destructive power erupted like a tide, causing the pupils of Lin Sheng and the rest, as well as the gray-robed young man, to shrink. Clang! The size of the huge sword and the black object were completely disproportionate. When they collided, a terrifying sound resounded, causing Lin Sheng and the rest to hum in their ears. Two forces exploded at the point of contact, causing the ground to collapse dozens of meters deep. A crack burst out from the point of contact and rushed to the edge of the energy barrier. Rip! After the sound of the explosion, the sound of Earth being cut apart followed. The huge black object was cut in half by the Netherworld Ruins sword. Then it strangely dissipated in the air, like snow under the warm sun. Rumble! Yun Nuoxing's eyes hardened after the huge black object disappeared. An even more intense vibration was emitted from the ground. This time, the vibration caused the huge black crystal pillar in the middle to vibrate as well. Numerous cracks emerged from the bottom of the crystal pillar, after which they swiftly spread towards the top of the crystal pillar. The ground beside the crystal pillar suddenly exploded. Another huge black object broke out of the ground and reached high into the air. It stopped just before it touched the energy barrier. Then Yun Nuoxing saw the straight black object suddenly bend from the middle and fall downwards. He tightened his grip on the Netherworld Ruins sword. Boom! However, after a moment, he took a step back because he saw that the bent front end did not extend towards him. Instead, it landed heavily on the ground. The huge weight caused cracks to appear on the ground. Waves of dust scattered in all directions, causing Lin Sheng and the others to be thrown 10 feet into the air from the ground. What is that? Chuan Mu hurriedly supported the people beside him. His eyes were filled with shock as he looked at the two unknown objects that had emerged from the ground. He could only instinctively feel that these things were extremely dangerous. If they casually emitted some of their aura, not many of them would be left alive. Yun Nuoxing did not speak. His colorful eyes stared intently at the back of the crystal pillar. The ground there had also protruded high, and a pile of soil and rocks had fallen down. However, a moment later, two huge and bright scarlet objects rose from the ground in the distance, causing him to be stunned for a moment. His face was filled with astonishment. After calming himself down, Yun Nuoxing saw that the two huge scarlet moons were rising higher and higher. In the end, they stopped when they were still a distance away from the top of the energy shield. At the top of the moon was a black thing. From the looks of it, it was a huge head, and the two red moons were eyes? It's a puppet. However, it's so big. Yun Nuoxing thought for a moment and came to a realization. The two huge objects that were bent and pressed against the ground, in addition to the two arms that he had just chopped off with his sword. However, the energy barrier here was tens of thousands of feet high. This puppet must have been buried underground. At this moment, only the part above the chest and one arm was exposed. The rest seemed to be buried below. However, if the part above the chest was already so big, how big would the entire thing be? Chapter 682. The black puppet only revealed its shoulders and upper body. Its huge size shocked Lin Sheng and the others, especially when the terrifying aura spread out, causing them to feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. Yun Nuoxing clenched the Netherworld Ruins sword in his hand and took a few steps back. His attack range included Xian, Ding Mingyu, and the others as he stared vigilantly at the huge black crystal pillar. Crack! Just as his vigilant gaze looked over, the cracks that had spread out on the black crystal pillar instantly spread from the bottom to the top. The entire crystal pillar was covered with spiderweb-like cracks, causing Yun Nuoxing's pupils to shrink slightly. A clear, shattering sound also softly sounded in his ears. Subsequently, the 100,000 feet tall crystal pillar suddenly exploded. The moment the crystal pillar exploded, Yun Nuoshing took out the divine light mirror. Just as he was about to defend himself, he was stunned. This was because nothing special happened after the crystal pillar exploded. The gray-robed youth in the crystal seemed to have broken free from his shackles and slowly floated down from the crystal pillar. The black aura circling around him made him look extremely terrifying, like a great demon. It's just a spiritual body. His real body died long ago. Yishi turned her large eyes and saw the vigilance on Yun Nuoshing's face. She could not help but laugh, faintly. Her small hand tugged at his sleeve, causing him to be slightly startled. Then he smiled and shook his head. He did not let down his guard because of her words. The gray-robed youth slowly floated down from the sky. The black aura around his body also slowly retracted. When he landed on the ground, the black aura had completely retracted into his body. He lifted his head, and a black light flashed in his black eyes. Then, those eyes that seemed to have died slowly came back to life and gained some vigor. "Intruders, why did you disturb my sleep?" The gray-clothed young man lifted his head. His eyes swept over Yun Nuoshing and the rest, after which he slowly opened his mouth. That voice seemed to have resounded from this black basin. It directly penetrated one's ears and reached the depths of one's mind, causing the expressions of Ding Mingyu, Lin Sheng, and the rest to tremble slightly. Yun Nuoshing also heard this voice. His eyes narrowed slightly. However, before he could say anything, Yishi jumped up. Her small mouth twitched as she sneered, "You're just a remnant soul that has been dead for countless years. You can't even leave the range of this energy barrier. You have less than 10% of your remaining strength. You don't have much time left. Can you please stop acting mysterious?" Yun Nuoshing and the others blushed with shame. The former hurriedly picked Yi-Shi up and hugged her. Then he cupped his hands together and laughed bitterly at the gray-robed youth, who was stunned by Yi-Shi's words. The gray-robed youth was stunned for a long time. A moment later, he suddenly lowered his head. His entire body trembled slightly, causing Yun Nuoshing to be slightly shocked. Just when he thought that the former was about to attack, the gray-robed youth suddenly laughed towards the sky. "Ha ha ha! Indeed, indeed. This old man has been dead for a few eras. The last remnant soul that I left behind is sealed in this soul-sealing sky region. Moreover, it is fake. I don't have much time left." The gray-robed youth covered his head with his right hand and laughed loudly. His laughter was inexplicable and even a little crazy. This caused Yun Nuoshing and the others to look at each other. They did not understand what was going on. All right, let's cut the crap." After laughing for a long time, the gray-robed youth slowly stopped. He placed his left hand on his waist and assumed a very casual posture. Then he laughed and said, "This old man is the owner of this maze world. Long story short, this maze has a total of 20 levels. The world that you are in right now is a self-created world that I created. Only by deciphering this self-created world can one proceed to the 20th level. Without deciphering it, no one can leave." Upon hearing this, Yun Nuoshing frowned slightly. Just as he was about to speak, the gray-robed youth stretched out his hand to stop him. Then he continued, "The 20th level hides the greatest secret of the entire God realm. You don't have to say anything righteous. Since the maze was created, many people have made it to the 19th level. However, no one has ever been able to leave this place. All of them have been trapped in the 19th level. How can one not pay a price if they want to know such a secret? I have already explained this matter very clearly in the central hall of the 14th level. It is the fault of greedy people. Don't blame me. Yun Nuashing was rendered speechless by his words. He nodded helplessly. What he said was true. It was true that everyone came here voluntarily. No one forced them. However, since I have also awakened, the door to the 20th level should be opening soon. I just don't know if anyone will be able to make it in this time. However, I don't think so. Ha ha. The 20th level was originally a trap. The 19th level is a killing zone in front of the trap. Suddenly, the gray-robed youth laughed loudly. His words stunned Yin Nuashing and the others. They frowned deeply. So the 19th level was used to trap people? After laughing for a while, the gray-robed youth lowered his head. When he saw the expressions of Yun Nuashing and the others, he chuckled again. Kid, don't make that kind of expression. The 20th level does indeed hide the secret of the God realm. However, do you think that this secret is something that anyone can see? Not to mention that the ants on the 19th level can't see it. Even this old man might not be qualified to know such a secret when I was at my peak. It was all a coincidence that I was able to see such a secret. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing was a little puzzled. He used the word see. Although he didn't know how powerful the master of the maze was when he was alive, Yishi said that he might be an expert at the level of a demigod master. Then he must be in existence at the level of a peak god emperor. He might be even stronger. If even such an expert used the word see, what level of secret could it be? Could it be a secret at the level of a god? The gray-robed youth was stunned. He seemed to feel that he had said too much. He coughed dryly and waved his hand. The black basin suddenly trembled. At the center of the black basin, a huge platform suddenly rushed out from the ground. At the center of the black platform, there was a golden staircase. Each step was more than a foot high. There were a total of 33 steps. A strange fluctuation was emitted from it, causing Yishi's expression to freeze slightly. Cough, it's rare to see people. I'm being long-winded. Now, let's get to the main topic. The gray-robed youth coughed dryly and waved his sleeve lightly. He pointed at the black platform and said softly, "This is the condensing spirit platform." I don't know if you've heard of the spirit marrow. Yun Nuashing and the others looked at each other, then shook their heads lightly. Yishi raised her head and said softly in a tender voice, "The liquid sealed in the body of a god expert, condensed by condensing the essence of his entire body, is more pure than his own energy. That is the spirit marrow. However, the liquid condensed by an ordinary god can only be called the sacred marrow. Only the liquid condensed by an emperor god can be called the spirit marrow. The sacred marrow and the spirit marrow can only be condensed by god experts. Just one drop can turn an ordinary person into a genius respected by thousands. It has a very good effect on divinity and one's own aptitude. It can also speed up the cultivation of a god expert." Yishi said softly. Then she rolled up her wide sleeves, revealing a slender arm. She stretched it out in front of Yun Nuashing and slightly trembled. Then, under that slender arm, a ray of golden light appeared. It was like a golden liquid that filled the blood vessels, containing a terrifying amount of energy. If Brother Nuon needs it, I can condense it for you. However, I haven't broken through to the Emperor God level yet. What I condensed is only the sacred marrow. When I go back, I'll try to break through to the Emperor God level. When the time comes, I'll condense the spirit marrow for Brother Nuon to drink like water." Yishi giggled, revealing her pearl-like white teeth. Yun Nuashing smiled and didn't say anything. He just reached out and rubbed Yishi's little head. Ding Mingyu, Lin Sheng, and the others who were listening at the side felt their cheeks twitch slightly. Although they didn't know exactly how precious the so-called sacred marrow and the spirit marrow were from the effect and the fact that only God experts could condense it, it should be very precious. However, in the next second, Yishi said that the sacred marrow could be condensed to the point that Yun Nuoxing could drink it like water. This was a person with a background. That's right. The condensation of the sacred marrow and the spirit marrow requires a large amount of the god's power. The gray-robed youth smiled and nodded. Then he reached out and pointed at the black high platform. He said softly, "The 33 sacred steps are used to test the aptitude of the disciples in the sect. You can try to climb up. Whichever step you reach, you'll get the corresponding reward. If someone can reach the top, we'll talk about it after you reach the top. However, I can reveal something else. Reaching the top is equivalent to holding the key to the 20th level. It's only the key. The door hasn't appeared yet." Upon hearing this, Yun Nuoxing curled his lips. His gaze seemed to penetrate the energy shield of the black talisman and see the crystal pillar plane on the distant horizon. Sensitive brat. The gray-robed youth smiled and didn't deny it. He nodded casually and said, "Anyway, you can try it first. I think this is very attractive to you. Treat it as an extra reward for breaking through here. As for whether you can see what's on the 20th level, it'll depend on your luck." Upon hearing this, Lin Sheng, Chuan Mu, and the others grinned. Upon hearing the so-called effect of the spirit marrow, they were very tempted. It could increase one's aptitude. There weren't many things in the world that had such a miraculous effect, right? Brother Nuo, you guys go ahead. Little she doesn't need these now. The spirit marrow will be the most effective for you guys. Upon hearing this, Yishi grinned and slowly climbed down from Yun Nuoxing's body. She looked up and grinned. "Anyway, we're here to get out. Since this is the key, let's take it first. When the door appears, we won't be flustered." Yun Nuoxing also smiled and nodded. Then he turned his head to look at Ding Mingyu, Lin Sheng, and the others and nodded. Upon hearing this, Lin Sheng and the others smiled. Then they moved and appeared in front of the golden staircase. They stood side by side. Yun Nuoxing and the others took a deep breath. Then they gently lifted their feet and landed on the golden staircase. Dong. As soon as they stepped on the first step, Yun Nuoxing and the others heard a deep sound. This sound seemed to come from an ancient era. It carried an indelible sharpness that penetrated the river of time and reached Yun Nuoxing and the others' ears. When Yun Nuoxing and the others heard this sound, they calmed down and didn't feel anything strange. They looked at each other and nodded. Then they lifted their feet in unison and took the second step. Dong. As the second step fell, the sound rang out again. This time, the sound was even clearer. It sounded like the resonance of bells and drums, as if a grand piece of music was being played. The third step, the fourth step, the group walked up the golden staircase. The resonance of the bells and drums became clearer and clearer. It continued to resonate and resonate in their souls, causing their souls to tremble. As the sound resounded in their souls, they seemed to see a grand expedition. The bells and drums sounded together, and the flags fluttered in the wind. Their aura swallowed thousands of miles like a tiger. Even the galaxy trembled under this aura. Yun Nuoxing frowned slightly. After a while, she relaxed again. The group walked up the golden steps and slowly came to the 23rd step. There was a slightly longer buffer platform here. Yun Nuoxing and the others raised their heads and saw that at the top of the steps, at the end of the golden steps, there was a golden platform. On the platform, there was a statue that looked like a star field. There were many stars in the statue, that looked like a star field. There was also an unusually bright galaxy that was suffused with an ancient aura. It felt like a prehistoric era was pressing down on them. The oppressive feeling caused the expressions of Lin Sheng and the others to change. Reaching the 23rd step was already so terrifying. How terrifying would the last 10 steps be in addition to the oppressive feeling of the statue? That kind of terrifying pressure seemed to have caused the space to freeze. The last 10 steps of the Saint Steps are where the essence lies. However, the fact that you can reach this step is enough to show that you are all geniuses. Give you some time, and there will be a place for you in the divine world. The gray-clothed youth appeared beside them unknowingly. He smiled at the group, then raised his head to look at the star-field statue at the top. He said softly, "The last 10 steps contain a mysterious power. It contains the power of the gods. As for whether you can reach it or not, it depends on your awareness." The corners of Yun Nuoxing and the other's eyes twitched. This bastard must have done it on purpose. He waited until now to say it. The pressure here is already very terrifying. For the rest of the path, do what you can and do. Ding Mingyu's pretty face was solemn. She could not help but frown because she also felt that the pressure here was extremely terrifying. She felt that as long as she stepped on the last 10 steps, the sound of the bells and the pressure of the star field would flood over. Lin Sheng and the others nodded. The last 10 steps were not as easy to reach as they had imagined. Chapter 683. Below the black stone platform, the young man in gray stood in front of the golden steps. He looked at Yun Nuoxing and the others as a sinister smile appeared on his face. Yishi frowned when she saw him like this. She jumped down from the stone platform and held a terrifying power in her hand. She said, "You didn't do anything to it, did you?" The young man in gray could not help but laugh out loud when he saw her looking at him warily, like she was protecting a child. He shook his head and said, "No, the Saint Steps are indeed used to test one's aptitude. The last 10 steps can't be taken just because one wants to, because once one reaches the top, it proves that one can reach that level. Of course, it only proves that one has the aptitude to reach that level. As an underworld emperor, you should know that the world is unpredictable. Having aptitude doesn't mean that one can definitely reach that level. Not being able to reach that level doesn't mean that one can't reach that level either." The young man in gray laughed. Yishi dispersed the power in her hand suspiciously when she heard that. She raised her head and looked at Yun Nuoxing's back. She smiled gently but did not say anything. I forgot to tell you that no one has ever reached the top of the steps." Just as everyone was about to step onto the steps, the young man in gray's teasing voice rang out in their ears again. Yun Nuoxing and the others' faces darkened. "Can you not say this every time you're in an emergency? Brother Yun, what do you think?" Suddenly, Lin Sheng turned his head and looked at Yun Nuoxing with a smile. "I can't bear to watch. If no one has ever reached the top, then we'll just break the record. The question is, do you want to do it or not?" Yun Nuoxing raised his head. Then he turned around and glanced at Lin Sheng and the others. He smiled evilly. Everyone rolled their eyes at that moment. He also smiled faintly and said, "As long as you want to, you can reach the top." The moment he finished speaking, Yun Nuoxing suddenly raised his foot and stepped onto the first step of the 10 steps. Boom! The moment Yun Nuoxing stepped onto the saint's staircase, a vast power suddenly erupted from the void. It was as if a god had punched out from the void, and a thunderous explosion rang out. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying pressure surged over. Yun Nuoxing's expression changed slightly. He stomped his feet on the stairs and forcefully resisted the force. He lowered his head and saw that there was a fist mark on his clothes. It was as if someone had really thrown a punch at him. Yun Nuoxing looked at the fist mark on his abdomen. His eyes flickered. He turned around and looked at Xian, Little Moon, and Yuer. Before he could say anything, Xian reached out and sealed his lips with her slender fingers. Then she smiled sweetly at him. Little Moon also giggled. She held Yuer's hand and jumped onto the saint's staircase. Little Yu and Little Yu had just stepped onto the saint's stairs when their delicate bodies suddenly trembled. The earth-shattering impact that Yun Nuoxing had just faced also descended on their bodies at this moment. However, they clenched their silver teeth tightly and forcefully withstood it. Xian followed behind them slowly. She did not have it as difficult as Little Moon and Little Moon, but her steps were also extremely heavy. After stepping onto the first step, her delicate body trembled slightly. Clearly, she was also under the same pressure. Seeing this, Lin Sheng also roared fiercely. Then, he stepped onto the saint's staircase. Ding Mingyu and the rest also followed unyieldingly. Yun Nuoxing heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that everyone had caught up. His eyes looked to the front and solemnly looked at the top. His body paused for a moment before he took another step forward. With every step he took, the sound of the bell and drum in his mind would reverberate. Accompanying the reverberation was the sound of a powerful fighting spirit clashing. The sound of blades and swords clashing and auras churning was as though he was listening to an earth-shattering great battle. With every step he took, this sound would increase in intensity, piercing their souls, causing his expression to become increasingly solemn and his eyebrows to furrow. Crack! When he stepped onto the fourth step, Yun Nuoxing's body trembled violently. The sound of the battle that reverberated in his mind had completely disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by the sound of flowing water. At this moment, he could clearly feel that the reddish-gold blood in his body was flowing at a much faster speed. What he heard was the sound of the blood flowing in his body. Furthermore, the pressure had become even stronger. It was not only suppressing his body, but also his blood vessels. After wiping a drop of sweat from his forehead, Yun Nuoxing turned his head. However, he saw that everyone was already sweating profusely. However, they were still resolutely taking step after step. This caused him to sigh softly. He glanced at Xian, who was relatively calmer, and softly said, "Be careful!" Behind him, Little Moon and Yuer were also struggling. Every step they took caused their petite bodies to tremble violently. Yun Nuoxing's colorful eyes stared intently at them. However, he had no intention of stopping them. This was because he could see the determination on their faces. Just like Xian, they probably did not want him to ask them to give up. He turned his head to look ahead. When someone else stepped onto the fourth step, Yun Nuoxing also turned his head to take a look. He was slightly surprised. This was because the first to chase after him was actually Xian and Jun Luo Yi. Following them were Ding Mingyu, Lin Ran, Chuan Mu, and Zhong Songling. As Lin Sheng's strength was slightly lower, the pressure here was already extremely terrifying for him. One could even see that his clothes were beginning to tear and bright red blood was seeping out of his body. After waiting for a moment, Yun Nuoxing slowly took a step towards the fifth step. Then his pupils constricted slightly. An earth-shattering pressure emanated from his body, causing his tall and straight figure to bend abruptly. He directly knelt down on one knee. Yun Nuoxing was shocked to discover that at this moment his bones were frantically vibrating. Streams of strange energy were being emitted from all parts of his body. This energy caused him to lose control of his body for a moment. Only then did he kneel down on one knee. However, after a moment, he slowly stood up. The moment the crowd on the fourth step saw Yun Nuoxing suddenly kneel down, their breathing stagnated. However, when they saw that he quickly stood up, they heaved a sigh of relief. They looked at each other, and Lin Sheng suddenly shouted. He staggered forward and stopped at the fifth step. When he reached this step, he suddenly bent his legs and knelt down. All the bones in his body were wailing miserably. It was as if the pressure would destroy him from the inside. If he took another step forward, Ding Mengyu followed closely behind. Fine beads of sweat appeared between her fair brows. Even though she was powerful, she could not ignore the pressure here. When she stepped onto the fifth step, her delicate body also knelt down forcefully. The pain of her knees landing on the ground made her groan. However, she was quickly helped up by a slender hand. When she turned her head, she was surprised to see that it was Yun Nuoshing. At this moment, the latter's forehead was beginning to sweat. You guys still want to continue? Ding Mengyu gritted her teeth fiercely. She looked at Yun Nuoshing, who did not have much of a reaction, and then looked at Lin Sheng, who was beginning to bleed. Lin Sheng didn't say anything, and just nodded heavily. There was no sign of retreat in his black eyes. In the next moment, he glanced at Yun Nuoshing, took a deep breath, and suddenly took a step towards the sixth step. Boom! Lin Sheng's body trembled violently. His black eyes dimmed slightly. Then he roared at the sky, as if he was roaring angrily from the bottom of his heart. A force seemed to surge out of his body in response to his roar. His other foot suddenly pressed down on the sixth step. That roar shook the hearts of Chuan Mu and the rest violently. When Yun Nuoshing saw this, he sighed. He glanced at Xian, who had also come to his side. He gently rubbed her head with his palm and smiled gently. Then he suddenly lifted his foot and stepped onto the sixth step. When Ding Mengyu and the rest saw this, they also turned their gazes. When they saw that he was standing straight on the sixth step without much of a reaction, they could not help but be stunned. Could it be that the sixth step had become easier? Stay true to your heart. Yun Nuoshing looked back at Ding Mengyu and Xian and said softly. The sixth step was trying to shake his will. Unfortunately, he only had his obsession. Without his will, it was useless no matter how it tried to shake him. Lin Sheng stuck out his tongue and licked the blood at the corner of his mouth. He also suddenly lifted his foot and stepped onto the seventh step. Uffed! A large mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. Streaks of blood savagely exploded on the skin under his clothes. Blood gushed out like it was free of charge, swiftly dyeing his clothes red, turning him into a bloody person. Ding Mengyu and the rest were shocked when they saw this. Was there a need to risk his life like this? At this moment, Lin Sheng's body was already covered in blood. The terrifying pressure surging from the surroundings almost squeezed his body alive. The seventh step made his soul tremble violently. The sound of blood flowing, the sound of his heartbeat, and the sound of his soul trembling constantly reverberated in his ears. It made him feel as if his ears were about to go deaf. Lin Sheng's body was on the verge of collapse as he stood on the seventh step. It was as if a gust of wind could blow him away. Yun Nuoshing was also standing on the seventh step. However, his condition was clearly much better than the former's. Waves of buzzing sounds came from his body as he resisted the monstrous pressure. Yun Nuoshing's colorful eyes looked at the top. He finally knew why no one could reach the top. Because according to his guess, even if it was him, he would probably reach his limit after reaching the ninth step. He would have to risk his life for the 10th step. The fourth step stirred his blood. The fifth step shook his bones. The sixth step shook his will. And the seventh step stirred his soul. What about the eighth step? What about the ninth step? Even he felt a strong tearing sensation coming from his body. He turned around and glanced behind him. Little Moon and Yu had both sat down cross-legged on the sixth step. Obviously, they already knew that this was their limit. If they went any higher, then they wouldn't be able to endure it. Little Moon and Yor raised their heads and looked at Yun Nuoshing. A smile flashed across their sweaty faces. Their Mei Mao eyes were filled with encouragement. They wanted to cheer him on, and the legend in their hearts. Seeing the smiles on the two girls' faces, Yun Nuoshing smiled and nodded. He turned his head. Xian, Ding Mingyu, and the rest had all reached the seventh step. Everyone looked at Lin Sheng with complicated expressions. Don't continue. Ding Mingyu wiped the sweat off her forehead. She stared at Lin Sheng, who was almost covered in blood. Her red lips parted slightly. You go up first. His body seemed to be covered in a blood armor. His voice also became extremely hoarse, as if even his vocal cords were covered in blood. Ding Mingyu nodded. Then she gritted her teeth and lifted her feet. Demonic qi surrounded her body and resisted the terrifying pressure. Just as she was about to take a step forward, a black sleeve reached over and blocked her. She was slightly stunned. Then she saw Yun Nuoshing striding towards the eighth step. Roar! A violent roar reverberated in Yun Nuoshing's mind. It was like the roar of a god, causing his face to turn slightly pale. Endless golden light pressed down on him like a mountain, causing Yun Nuoshing to roar fiercely. At that moment, the sound of the guqin drifted. Endless starlight scattered in all directions. His star power was released wildly, causing the scene above his head to turn into a starfield. That gorgeous scene caused the expressions of the people behind him to change slightly. Ever since he stepped onto the 33 Tribulations' sacred stairs, they had not seen Yun Nuoshing move at all. At this moment, the eighth step forced him to use all his strength. The pressure of a god. Yun Nuoshing gritted his teeth and said these 4 words with difficulty. Everyone's expressions changed slightly. The pressure of a god. These 4 simple words were like a mountain pressing down on everyone, causing their expressions to become extremely solemn. Chapter 684. The ancient zither music was accompanied by a roar that seemed to come from a prehistoric world as it reverberated in everyone's minds, causing Ding Mingyu and the rest to let out a soft groan. An extremely terrifying pressure enveloped the staircase, crazily attacking their bodies and souls. The moment Yun Nuoshing reached the 8th step, an ancient roar seemed to resound in their minds, causing everyone's expressions to change slightly. That majestic roar caused Lin Sheng to raise his head with great difficulty. His vision was blurry as he looked at the top of the saint's staircase. At that spot, a star-like statue was emitting a terrifying pressure. That kind of pressure was only born for destruction, and was enough to cause one to collapse. What stood in front of him was like an insurmountable mountain. He could feel that once he stepped onto the 8th step, his body might crumble. On the 9th step, his body and soul would not be able to withstand it and would explode. In his blurry vision, Lin Sheng stared straight at the back of the rainbow-haired figure. When he saw that the figure was still standing proudly, his heart jumped slightly. He did not know when it started, but he liked to compare himself with the figure. The more he compared himself, the more he felt that there was an insurmountable gap between them. His mind flickered absent-mindedly as a beautiful figure seemed to appear. 2 figures towered in front of him, as if they were extending their hands to him, causing him to suddenly wake up from his dazed state. The hesitation in his eyes completely disappeared. He still had things to do. Suddenly, a low roar that sounded like that of a wild beast rang out. It shocked Yun Nuoshing, who was in front, and Ding Mingyu and the rest who were at the side. They turned their gazes and looked to the side in shock. Over there, the figure who was originally like a small boat in the sea, swaying like a small tree on a mountain peak, and was about to fall suddenly erupted with an awe-inspiring aura. That long roar towards the sky seemed to have bestowed him with endless power. Then he suddenly took a step forward and reached the 8th step in one step. Roar! An ancient and majestic roar resounded through the clouds. This time, everyone heard it very clearly. However, they were somewhat stunned because this roar was not as intimidating as when Yun Nuoxing had reached the 8th step. That was to say, the roar caused by Lin Sheng was far less terrifying than the one caused by Yun Nuoxing. Even so, this roar still wanted to completely destroy Lin Sheng. Intense pain spread throughout his entire body, almost tearing his rationality apart. However, he took another step forward amidst the power of the crazy roar. Ding Mingyu and Mei Mao widened their eyes. Even Yun Nuoxing watched anxiously as he stepped onto the 9th step. Bang! There was a sound like a balloon exploding. Lin Sheng's body stood on the 9th step. Then Yun Nuoxing and the rest's expressions changed. They saw a bloody mist of blood from Lin Sheng's bodies. It was as if a bomb was exploding from within his body to explode. His flesh and blood. Lin Sheng. Yun Nuoxing's expression changed drastically. He suddenly stepped onto the 9th step. Then his expression suddenly froze. It was as if his soul had been pierced by an arrow. An unstoppable pressure eroded towards him, causing him to spit out a large mouthful of blood. His body exploded like a balloon filled with air, exploding into a bloody mist. That stubborn figure finally knelt down under the horrified gazes of Xian and the rest. Blood gushed out from his eyes and mouth. Uffed! Before his kneeling figure could stabilize, Yun Nuoxing spat out another mouthful of blood. Even with his strong body, cracks appeared on his body at this moment. It was as if he was about to be torn apart. Blood gushed out. The reddish-gold blood dyed him extremely hideous as it flowed down the holy steps. Little star, Mr. Yun. Ziyan and Jun Luo Yi cried out in panic at the same time. As the saying goes, being too concerned makes one confused. The two women forgot about their surroundings at the moment. They actually took a step forward and stepped onto the 8th step. Sigh. A terrifying sigh seemed to have penetrated from a distant era. It was like the sigh of a god that directly shook the entire world, causing the expressions of Ding Mingyu and the rest to change slightly. They hurriedly stabilized their souls, and only then were they not affected by it. Don't come up. When Yun Nuoxing heard this sigh, he was suddenly startled. He turned around and saw Xian and Jun Luo Yi stumbling to a stop on the 8th step. A mouthful of blood spurted out of their red mouths. Their beautiful faces were slightly pale, and their long skirts fluttered in the wind. It was a very poignant sight. Just as Yun Nuoxing roared this sentence, he spat out another mouthful of blood. He did not have time to cover this mouthful of blood, and it directly sprayed onto Xian's delicate face. The warm touch caused the latter's delicate body to tremble violently. Her jade-like hand trembled as she wiped the warm golden-red blood on the right side of her face. Looking at the blood that was still warm on her jade-like finger, she gently placed it in her mouth and licked it under Yun Nuoxing's astonished gaze. Then she smiled sweetly and said, "Little Star's blood is really fragrant." Yun Nuoxing's beautiful face darkened slightly. He hurriedly covered his mouth with his palm and violently coughed out another mouthful of blood. At this moment, he also seemed to be covered in blood. Moreover, it seemed that because of his strength, his situation was even worse than Lin Sheng's. After taking a long breath, Yun Nuoxing wiped the blood from his eyes and said rather weakly, "Listen carefully, the 8th and 9th steps are all due to personal factors. I felt the pressure of a deity on the 8th step, but Lin Sheng only felt the pressure of a deity. Luo Yi and Nizi, you guys came up together and heard the sigh of a deity. I reckon that if you come up together, the pressure will stack. The ninth step will definitely tear your body apart. When Ding Mingyu, Chuan Mu, and the rest heard this, they were slightly shocked. The ninth step would definitely tear the body apart. Then, wouldn't the 10th step cause the body to explode? No wonder no one dared to step into the last step. The pressure, there was enough to make everyone collapse. When Yun Nuoxing spoke, his entire body was pressed down very low, almost crawling on the ground. At this moment, he stretched out his trembling hand and touched Lin Sheng's body, which was still warm. Then he hurriedly took a breath and said softly, "He's fine. He's not dead. He just fainted." Bang! Bang! Just as he finished speaking, he heard 2 more explosions, causing him to be shocked. He abruptly raised his head, only to see a bloody mist explode. 2 figures slowly fell to the ground, causing him to ignore the intense pain in his body and hurriedly reach out to catch the 2 figures. Instead of saying that he reached out to catch them, it was more accurate to say that he opened his chest and let the 2 of them use him as a pillow. When the light weight pressed down on him, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He was in so much pain that he clenched his teeth and sucked in a breath of cold air. A tearing pain came from his chest. After panting for a moment, Yun Nuoxing lowered his head and laughed bitterly. As expected, he saw Jun Luo Yi and Xian. At this moment, the 2 of them were also pale. Streams of blood flowed down their delicate bodies, causing the situation on the 9th step to become extremely tragic. 4 blood-stained bodies lay neatly on the 9th step. When Ding Mingyu and the rest saw that Yun Nuoxing and the other 3 were risking their lives, their expressions were somewhat complicated. Then they exchanged glances with Chuan Mu and the rest and suddenly took a step forward. The 4 of them simultaneously stepped onto the 8th step. Sigh. Another sigh filled the sky. This was the sigh of a deity caused by the 4 of them. It was as if it wanted to lead everyone back to the ancient era. It made Ding Mingyu and the rest feel insignificant and hopeless. This sigh made them slightly absent-minded. It was as if they were in a sealed space. Their blood, souls, and wills were roaring wildly, trying to break free from the shackles. Ding Mingyu, Chuan Mu, and the rest all spat out a mouthful of blood. Their faces were slightly pale, but they stood firm and did not fall. They saw the 4 people in front of them lying miserably on the ground. Those were their juniors. They had already stepped onto the despairing 9th step. How could they fall here? "Ah, I'm going all out." Chuan Mu roared violently. Then he took a step forward with his thick legs and stepped onto the 9th step. Bang! As expected, the sound of a body exploding caused Yun Nuoxing's heart to tremble. He opened his eyes with great difficulty, only to see Chuan Mu's enormous body violently collapse on the stairs. Immediately after, Lin Kuei roared towards the sky as he collapsed on the 9th step. "Ah!" Zhong Songling and Ding Mingyu also cried out. The 2 of them lifted their feet and took a step forward in unison. 2 explosions resounded, and 2 clouds of blood spread out. Then the 2 of them fell. Yun Nuoxing looked at himself and stretched out his right hand with great difficulty, trying to catch Ding Mingyu. However, that arm that could pull up a mountain could not even catch the latter's delicate body. When he touched her, a sharp pain came from his arm, as if his bones and muscles had been shattered. This caused him to fiercely suck in a breath of cold air, but he still clenched his teeth and slowed down the speed of her fall. At the bottom of the sacred stairs, the gray-clothed youth looked at Yun Nuoxing and the rest in a tragic state. His face could not help but twitch. Yishi looked at Yun Nuoxing, who was lying in a pool of blood. Her big, wine-red eyes were filled with heartache. Her small hands tightly gripped her wide sleeves, and her silver teeth bit her red lips. She was so nervous that she held her breath. Every little one is so dazzling. I really like them." After a long while, the gray-clothed youth laughed bitterly. These little ones knew that their bodies would explode when they stepped on the ninth step. There were already two precedents, but they still did it. Ding Mingyu and the rest only climbed the ninth step because they saw their juniors risking their lives. They were really risking their lives to accompany them. Yun Nuoxing let out a long sigh. His beautiful face was pale and bloodless. His body had already collapsed, and his bones were covered with cracks. His blood was surging wildly, and his soul was about to be destroyed. He could really feel that he was only a fine line away from death. The two sighs of the gods also affected him, making him even weaker. At this moment, it seemed like a long time had passed. Time and space were still, and it was very quiet. After a long time, Yun Nuoxing said weakly, "Hey, is anyone still alive?" Barely. "No, I think I'm already dead." The first thing he heard was the extremely weak voices of Lin Sheng, Chuan Mu, and the others. After lying down for a long time, Lin Sheng also woke up weakly. The blood of the 8 people was mixed together, and it was impossible to tell who it was. Only the golden and red blood was very eye-catching. Yun Nuoxing smiled weakly. Lying in his arms, the 3 girls who were using his arms as pillows also nodded lightly. It seemed like they didn't have the strength to move anymore. The 8 people lying on the steps were covered in blood, and no one wanted to move. After lying down for a while, Yun Nuoxing realized that his recovery rate was very low. It should be because of the suppression of the Saint Stairs. "Lass, move aside a little. There's still one more step." Yun Nuoxing struggled to slowly move Jun, Luo, Yi, and Xian's heads aside and gently place them to the side. Then his body trembled slightly as he slowly stood up, although he was swaying, and although blood was flowing nonstop, and he had lost more than half of his blood, and an ordinary person would have died long ago, he still stood up shakily. "Stars, don't go up. You'll die," Lin Sheng panted hurriedly. He also wanted to turn around, but the intense pain from his entire body drowned out his rationality, making him unable to move. It was as if even his meridians had been cut off. He could only weakly say, "Even if you want to risk your life, there's a limit. Brother Yun, if you go up again, you'll really die. I told you, records are meant to be broken. It's just a matter of whether you want to or not. If you want to, then you have to pay the corresponding price. Die. He. If I die, then I die." Yun Nuoxing grinned bitterly. His beautiful face had long lost all color and was as white as gold paper. Boom. What followed after his voice sounded was a terrifying explosion that caused the hearts of Ziyin and the others to tremble violently. Dense shock surged out from the bottom of their hearts. They couldn't care about the intense pain on their bodies as they forcefully endured the pain and raised their heads before flipping over. On the platform at the top of the Saint Stairs, golden and red blood spread out like a spray, causing everyone's gaze to freeze at this moment. Brother Yun, little junior. No one would have thought that Yun Nuoxing's courage had reached such an extent. No, that wasn't courage. That was something that could only be done when one had long abandoned life and death. Amidst the shocked cries of Ding Mingyu and the others, the colorful hare's body also lost all strength and slowly fell forward. "Little star!" Xian screamed in despair. Her jade-like hands supported her body with all her strength. Streaks of bright red blood dyed her purple dress red, and her beautiful dark purple hair was dyed bright red. Her dark purple eyes were filled with despair, and a trace of sparkling and translucent tears fell from them. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. Then they saw an even more shocking scene. The girl in the purple dress, who had already fallen down, suddenly had so much strength that they did not know where she got it from. She stood up straight from the 9th step. Before she could stand firm, her body had already rushed up to the 10th step and caught the falling body. Puchi, a large mouthful of blood, spurted out from Xian's throat. Her eyes gradually lost focus, but she didn't seem to feel much pain. Looking at the youth in her arms with absent-minded eyes, Mei Mao couldn't hide the love and relief in her eyes. Even though both of them were badly mutilated, even though their bodies were soaked in blood, even though their bodies were intertwined with each other, even though their bones were clearly visible, and even though their bodies were about to explode, she was very happy. At this moment, she actually fell on the 10th step with him. Chapter 685. On the Saint's staircase, there was complete silence. Ding Mingyu, Lin Sheng, and the rest stared at the scene, with their mouths agape. Looking at the two people lying motionless on the ground, their bodies turned cold. They did not know if it was because they had lost too much blood, or because their hearts had turned cold. What a crazy little guy. A figure suddenly appeared on the platform at the top. His gray robe fluttered in the wind. It was the owner of the maze. He looked at Yun Nuoxing and Xian, who had collapsed, and let out a long sigh. He waved his hand and lifted the two people up. Then he gently placed them under the statue. One is a lunatic who doesn't care about her life. The other is a lunatic who loves so much that she is not afraid of death. The gray-clothed youth let out a long sigh, after which he waved his hand, after which Ding Mingyu, Lin Sheng, and the rest felt that the pressure that covered the sky and the earth, the pressure that had been suppressing their entire bodies, had disappeared in an instant, allowing them to regain their mobility. At the same time, they also regained their ability to recover. However, Lin Sheng and the rest were not very happy. Looking at the two figures lying together, they felt as if a bottle of mixed feelings had been knocked over. They did not know what to feel. All right, they are not dead. They are just about to die. If you don't want them to die, hurry up and sit around the statue. The divine marrow baptism is about to begin. The young man in gray waved his hand and pointed at the statue. Then he turned around and looked at Lin Sheng and the rest. He jokingly said, "You should thank the two of them. If the two of them reach the highest level, then everyone who participates together will be able to enjoy the highest level of divine marrow baptism." Actually, when the two of you stepped onto the 9th level, you can already receive the 9th level of divine marrow baptism. It is only limited to 10 people, and there are exactly 10 of you. However, seeing how desperate you are, I don't want to interrupt your enthusiasm. He he he. The young man in gray grinned and laughed. Ding Mingyu, Lin Sheng, and the rest were speechless. Why didn't you say so earlier? If you had said so, we wouldn't have fought so hard. However, they didn't say this out loud, because when they saw Yun Nuoxing and Xian lying unconscious together, they didn't feel good about it. The two of them had risked their lives for this level 10 divine marrow baptism. Little Moon and Ewer, who had run up, did not think at all. They rushed to Yun Nuoxing and Xian's side. When they saw that the two of them were still alive, they hurriedly heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Sheng and the others also walked up to the 10th step, trembling. At this moment, the pressure had dissipated, and they could easily walk up. The 10th step is basically playing with one's life. Ding Mingyu and the others struggled to sit cross-legged under the sculpture. Their eyes were filled with complex emotions. They could feel that whoever stepped on the 10th step would die. Therefore, no one dared to step on it. However, this time, it was stepped on by two people who didn't care about their lives. The 10th step seemed to have the resolve to throw away one's life. When the gray-robed youth saw that the 10 of them were close to the sculpture, he smiled slightly. His smile was very strange, and there was a hint of mockery and ridicule in it. This was especially so when he looked at Yun Nuoshing as if he was looking at something funny. With a gentle wave of his hand, 10 rays of silver light fell from the huge sculpture and landed on Yun Nuoshing, Lin Sheng, and the others. The silver light was like the starlight in the star domain. The slender silver light was a drop of liquid. Those were the divine marrow that the gray-robed youth had mentioned. The appearance of the divine marrow was related to the aura of the person who condensed it. Clearly, the aura of the owner of the divine marrow was related to the star domain. However, compared to Yun Nuoshing's star domain, the divine marrow seemed to be thinner. Silver-white divine marrow whizzed down from the star domain sculpture. It was like a storm, cleansing the almost destroyed bodies of Yun Nuoshing and the others. Layers of silver light fell continuously and covered the bodies of Yun Nuoshing and the others. Gradually, the 10 of them were enveloped. Looking from a distance, it was as though 10 silver-white light cocoons had appeared under the star region sculpture. The excessively dense energy caused Yi Shi, who had appeared by the side, to twitch her small nose, causing some surprise to appear in her wine-red eyes. "Hey, you weren't a post-god level expert when you were alive, were you? The density of this divine marrow isn't something that a god emperor can condense." Yi Shi looked suspiciously at the 10 descending silvery white light pillars. The density of the energy was frightening. "Didn't you say that I was a demigod master?" The gray-robed youth smiled faintly. His words made Yi Shi's eyes narrow slightly. It seemed that the gray-robed youth had been monitoring them when they entered the energy barrier. "Oh, then you were close to becoming a post-god level expert." How could Yi Shi not understand when she heard that? The gray-robed youth was definitely someone who was infinitely close to becoming a post-god level expert when he was alive. The gray-robed youth smiled faintly and didn't comment. Yi Shi understood even more when she saw his expression. She couldn't help but sigh. Then she moved her little feet and walked to the light cocoon formed by Yun Nuoshing. She gently knelt down and closed her eyes to wait for the latter to wake up. Yun Nuoshing slowly woke up from her daze and opened her eyes. However, she was stunned when she opened her eyes. What she saw in front of her wasn't the black basin, but a vast expanse of green land. A dream? No, this is a memory projection. Yun Nuoshing was stunned for a while. Then, she seemed to understand something. She turned her gaze and looked at the green plain. She stepped on it lightly. Even the grassland felt very real. After a while, she raised her head and saw that there were countless figures floating in the sky. The auras of the hundreds of thousands of figures were very powerful. They seemed to be high-level gods. Their auras made the heavens and the earth tremble. And in front of this army of gods, there was a shroud of black fog that billowed with demonic aura. Behind this army, there was a black land, a fiery red sky, black clouds, and a shattered land. This was the demon world. Yun Nuoshing's pupils shrank. Although he hadn't seen the demon world, he had heard you describe the demon world. He could still vaguely recognize the red and black land behind the demonic clouds. Dark, demonic aura seeped out of the space like a tide and spread toward the army of gods. The army of gods did not want to be outdone and fought back. The two sides were almost evenly matched. Higher up in the sky, a dim yellow sea of sand appeared and merged with the thick darkness to annihilate it. This battle lasted for an unknown period of time. The experts of the demon world and the army of gods were both injured. The dim yellow sea of sand in the sky and the thick darkness that couldn't be dispersed separated. Then 3 figures appeared. One of them was holding a dark yellow longsword. Even the blade of the sword was golden. The other 2 figures were surrounded by a monstrous demonic aura. That's the Sword of Time. Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the dark yellow longsword with sand falling from it. The image stopped abruptly. Then, in the last scene, Yun Nuoshing was shocked to see that the Sword of Time was broken. The body of the sword and the hilt were separated, and the thick black fog disappeared. The figure holding the time sand sword hugged the body of the sword and the hilt, and quickly disappeared into the horizon with the army of gods. Is this the reason why the Sword of Time is only left with the hilt? It was broken in the battle with the demon army. Yun Nuoshing's eyes were filled with shock. He couldn't help but mutter to himself. How fierce was the battle that even the divine sword that was ranked fourth in the divine sword record was broken. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. How did the Dark Ruin's sword and Ling Hong's sword get broken? They were almost completely destroyed. After the image disappeared, the space where Yun Nuo was turned into darkness. Just when he thought that it was over, his line of sight once again fluctuated, causing him to be slightly startled. He hurriedly focused, and then an image slowly appeared in his line of sight. That was an incomparably gigantic great hall. The great hall was filled with people, both young and old. Their gazes were all filled with malice as they stared at the silver figure in the center of the great hall. That somewhat frail and beautiful figure had a head full of long black hair. There was a silver hairband that tied 3 strands of hair down to her waist. The remaining strands of hair fell past her perky buttocks and landed on her thighs. That pair of silver eyes seemed to reveal the identity of this person. Yun Nuoshing also looked at the image in shock. That person should be Ding Mingyu. She had silver eyes. However, looking at her appearance, she seemed to be a young girl. He estimated that she was only in her teens. You don't deserve to be a member of the Ding family. The symbol of the Ding family is the silver bloodline. However, yours is bright red. Alien, banish her. The girl in the center of the hall coldly surveyed the people around her with her silver eyes. After that, she turned around indifferently and walked out of the hall. At the entrance, her father and mother brought her away from the so-called Ding family with tears in their eyes and disappeared without a trace. After this memory, she drifted without a fixed residence. However, there was nothing too special. This is Senior Ding's memory, right? Yun Nuoshing scratched his head in shock. What was going on? Why did Senior Ding's memory appear in front of him? After a while, the image suddenly disappeared. Yun Nuoshing was puzzled, but at the same time, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. However, before he could completely relax, his line of sight changed again. A huge mansion appeared in front of him. On the mansion, there was a huge signboard with 2 huge words written on it, Lin Mansion. This child is on the verge of death. It's probably impossible to save him. It's a pity for this genius of the Lin Mansion. Family head, please restrain your grief. No, he can still be saved. He must still be saved. That's right, use that. That will definitely work. You're crazy. This child hasn't even reached the Pantheon realm. He hasn't even developed mental strength. His vitality is far from that strong. You want to reattach that piece of unknown origin. Yes. Sheng, or spine is already broken. That piece of bone happens to be a spinal bone, and the shape matches. No, this is the only way. But family head, even if that spinal bone has incredible healing power, if young Master Lin Sheng can't withstand the pain, he will collapse. Yes, Sheng, or will definitely be able to pull through. Please, Sheng, live on. In the image, a young figure was lying on a wide stone platform. The flesh on his back was lacerated. Under the flesh were shattered pieces of bone. The stone platform was stained with blood. Beside the stone platform stood several figures. One of them was a middle-aged man. He was holding a golden spinal bone and placing it on the young figure's bloody back. As soon as the golden spinal bone touched the young figure's back, it began to reconnect with the bones on both ends. The torn flesh on the back was also healing at an astonishing speed. The image stopped there. When he heard the name Yun Nuwashing, he knew that this was probably related to Lin Sheng's memory. The image did not stop there. Instead, it played several more scenes, almost exposing all of Lin Sheng's secrets. Yun Nuwashing watched these scenes suspiciously. He was a little confused. Then, the image of Lin Sheng ended. After that, he saw Chuan Mu's memory, Lin Kuei's memory, Zhong Songling's memory, and Jun Luo Yi's memory. Then, he saw Little Moon's memory. He saw himself, who had just landed in the desert, and was brought to the Qin family. He could not help but feel nostalgic. Time passed quickly. You also had a memory. It was a black secret room. The sky outside was sometimes dark and sometimes red and black. It reminded Yun Nuwashing of the little black room that you had mentioned before. After these memories were played, Yun Nuwashing stretched his back and tilted his head. He was still a little confused. He felt like he had peeped on someone else's secret. This is everyone's secret? Peeping? At this thought, the smile on Yun Nuwashing's face suddenly froze. Then, the image in front of him changed rapidly again. He saw a mansion. Yun Nuwashing still had an impression of this mansion because it was Xian's home in Xianyu City, the Xian family. As expected, he was involved in the changes in the image. There was also the matter of the 5 elements body going berserk. If that's the case, isn't it my turn next? Yun Nuwashing laughed dryly. What was this? Chapter 686. In the dark void, the scenes kept changing and memories kept replaying. Yun Nuwashing looked at the memories and could not help but laugh bitterly. After a part of Ziyan's memory was replayed, the surroundings returned to darkness again, and it remained so for a long time. It was as if there was no movement, which made Yun Nuwashing stunned. According to the script, shouldn't his memory be replayed next? Could it be that they are his own memories, so they are not replaying them? Is this the special reward for stepping onto the 33rd step? Unfortunately, I don't have such a hobby. Yun Nuwashing smiled and shook his head. However, just as he thought that nothing would happen, a glowing figure flickered and appeared in front of him, causing Yun Nuwashing to be stunned. He turned his gaze and looked at the glowing figure, frowning slightly. The glowing figure dissipated slightly, and a gray-clothed young man appeared. From his appearance, he was naturally the owner of the maze. Elder! Yun Nuwashing cupped his hands and greeted him softly. The young man in gray waved his hand and looked at Yun Nuwashing mockingly. He chuckled and said, "How does it feel to peek at other people's secrets?" Yun Nuwashing smiled bitterly and shook his head. He sighed and said, "I don't have such a hobby. Who doesn't have a little secret? It's more mysterious to keep a secret, isn't it? Where's the sense of mystery?" The gray-clothed young man laughed when he heard this. Then he said, "You have quite a big secret too. TSK, TSK, TSK. If I wasn't already dead, I would definitely catch you." Yun Nuwashing's expression changed drastically, and he frowned. "You peeked at my memories?" Hey, brat, don't call me peeping. I'll know everything about you the moment you step on the 33rd step. I've already been dead for a few epochs. They say that only the dead can keep secrets. What are you afraid of when I'm already dead? The young man in gray looked at him strangely when he saw the change in his tone and expression. "But you are really powerful. So you came for the Sword of Time." The gray-clothed youth smiled as he looked at Yun Nuwashing. It was as if nothing could hide from Yun Nuwashing's black eyes. "That's right. So I'll have to trouble you to tell me where the body of the Sword of Time sand is. Yun Nuoshing put her hands on her hips and rolled her eyes. Although what he said was reasonable, it still sounded weird. Hee, we'll talk about this later. The gray-clothed young man smiled and waved his hand. His black eyes sized up Yun Nuoshing before he laughed strangely and said, I wonder what will happen if your companion finds out about your secret? The way she looks at you will definitely change. How dare you? Yun Nuoshing's expression changed drastically. She clenched her fist and almost pulled out the Nethervoid sword. However, when she saw the other party's teasing gaze, she could not help but grit her teeth. This bastard actually had the intention to tease her. You're so conflicted, but don't your little girlfriend and those 3 little girls all know about it? As for the other little girl, who's that? That little girl from the Xianlong continent also knows a little about your secret, right? Why don't you have such a big conflict? The gray-clothed young man walked around the Yun Nuo planet, looked at him with a strange expression, and said with a smile, Or are you shy? Scram! Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes and said, angrily, I feel that I don't know either. There are always some things that I don't want them to know. The girls have been following me around in the realm of the gods for a long time. How can I not trust them? Yes. That's why you don't trust these people whom you have just met. The gray-clothed young man smiled again. Yun Nuoshing suddenly became mute. She opened her mouth a few times, but no words came out. After a long while, she scratched her head angrily and said, These are 2 different things. Yes, they are indeed 2 different things. For example, I told you that the body of the temporal sand sword was on the 19th floor, but I didn't tell you where it was. These are 2 different things. However, I did tell you that it was on the 19th floor. The gray-clothed young man smiled and snapped his fingers. It's in the Oracle Crystal Pillar, right? Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes and said, The only thing worth paying attention to in the entire 19th floor is the Oracle Crystal Pillar. Could it be that you sealed the body of the temporal sand sword in there? There are so many people cultivating there. Those people are all acting as keys or nourishment, right? Are you repairing the temporal sand sword? Clap, clap. Hearing her answer, the gray-clothed young man suddenly clapped his hands. Moreover, the more he clapped, the louder his claps became. He looked very excited. Then he laughed loudly and said, Smart, very smart. 10 out of 10 is 8. There's still a little difference. As expected of a divine weapon, divine sword Netherworld, and Ling Hong's previous owner. Very smart. With the temporal sand sword that you're about to get, you'll become the first person in the history of the god world to have multiple divine weapons other than the blacksmith. The gray-clothed young man couldn't help but hold his stomach and laugh. However, getting a divine sword might not be a good thing. After a while, the gray-clothed young man's expression changed slightly. He actually calmed down a lot. What do you mean? Yun Nuoshing frowned in confusion. You saw the battle just now, right? The battle with the demon world. The gray-clothed young man let out a long sigh. After a pause, he continued, That was a battle that lasted several eras. I was also the previous owner of the temporal sand sword. During that battle, the temporal sand sword was destroyed in my hands. The opponent was too strong, so I used the temporal sand sword to its limit. If not for that, the god world would have been in danger during that battle. The demon world would have torn a hole in the god world, and behind it would have been the endless god world. Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing's expression changed slightly. Although she had guessed it before, she was still a little shocked when the gray-clothed young man admitted it personally. The gray-clothed young man let out a long sigh and said faintly, One day You'll also know that you'll have to bear the heavy responsibility of the world. That's the responsibility you received when you got the divine weapon. When that time comes, you'll have to weigh the existence of this world. After a while, the young man's expression became very strange. He looked at Yun Nuoshing and grinned. Do you think I'm right? Since the creation of the God world, the ninth recorded in history, spiritual godly physique. Yun Nuoshing's cheeks twitched. However, since the gray-clothed young man said that he had seen his memories, it was inevitable that he knew about it. How would I know? The nether void sword had always been by my side when I came out from there. Ling Hongjian was also found by accident. It's not up to me to care about such a noble thing. Since you've seen my memories, you should also know that my soul has been tainted by the devil. I can fall to the devil at any time. Forgive me for not being able to bear the responsibility of this era. Yun Nuoshing crossed her arms in front of her chest and said impatiently, "Ha!" The gray-clothed young man let out a meaningful laugh. Then he took a deep breath and said, "By accident? Do you really think that you obtained Ling Hongjian by accident?" Yun Nuoshing frowned slightly. "What do you mean?" "The providence in your body is very abnormal. It's not something that a person can possess. If there's an upper limit to this world's providence, and if this world's providence is the sum of the providence of all living beings in this world, then you alone possess 1/10 of this world's providence." The gray-clothed young man looked very agitated. "This is the result of someone changing it. To be more precise, the person behind you and changing your providence must be a god." Yun Nuoshing's eyebrows twitched because she remembered the golden figure's words. The gray-clothed young man seemed to have thought of this as well. He couldn't help but let out an evil laugh. He held his head with his hand and laughed a little crazily. "Ha ha, I forgot. You are the successor of a god. You have 2 god imprints on your body. There are actually 2 gods protecting you. Moreover, those 2 are great, heavenly godlike existences." 2 gods. Yun Nuoshing was stunned. Then she subconsciously touched the black pearl between her eyebrows. She suddenly realized something and said, "Xian Yin and the one in the pink dress?" The gray-clothed young man smiled and nodded. "No wonder you have such great providence. You are the successor of a god. It's normal for them to seize all the providence of this world for you. Don't make it sound so bad." Yun Nuoshing frowned. "Is it bad? That's the truth. How long do gods live? One person can experience the vicissitudes of life countless times. They have seen the mortal world change countless times. What's worth their attention is nothing more than their loved ones and the people around them. Other people have nothing to do with them and can't accompany them in their lives. What's the difference between them and those mortals? They are all people whose lifespans are determined by the heavens. They are all people who are about to die." The gray-clothed young man laughed crazily. Yun Nuoshing frowned deeply. However, she really couldn't refute this point because what the gray-clothed young man said didn't seem to be wrong. "Haha, how about it? Why don't you release your memories and let your companions have a look? Those super secrets that are enough to shake the world of the gods. If people know about them, perhaps those transcendental forces will send people to capture you." The gray-clothed young man smiled and changed the topic. Yun Nuoshing's face darkened. She couldn't help but scold softly. "Scram! However, your obsession is really terrifying. You want to use the power of a demon to fight against a high-level god. I guess you are not the only one who has such a crazy idea since ancient times. However, you do indeed have the power to do this. Or rather, you have the power now. This is also the reason why you want to obtain the Time Sand Sword. The gray-clothed young man smiled and waved his hand as if they were chatting normally. However, what they were talking about was the deepest and most deeply buried secret in Yun Nuoxing's heart. Yun Nuoxing opened her mouth, but the gray-clothed young man beat her to it and said, "Nothing is set in stone. At least you haven't fallen to the dark side yet, right? Why are you so sure that you will fall to the dark side?" Basically, it's because you are afraid. You are worried that you, who have such great power, will use that destructive power against the people around you after you fall to the dark side. The shackles of this kind of thought will become tighter as your power increases. Until now, you no longer have the courage to take that step. You are like a puppet being pushed by the clock. Even if you don't move forward, time will slowly push you forward. You will eventually have to take that step. If you fall to the dark side, you have 1/10 of the fate of heaven and earth. If this fate isn't enough to protect you and make it through the dark side safely, then it can only mean that it is predestined. Yun Nuoxing's expression became more and more gloomy as he spoke, and his brows furrowed deeper and deeper. In this dark space, it was as if the darkness was the spokesperson of his heart, and his state of mind was also dark and gloomy. You could have broken through to the demigod rank more than a year ago. Why didn't you try? The gray-clothed young man also frowned. He was naturally referring to the time when she was cultivating in the Monarch Mountains star domain. How could I have tried? Yun Nuoxing gritted her teeth and clenched her fists tightly. She lowered her head, and her bangs covered her face. Then she suddenly roared hysterically, "There is no turning back. When I found out about this, I was already on this path. There is no turning back. What could I have done? What could I have done? Let myself fall to the dark side. Then let me use the swirling zither to destroy the Sourcepeak region. Or let me use an infinitely multiplying array to destroy the realm of the gods. I fell to the dark side once. Once I was possessed by chaos. The two experiences have given me the urge to destroy everything in my path. I couldn't control that feeling at all. When the time comes, who will stop me from falling into a state of madness?" Yun Nuoxing roared to his heart's content. It was as if he had vented all the pent-up emotions he had been suppressing all these years. He panted heavily and couldn't help but murmur, "Who can stop me?" "Calm down and listen to me. There are ways to recover from the dark side. In the demigod rank, every small breakthrough is a metamorphosis. If it's you, you might be able to do it." The gray-robed youth took 2 steps forward and patted Yun Nuoxing's shoulder. He said softly, "I want you to try to go from the demigod rank to the demigod rank in one go. When that happens, the transformation of divinity will basically eliminate all negative effects in the body, including the soul. At that time, the fallen might also recover." Hearing this, even Yun Nuoxing was shocked by his own madness. "If that's the case, first, you'll have to awaken your divinity in the demigod rank. Then, you'll have to open up a special space in your body to store enough energy. At the same time, you'll have to open up your meridians and energy carriers to break through in one go. In the worst-case scenario, you'll have to undergo both the transformation of divinity and the transformation of divinity at the same time. That kind of pain will torture you to the point of insanity, no matter how determined you are. Quite a bit." Hearing this, the gray-robed youth was pleasantly surprised. He patted Yun Nuoxing's shoulder. Yun Nuoxing didn't feel happy at all because of his praise. Her colorful eyes dimmed again. She sighed softly and slowly talked about her own matters. "When I found out that I might fall into the dark side, I started to suppress my own cultivation. However, I didn't want to give up on cultivation, so I changed the goal of my cultivation. At that time, I was glad that I had a spiritual, godly body. My sensitivity to energy made it very easy for me to cultivate anything, whether it was weapons, godly arts, or godly mystic arts. I set my goal on mystic arts and mystic arts. So far, I've only cultivated godly mystic arts and mystic arts. The treasures that Xian Yin gave me were all piled up on the ground. It helped me achieve my goal. It was also at that time that I had that kind of idea. With my mortal body, I wanted to tear the pride of those high-level gods to shreds. Yun Nuoxing laughed crazily. Then she covered her face and laughed as if she was laughing at herself. I did it. However, later on, I found that my cultivation couldn't be sealed because I had a spiritual godly body. Even if I sealed all my senses to energy, my cultivation still continued to grow. It was also at that time that I found that I couldn't stop. I even subconsciously cultivated and sped up the time to break through to the dark side. On one side was the idea that I wanted to achieve with all my strength. On the other side was the darkness that would drive me crazy. What should I do? I don't know. There was a period of time when I was very dispirited. Although I pretended that nothing was wrong, Xian and the others didn't see it. During that time, I put all my energy into research. Yun Nuoxing let out a long sigh. She tapped her temple with her finger and said, "The knowledge of the mythological era is still very useful. The ancient god's bloodline and the fragments of the god's knowledge allowed me to understand the language of the mythological era. I obtained 8,000 books of the mythological era from the underwater ruins under the Sea King City, the ruins of Rain Country. They became the source of most of my knowledge." No wonder you know so much knowledge that shouldn't be available in this era. The gray-clothed youth looked at her in surprise, although he said that he saw everything about Yun Nuoxing. There were so many memories that he wouldn't look at them carefully, because those scenes were his entire life, enough for him to look at for more than 10 years. Yun Nuoxing scratched her head, nodded, and said softly, "I only think of everything in the worst way, and then force myself to have the power to solve that situation." Hearing this, the gray-clothed youth's expression changed slightly. He let out a long sigh and said, "You child, you've been forcing yourself to stay in the abyss of despair. No wonder you can achieve this, but you're too extreme. If you continue like this, you'll drive yourself crazy first. Although your obsession is incomparably strong, the strength of the dark side and the body of the dark side are ultimately shackles that block most of your potential. No wonder people say that you're a lunatic, you're really crazy." After a while, he let out a long sigh and patted her shoulder, saying, "But these are all guesses between you and me. Whether you can succeed or not, whether you're willing to try or not, it's up to you. Do you want to struggle desperately in despair, or stop here and sink into despair? But no matter what, one day you will also step into that stage." Chapter 687. In the pitch-black void, the two of them talked as if they were just chatting. However, if others were to know what they were talking about, it would shake the entire realm of the gods. "Starry sky, star trial. Starry sky, star token. Haha, I knew it. No wonder a little monster like you would condescend to stay in that small academy. So that's how it is. You still have to stay there until you graduate. Ha ha." Looking at the flashing light behind Yun Nuoxing, the gray-clothed youth laughed out loud again as the colors of the 12 halos kept changing between black and white. "Can you stop laughing while talking? It's like a nightmare. It's so noisy." Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes and stroked the light rings that floated over. After a moment, she dissipated them with a thought. "I owe you, brat. It's not enough that you have two great heaven gods protecting you. You even have a god-level wife. Get lost, Sister Shui, and I don't have that kind of relationship." TSK, TSK, TSK. You're such a womanizer, a 10,000-year-old, lowly. Damn you, don't *King look through my memories again. Do you believe that I won't fight you to the death? Yun Nuoshing was so embarrassed that she took out the Nethervoid sword. You're Joe. I'm so hot-tempered. Stop right there. I'm going to beat you to death, you remnant soul. Yun Nuoshing roared hysterically. She grabbed the Linghong sword and the Nethervoid sword and was about to charge forward and fight the gray-robed young man. Calm down. I'm training your endurance. The gray-robed young man jumped back a step. Then he grinned. Yun Nuoshing frowned and was startled. What do you mean? Yun Nuoshing put away the two divine swords suspiciously. She didn't understand what the gray-robed young man meant. That's right. The gray-robed young man suddenly laughed sinisterly, as if his scheme had succeeded. Then he chuckled and said, Do you think that seeing other people's memories is the privilege of the two of you stepping onto the 33rd step? That's why I'm not interested in that plaything. Wait a minute. Yun Nuoshing waved her hand in annoyance. A moment later, her hand froze and her expression froze. She turned her head and stared coldly at the gray-clothed youth. Do you have another meaning behind your words? Hee. Young man, do you know how to make two people who are already friends who trust each other quickly get closer to each other? The gray-clothed youth asked with a smile. Yun Nuoshing frowned and shook her head. The most primitive method, which is also the method of children, exchanging secrets. The gray-clothed youth laughed and patted Yun Nuoshing's shoulder. Then he said something that made Yun Nuoshing's face turn pale. Seeing that Yun Nuoshing's eyes were wide open, the gray-clothed youth laughed and said, Hee, if it weren't for the fact that you have too many secrets, I would have just let your little friends see it. However, even though I didn't let them see it directly, you see, they also saw this scene. They heard every single word that I said just now. Yun Nuoshing's face turned even paler. Hee, what will it be like when the secret that you have been painstakingly guarding is revealed? Without the mysterious feeling of the secret, you will only be able to see the original appearance of the person. The gray-clothed youth laughed even more happily when he saw Yun Nuoshing's face turn even paler. Don't be so nervous. The 10 of you have already exchanged secrets. Furthermore, these secrets don't affect each other and won't cause your relationship to break up. The gray-clothed youth laughed loudly. Ha. The reward of the 33rd step of the Saint's Staircase will be shared by the 10 of you. If you can't achieve unity of beliefs, you must at least achieve unity of thoughts. It's impossible without complete trust. This is also the fastest method that I have come up with. Don't worry, I didn't see all of your memories anyway. I only saw part of the secrets. I didn't release the deeper memories. You saw it yourself, didn't you? The gray-clothed youth chuckled. Yun Nuoshing glared at him. That look in his eyes was as if he wanted to skin him alive. The cycle of the 4 seasons, the cycle of 1,000 rounds. Hearing this, the gray-clothed youth laughed dryly and said, Don't be so agitated. Stop chanting. Do you want to blow up the 19th step? However, it seems that after you saw each other's secrets, the baptism went very smoothly. Yes, it's about time for you to wake up. It might be a little awkward, but you're not allowed to quarrel or fight. The gray-clothed youth smiled mysteriously. His tone was as if he was admonishing a child. Yun Nuoshing glared at him fiercely. Then he saw the gray-clothed youth clapping his hands. As he clapped his hands, Yun Nuoshing saw the dark space quickly fade away. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a black platform. He was slightly stunned. He turned his wrist slightly, and the injuries that he had sustained when he stepped on the Saint's Staircase had completely healed. Yun Nuoshing also felt that his body was a little different. It was as if it had been transformed. As for what the difference was, he couldn't pinpoint it. It seemed that his strength had increased and his senses had become clearer. Also, the light on his body had become brighter. The patterns on the divine body of spiritual reception on his body had become as lifelike as if they were alive. The benefits of the baptism of the divine marrow for non-divine level experts were not immediately apparent. What changed was one's aptitude. This had to be experienced in depth. Some footsteps sounded behind him, causing Yun Nuoshing's body to stiffen. The expression on his face also froze. He didn't even dare to release a trace of his soul power. He just stood there, frozen. Behind him, Ding Mingyu, Lin Sheng, and the others also broke out of the silver light cocoon. They lowered their heads and looked at their healed bodies. They clenched their fists. They could feel the terrifying power surging in their bodies. It was as if they had been reborn. However, they put this matter aside for now. They looked at the back of the rainbow-haired youth with a strange gaze. They felt a little conflicted, especially when they thought that their secrets had been seen. Their gazes wandered a little, and they all lowered their heads. Xian glanced at Ding Mingyu and the others. She didn't think too much. She took light steps and walked to Yun Nuoshing's side. Her jade-like hand gently held his white jade-like hand. When the latter's hand was touched, it trembled slightly. However, after a while, it relaxed and allowed her to hold it. Yishi looked at this strange scene strangely. She scratched her head in astonishment. However, the gray-clothed youth pushed her to the side with a smile. He chuckled and said, "Let's leave some time for these children." Okay. Yishi looked at him strangely. She didn't feel anything wrong with Yun Nuoshing and the others. Only then did she nod in confusion and stand to the side with him. The atmosphere froze for a while, except for Yun Nuoshing, who had his back to the others, Xian, Little Moon, and who were comforting Yun Nuoshing. The others looked at each other with strange gazes. Cough. After a while, it was Jun Luo Yi who coughed dryly. Mei Mao looked at everyone and said softly, "Actually, everyone saw it just now. I'm not someone from the God realm. I come from the Xianlong continent. That continent is hidden in a grassland in the mountains south of Sunrise City. However, there are also people from the lower realms in the God realm. So, I don't think there's anything strange about my identity. In any case, I'm half a person from the God realm." Okay. Jun Luo Yi's face reddened. She said stubbornly, "It was also Mr. Yun who brought us to the God realm." Hearing her say this, the awkward atmosphere eased a little. Lin Sheng and Lin Quan couldn't help but smile. "Aya, now that you look at it, the three of us seem a little ordinary." Chuanmu scratched his head and laughed mischievously. "Lin Quan, Song Ling, and I are all from Sunrise City. Our families live close to each other. The three of us can be considered childhood sweethearts. We don't have any special secrets. We're just three ordinary families living together." Ding Mingyu gently stroked the hair in front of her forehead and said softly, "Our family originally belonged to the silver-blooded Ding family of the Ganyuan region. However, due to a problem with our bloodline, we were expelled from the family. I drifted with my parents to Sunrise City and settled here. As you saw just now, my blood is red. It's not that kind of silver, divine blood. About that, when I was young, I participated in an academy selection competition. In the end, a few bastards caused me to fall off a cliff and almost died. When my father picked me up on my last breath, my spinal cord had already been broken. The golden spinal cord you saw afterwards is an heirloom of our Lin family. It has the ability to regenerate endlessly. However, I don't know what species this spinal cord is from. I relied on it to keep my life. These years, as I grew, it became more compatible with my spinal cord and has already become a part of my body. Lin Sheng said with a smile as he extended a finger to rub his cheek. Everyone looked at each other and laughed softly. It was as if a secret had been revealed. However, their gazes inadvertently fell on Yun Nuoshing, who was still standing there like a statue. They all sighed imperceptibly. Compared to what they had just heard, this secret wasn't even considered a secret. It wasn't even on the same level of information. Then the battle invitation. Ding Mingyu recalled the battle invitation that day. At that time, she had suspected that Yun Nuoshing possessed the light element. The legendary spirit acceptance divine physique also possessed the light element. This seemed to make sense. The spirit acceptance divine physique is one of the original physiques of the world. It can transform one's body into heaven and earth and accept heaven and earth as one's own body. All the energy in the world can be used by it. I have converted the energy in my body into the power of the stars. The spirit acceptance divine physique can store spiritual objects in its body and absorb their energy. It can also use its own energy to slowly promote the evolution of spiritual objects. Lin Sheng and the rest were stunned when they heard the voice. They turned their heads and saw Yun Nuoshing's tense body slowly softening. They heard him sigh. Then he slowly turned around and looked at them with his colorful eyes. He softly said, "My name is Yun Nuoshing. I am the 9th Spirit Acceptance Divine Physique." Also, Yun Nuoshing coughed dryly. His hand covered his mouth, and his cheeks twitched. He rolled his eyes at Chuan Mu and said, "I don't look like a humanoid monster. I also don't emit a dark aura. I also don't look strong." Ding Mingyu and the rest were stunned. Then they looked at Chuan Mu. The latter was also stunned. Then everyone couldn't help but laugh. Was this guy still thinking about the words he said in the restaurant? "I have 5 elements under my control." Yun Nuoshing sighed again. Then, with a thought, 6 different colored elemental sources floated out from his body. The 6 colors made Lin Sheng and the rest's cheeks twitch. As expected, this guy was a humanoid monster. Light element, fire element, wood element, metal element, water element, and ice element of the same origin. Jun Luo counted them with interest. Then she covered her mouth and laughed softly. She said, as expected of Mr. Yun. The gray-clothed young man beside them couldn't help but laugh softly when he saw them getting along so well. He walked forward and said with a smile, "Looks like we have passed the awkward period." Yun Nuoshing, Ding Mingyu, and the rest suddenly turned their gazes over. Pairs of eyes that flickered with green light stared at the gray-clothed young man in unison. This caused the latter to stop in his tracks. His expression stiffened. Then he hurriedly tried to smooth things over and said, Look, this is really needed for the baptism. Moreover, don't you feel that we have become closer?" "Ha ha ha ha, not at all. This is so awkward. I feel that it is better to beat you to death." Chapter 688. After freeing themselves from the awkward situation, Yun Nuoshing and the others sat down and began to have a good chat. Compared to the tense atmosphere when they had heard the secret earlier, the atmosphere was much better. As for the indecent gray-clothed youth, he had already been taught a lesson by Yun Nuoshing and Yi Shi. As they chatted, Ding Mingyu and the others would occasionally look at Yun Nuoshing. Mei Mao was looking at the legendary divine physique of spiritual reception. Ding Mingyu and the rest had also heard of the rumors regarding the spiritual divine body. Those matters could be said to be legendary. Now that they had truly met the person in question, they were naturally very interested in him. However, What made them somewhat surprised was that if they were to discard those halos, Yun Nuoshing would only be an extremely beautiful young man who was about the same age as them. Just as Yun Nuoshing and the others were chatting happily, the gray-clothed young man slowly walked over. They cupped their hands respectfully and said, "Senior." The gray-clothed young man waved his hand with a smile and said, "Although it's not good to disturb you now, the energy barrier is about to disappear." "Huh." Yun Nuoshing tilted her head. "Didn't I tell you? Since I've appeared, it means that the door to the 20th floor is about to appear. The key has already been taken away by you cheaters," the gray-clothed young man said with a chuckle. "The saint stairway and the divine marrow baptism in this place gave you the right to open the door. Moreover, only you have the right to open the door, because only 10 people have the chance to enjoy the baptism. It has already been given to you." The gray-clothed young man smiled and pointed at the huge black talisman energy barrier. He said with a smile, "Didn't you notice that you came in before the seal disappeared?" Ding Mingyu and the others were slightly stunned. When they thought about it, it was true. The saint's stairway hadn't officially opened yet, but they had snuck in. When they thought of this, they turned to look at Yun Nuoshing. The latter curled her lips and said, "The Nether Void Sword has the ability to break space and destroy all Daos. An energy seal of this level, as long as it's not a divine, rank heaven taboo, or above, it can be broken." "Well, we've taken the initiative." Yun Nuoshing shrugged with a smile and smiled at Ding Mingyu and the others. After his identity was exposed, he became more natural. They could also feel it. "So, there are a lot of people outside now," the gray-clothed young man said with a smile. He then waved his hand, and the pitch-black energy shield gradually turned transparent. Instantly, Yun Nuoshing and the others saw a sea of people in the sky outside. There were probably tens of thousands of people, and they had completely surrounded the sky. Yun Nuoshing's face was filled with black lines as he watched this scene. He turned his head and was just about to say something when the gray-clothed youth waved his hand and threw a black, plate-like object over. When the former saw this, he hurriedly stretched out his hand to catch it. When he focused his eyes, he saw that it was a black, humanoid token. That appearance was somewhat similar to the huge puppet whose arm he had just cut off. A formation puppet. When fully activated, its strength is the same as when I was alive. It's not that weak. Of course, it's not for you to use it to deal with those scums outside. I think with your abilities, either one of you should be able to deal with those people outside." The gray-clothed young man smiled and looked at Yi Shi and Yun Nuoshing. Most of those people outside should have come from the Oracle Crystal Pillar. During their cultivation, they learned that the Oracle Crystal Pillar is a door, and the key is here. Yes, I've already given it to you. The gray-clothed young man pointed at his head and smiled at Yun Nuoshing and the others. He continued, "Anyway, I've already said what I need to say. The body of the Sword of Times and that you're looking for is indeed in the Oracle Crystal Pillar. Whether you can get it and leave the 19th floor alive will depend on your luck." "Huh, why does it sound a little strange?" Yun Nuoshing tilted her head and looked at the owner of the maze in confusion. She frowned slightly. "Why are you suddenly so stupid now?" The gray-clothed young man rolled his eyes and looked at Yun Nuoshing with disdain. He said, "All the formations in this maze are connected. If you want to solve it, you have to solve the entire maze." "I know that." Yun Nuoshing nodded. "The Sword of Time Zen is in the Oracle Crystal Pillar," the gray-clothed young man said lightly. Yun Nuoshing and Yishi's eyes flashed. They looked up in surprise and said, "You didn't build this huge maze just to fix the Sword of Times and that was sealed in the Oracle Crystal Pillar, did you?" "You're smart again." The gray-clothed young man smiled and nodded. He then said, "I built this huge maze just to fix the sort of times in. This maze itself was just a cover. However, I didn't expect that there would be a problem. After I died, the formation evolved on its own and went a little out of control. You should have seen the elemental creatures that were created by the formation on your way here. Those are actually spiritual." Yishi frowned slightly. She seemed to have thought of something. She hesitated and said, "If you want to become a demigod master, you have to try to give the formation spirituality. Could it be that the maze formation you built went out of control and gave birth to a formation spirit?" The gray-clothed young man heard and nodded with a bitter smile. Yishi's expression changed slightly when she saw him nod. She turned around and saw Yun Nuoshing tilting her head in confusion. She explained softly, "Formation spirit, as the name suggests, is a creature that is born from the formation. The small elemental creatures on the upper level don't have much spirituality because the formation on the upper level isn't too advanced. The formation on the 19th level is the best preserved. It's a formation that's beyond the god level. The reason it hasn't been activated is that all the power of the formation has been absorbed into the oracle crystal pillar. Let me explain." The gray-clothed young man shook his head with a bitter smile. He looked at the huge, colorful crystal pillar in the distance and said with a dry mouth, "A spirituality formation that went out of control. There's a formation spirit in the oracle crystal pillar, and that formation spirit must be connected to the time sand sword. Now, that formation spirit is absorbing the power of the experts cultivating under the crystal pillar. The maze is under its control. I can feel that it's recovering quickly. At this rate, it won't be long before." Yun Nuoshing's expression changed slightly when she heard this. A formation spirit that was connected to the time sand sword, absorbed the power of countless people, experienced several eras, and was nurtured into a formation spirit. Of course, it's normal for it to go out of control. Or rather, this oracle crystal pillar is strange. The gray-clothed young man looked a little upset. He scratched his head and said, "The oracle crystal pillar has existed for a very long time, and I found this one by chance. I found that it has a nurturing function. No matter what is put in it, it will nurture that object. I also deduced that it could be used to repair the time sand sword, so I wanted to try it. I didn't think. The oracle crystal pillar's so-called ability to help an enlightened warrior reach the divine level is because that epiphany condensed the cultivation of countless experts and nurtured it over a long period of time. It's like planting a tree. Everyone is planting a tree and using their lives to nurture that tree, but that tree will only bear one fruit. The fruit that matures in the end will fall on a person, and that person will have the luck to break through. It's all wrong, all wrong. It's precisely because no one knows the cause and effect that this thing is like a divine object that can help people break through their shackles." The gray-clothed young man let out a long sigh. "Senior, according to what you said, isn't the oracle crystal pillar an evil object?" Lin Kuei frowned. "It depends on how it's used. But no matter what, this oracle crystal pillar is nurturing an uncontrollable monster." The gray-clothed young man shook his head with a bitter smile. "What level of expert is it equivalent to?" Yun Nuoshing also sighed. The array spirit in the oracle crystal pillar controlled the maze, and they were now trapped on the 19th floor. If they wanted to get out, they would have to get rid of that thing. The gray-clothed young man glanced at him and seemed to have guessed what he was thinking. He couldn't help but rub his head in distress and sigh bitterly. A divine-level expert. Hearing this answer, even Yun Nuoshing and the others, who were usually calm, had a drastic change in expression. Later god-level powerhouses were well-deserved powerhouses at the pinnacle of the pyramid in the divine world. It was not that Yun Nuashing had not seen them before, but he had never thought that there would be a day when he would be treated as an opponent. He wasn't sure how big the gap between a peak emperor god and a divine-level expert was, but he could guess a little from what Ning Qianxue and the Golden Princess said. It was definitely a gap that couldn't be crossed. Well, anyway, there are many experts on the 19th floor. They can handle it. Ha! Yun Nuashing waved his hand calmly and laughed dryly. Handle it? You think too much. It's more like watching that guy blow away all the experts on the 19th floor in one breath. The gray-clothed young man looked at Yun Nuashing with pity and sighed. No matter how many ants come, they can't shake the status of a big tree. Moreover, there isn't even a single high-level god on the 19th floor. But I've seen your memory. I think you should try to struggle. Don't you want to shake those high and mighty existences? Now, there's a chance in front of you. Do you think, after thinking for a while, the gray-clothed young man seemed to have thought of something? He winked at Yun Nuashing and grinned. Don't you think you should do something? Yun Nuashing fiercely glared at this irresponsible scoundrel before hatefully saying, I did have such an idea, but with my current strength, I can only shake God Emperor experts and mid-God Emperor experts at that. If I were to risk my life, I might be able to move a late God Emperor. If you want me to fight to the death with a quasi-late God realm expert, that's like an ant trying to shake a tree. Hey, you're the descendant of a god. Have some confidence. If you don't try, how do you know you can't shake those high and mighty existences? The gray-clothed young man patted his shoulder and said earnestly, Shake your grandpa. Yun Nuashing gritted his teeth when he saw the gray-clothed young man talking like it was easy for him to do. Anyway, I've already made it clear. Either you die on the 19th floor, or you fight with your life to destroy that damned thing and take away the Sword of Time. You'll also be lucky enough to see the biggest secret of the 20th floor. Wouldn't that be great? The gray-clothed young man curled his lips and said, And didn't I give you an array puppet? Although it definitely can't deal with that guy. It can be used as a shield for you. It shouldn't be a problem for you to block 2 or 3 attacks. Yun Nuashing choked on his words and couldn't refute. He could only glare angrily at this irresponsible bastard. At the side, Ding Mingyu, Lin Sheng, and the others were playing the role of the background. This was because they could not participate in the conversation between the two of them. Just listening to them was enough to make their hearts jump and their minds stop working, let alone discuss anything. But to interrupt your thoughts, I think it's better for you to deal with the situation outside first. The gray-clothed young man smiled as he raised his finger and pointed to the front. Yun Nuashing, Ding Mingyu, and the others were stunned. When they raised their heads, their gazes froze. They didn't know when the black talisman energy shield had slowly started to dissipate. As the energy shield dissipated, Yun Nuashing and the others, as well as the tens of thousands of strong people outside, saw each other. Both sides were stunned. Why are there people here? Hey, there are a few little ghosts inside. The strong people who watched the energy shield dissipate couldn't wait to rush in. They saw that the black basin inside was in a mess, and there were a few figures on the high platform inside. Everyone was stunned. Chapter 689. A few hours ago, the people who were training on the crystal pillar plane had learned about the existence of the black crystal pillar and the way to the 20th level. Immediately, countless figures soared into the sky and spread out in this vast world to search for the so-called black crystal pillar. However, not everyone had such thoughts. Compared to the so-called greatest secret of the celestial realm, the epiphany under the oracle crystal pillar was more attractive to them. Once they mastered the power of the post-celestial realm, the celestial realm would no longer be a secret to them. This world was very vast, but it could not withstand the search of many people. After a few hours, some people had found the Black Basin. Therefore, those who had spread out and those who came after hearing the news all gathered in front of the Black Basin, quietly waiting for the basin's seal to be unlocked. At this time, when the Black Rune energy shield dissipated, they did not see the so-called Black Crystal Pillar. Instead, they saw the black platform and a group of people on it. At this time, Yun Nuoshing's mind was filled with the words post-God level. After looking around, her expression changed slightly. These people were indeed not weak. They all had the power of a beginner god. But this was probably not enough. Lin Sheng and the others also looked around slowly. When their eyes swept over a place with fewer people, they frowned slightly. There was a familiar figure. There were more than a dozen people in the group. The leader was dressed in white with countless cold ghosts embroidered on his white clothes. He looked very frightening. It was the young master of the Xianin sect. Beside him, the middle-aged man was still by his side, and there were more than a dozen subordinates who were also dressed in strange white clothes. When Lin Sheng saw the young master of the Xianin sect, the latter and the others also saw them. Immediately, the corners of their mouths pulled into a mocking smile, and a murderous intent flashed in their eyes. The young master of the Xianin sect glanced at Lin Sheng and Yun Nuoshing, who was deep in thought. He smiled and cupped his hands at them, saying, "I didn't expect this brother to be the first to obtain the key to the 20th level. We won't haggle over the fact that it contains the inheritance of the maze master. However, can I ask this brother to open the passage to the 20th level so that we can take a look at the secret of the greatest of the divine realm?" Lin Sheng was stunned. Inheritance? What inheritance? However, there was no need for him to figure out what was going on. He could already see that when the young master of the Xianin sect finished speaking, an earth-shattering uproar immediately erupted in the world. Countless gazes so hot that they almost burned through space immediately shot towards Lin Sheng and the others. The faces of Lin Sheng, Ding Mingyu, and the rest could not help but darken. The young master of the Xianin sect was truly vicious. His words about the non-existent inheritance had drawn out everyone's greed. Furthermore, they had appeared in this Black Basin. Regardless of whether the so-called inheritance really existed, it could no longer stop those greedy fellows, the inheritance of the maze master. It's said that the master of the labyrinth was a demigod when he was alive. To be able to obtain his inheritance, the inheritance of a demigod master, that requires a bit of strength to guard. The voices that resounded throughout the sky finally disrupted Yun Nuoshing's thoughts. She lifted her head. There was no expression on her beautiful face. Her colorful eyes stared indifferently at the young master of the Xianin sect, who was smiling faintly. She slowly stood up, and then some golden particles seeped out from her body. The moment the golden particles appeared, the middle-aged man beside the young master of the Xianin sect suddenly widened his eyes. A deathly threat descended upon him, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Bang! Boom! However, just as the threat of death appeared, a muffled explosion sounded from beside him. A golden light that was as dazzling as the sun bloomed. The dazzling golden light caused him to suddenly close his eyes. In that instant, he only heard the sound of a heavy collision. When he opened his eyes again, his gaze turned, and he was shocked to discover that the white-clothed young man beside him had already disappeared. The voices between heaven and earth suddenly weakened. Countless strong people looked at the middle-aged man in shock and uncertainty. Finally, they turned their eyes to the high platform below. Yun Nuoshing's figure was still standing on the high platform. However, there was an extremely wretched young man in white lying at her feet. His eyes were rolled back, and he was foaming at the mouth. His aura was extremely weak, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Young master. The middle-aged man stared in shock at the figure lying on the high platform like a dead dog. His eyes widened in shock. It had only been less than 2 seconds since the threat was born. However, the young girl with colorful hair had so easily taken the young man in white away from him and had even seriously injured him. Golden light, light element. You're from the light shrine. The middle-aged man's mind rapidly churned. Combined with the glance he had just taken, a terrifying thought directly spat out from his mouth. His shocked voice caused the entire place to instantly become silent. I don't have time to play house with you. Yun Nuoxing glanced at him. With a flip of her hand, a 9-colored token immediately appeared in her hand. Subsequently, she raised it high above her head. A stream of energy surged into the token, after which an extremely dazzling 9-colored pillar of light shot into the sky. The 9-colored pillar of light shot high into the sky. With a loud explosion, it turned into an energy fog that filled the sky. In just a short moment, a huge, colorful shrine suddenly appeared in the energy fog. After the rainbow-colored divine hall appeared, an ancient and primordial aura swept down, causing everyone to feel a pressure as great as a star descend on them. Those who were close to the divine hall in the sky were slapped down from the sky by this force. Everyone stared at the empty sky and the rainbow-colored divine hall in shock. Their eyes were filled with shock. The ancient primordial aura swept out like a storm. In just a short moment, it had spread across the entire 19th floor, causing everyone on the 19th floor to feel this terrifying aura. Countless people hurriedly raised their heads and stared in shock at the huge, colorful shrine. Their eyes flickered wildly. This shrine, this imprint, whoosh. Suddenly, there were many auras that erupted in the sky. On the crystal plains, countless people stared in shock at the figures that had rushed out after the shrine appeared. The same scene occurred elsewhere on the 19th floor. Figures with terrifying auras and streaks of light shot towards the colorful shrine. They were in such a hurry that it seemed like they wanted nothing more than to teleport there. On the Black Basin, countless experts stared in shock at the huge, colorful shrine in the sky. Their eyes flickered rapidly. Even the middle-aged man from the Xianin sect trembled as he stared at this scene. His pupils had shrunk to the size of a needle. That imprint, how could he not know what that imprint represented? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Less than a minute after the multicolored shrine appeared, the sound of wind breaking could be heard from the horizon. The sound was like thunder, a tsunami, and a flash flood. At the same time, the elemental energy in this world started to riot. Those with keen perception could even feel that the elemental energy in this world was completely rioting. Ding, Mengyu, Lin Sheng, and the rest were also staring at the colorful shrine in shock. Thereafter, they looked at the horizon. People with terrifying auras were rushing over, bringing along a stretch of gorgeous colors. In just a few breaths' time, they had rushed over. The colorful rays of light illuminated the sky. The terrifying aura caused everyone's expression to drastically change. There was no need for them to guess the energy colors that were reflected in the sky, because that was the best symbol, the most unique symbol in the divine world, Golden Divine Palace. Would Divine Palace, Fire Divine Palace, Lightning Divine Palace. Under the attentive gazes of the crowd, those experts that had arrived with terrifying auras landed in unison. They cupped their hands and bowed towards the stone platform. One after another, loud shouts shook everyone's ears, causing them to buzz. "Greetings, young palace master." Waves of voices rang out from the stone platform and the distance. Within the deafening voices, there was unconcealable reverence and excitement. The excited voices seemed to spread throughout the 19th level of the maze. However, the source of all of this, the middle-aged man from the Xianin sect, trembled as he looked at this scene. Any one of those people that had appeared with terrifying auras could easily crush him. Furthermore, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. At this moment, all of them were bowing towards the person on the stone platform, Lin Sheng, and the rest looked at this scene in astonishment. They were also shocked by the huge display. Thereafter, they looked suspiciously at the calm Yun Nuoxing. This scene was too shocking, too terrifying. Boom! A terrifying vibration suddenly rang out from the black basin, causing everyone to hurriedly turn their gazes over. Soon after, they saw that the middle-aged man from the Xianin sect was currently kneeling on the black basin. His knees had cracked the ground as he knelt. His head was deeply buried in the ground, and he did not even dare to raise it. There's no need for unnecessary words. Shut up and bring your young master. Let's go. I'll slowly settle the previous debt. Yun Nuoxing glanced at him as she crossed her hands in front of her. Her soft voice caused the middle-aged man's forehead to break out in cold sweat. This was because he was clearly aware of what kind of debt she was talking about. When he thought of this, he wished he could return to that time. If he had known that this colorful and aloof young lady was related to the Nine Deity Hall, he would have stopped his young master even if he was beaten to death. The middle-aged man clasped his hands together and did not dare to raise his head. He hurriedly ran to the stone platform and carried the white-clothed youth away. He did not even dare to look back as he sped off into the distance. There was no resentment in his heart at all. The Nine Deity Hall was a lofty existence in the realm of the gods. They were the guardian forces of the realm of the gods. Even the 8 ancient families did not dare to casually touch them, let alone a small Xianin sect like his. A sect like his could be crushed countless times with a single finger. Chuan Mu and the rest were dumbfounded when they saw the middle-aged man leave without saying a word. They looked at Yun Nuoxing for a long time and were speechless. He was actually the godson of the Nine Deity Hall. They had thought that it was a joke. Yun Nuoxing did not have time to care about this for the time being. She waved her hand casually, and the experts of the Nine Deity Hall who had gathered stood behind her. When the experts in the sky saw this, they swallowed their saliva. They did not care about the so-called inheritance or the key. If they were going to offend the Nine Deity Hall, they would rather give it up. Slightly distracted, Yun Nuoxing turned to look at the experts of the Nine Deity Hall, who were standing upright. She was stunned for a moment before she smiled and waved her hand. Be more natural. After she finished speaking, the experts of the Nine Deity Hall smiled and relaxed a little. When they saw Yun Nuoxing frowning and hesitating on the spot, they did not understand why the godson had called them over. As if she knew their doubts, Yun Nuoxing sighed. She looked at the oracle crystal pillar and told them what she had just learned. As expected, everyone's expressions changed drastically. She smiled bitterly and covered her face. The experts of the Nine Deity Hall, who had rushed over, were all very powerful. There were experts of the God realm and divine realm. However, it was not enough to challenge existences of that level with numbers. You look very distressed. The gray-robed youth walked over with a smile. He looked at the experts of the Nine Deity Hall who had gathered, and then looked at Yun Nuoxing. He jokingly said, "I think it's better for you not to think so much. Just fight as you wish. Anyway, this is a world of its own. It won't affect the outside world." When Yun Nuoxing heard this sarcastic remark, the veins on her forehead bulged. She glared at him fiercely. If it weren't for this bastard's array, she would not have to be so distressed. Sighing and shaking her head, Yun Nuoxing suddenly froze for a moment. She reached out and touched the purple crystal earrings on her earlobes. She hesitated and frowned. After a moment, she let out a long sigh and clenched her hands. Finally, she sent a ray of energy into the earrings. Then she whispered in her heart, "Sister, I need your help, Buzz." As soon as he finished speaking in his heart, the purple earrings suddenly lit up, and then a purple circle of light suddenly exploded out from the earrings. The purple halo flickered. It was 1,000 feet wide. Everyone who was enveloped in the halo suddenly felt a great pressure descending from the sky. Under that pressure, the energy in their bodies was like a mouse that had seen a cat. They could not move at all. At the same time, there was the crisp sound of a wind chime swaying. This movement also stunned Yun Nuwashing. She hurriedly pressed down on her fluttering, colorful hair. There was an extremely chaotic energy in the purple halo. She felt that this energy was very similar to the energy contained in the Netherworld Ruins sword. It had the power to destroy space. Moreover, it was even more powerful than the power that the incomplete Netherworld Ruins sword had. Within the purple light circle, chaotic energy constantly swept across the space. Finally, it faded from everyone's bodies and turned into a thin purple light circle that enveloped Yun Nuwashing's body, causing him to be slightly stunned. The shrunken halo enveloped her body. A moment later, it separated from her body and solidified not far in front of her. Then it slowly turned into a huge purple space door. After the purple space door took shape, Yun Nuwashing took a deep breath. Her colorful eyes stared closely at the door. "Oh, it's actually such a rare thing. Could it be that the Netherworld Ruins sword was also made from this material?" The gray-clothed youth stared at the purple space door and said in surprise, "The 19th level was an absolutely sealed space. Unless one controlled the formation of this maze, there was absolutely no way out. Now that the formation spirit was controlling the formation, it had even completely isolated the outside world from this place. Not even the slightest ripple of space could be transmitted out." Yun Nuwashing curiously turned his gaze. However, before he could ask anything, the purple space door slowly wiggled. He was slightly delighted and quickly turned his gaze over. A group of figures slowly walked out of the space door. The person in the lead was tall and voluptuous. Her long golden hair shone with a golden luster. Her transparent feather robe fluttered in the wind. 2 jade bead earrings swayed gently in the wind and made a crisp sound like the tinkling of spring water. The person who came was naturally the Golden Crown Princess. However, behind her were the Water Empress and Lasheen and the others. When they saw Yun Nuwashing, they all smiled. "Great Elder." "Greetings, Elder Jean." Behind Yun Nuwashing, the experts from the 9 deities' temple cupped their hands respectfully when they saw the Golden Crown Princess. Then they looked at Yun Nuwashing strangely. They did not expect that the little deity would be able to summon the great elder of the Golden Temple today. When the Golden Crown Princess saw the experts from the 9 deities' temple, she was also a little surprised and casually nodded her head. Mei Mao glanced at Yun Nuwashing and then sized up this self-contained world. Finally, she stopped Mei Mao on the incomparably tall oracle crystal pillar in the distance. Mei Mao froze for a moment. "Sister Jean, Sister Lioli, why are you all here?" Seeing that the Golden Crown Princess and the others were all here, Yun Nuwashing was also a little surprised. Then he heaved a sigh of relief. "What's wrong, little brother? Don't you welcome us?" The Empress smiled and walked lightly to Yun Nuwashing. She stretched out her hand and gently pinched Yun Nuwashing's nose. Yun Nuwashing blushed as she lowered her head and muttered, "What's wrong? Did you encounter something that you can't solve?" The Golden Crown Princess smiled faintly and walked to Yun Nuoxing's side. Mei Mao sized him up and then looked at Lin Sheng and the others behind him. She could not help but smile sweetly and walked lightly to Ding Mingyu and the others. She smiled and said, "You are little star's friends, right?" Lin Sheng, Chuan Mu, and the others shuddered, but they were still relatively calm. They looked at her strangely, although this sister was as beautiful as a fairy from the way she was addressed as Great Elder. Just now, she should be the Great Elder of the Golden Temple of the Nine Deities Temple. She was extremely powerful and was not as weak as she looked. Looks like there are many good seedlings in the Yuanguan Academy. The Golden Crown Princess, Mei Mao, sized up Lin Sheng, Ding Mingyu, and the others. She smiled and was about to say something when she felt her hand being grabbed. She turned around and saw Yun Nuoxing helplessly dragging her away. I, little star is shy." The Golden Crown Princess chuckled and waved at Ding Mingyu and the others. She smiled and said, "If you want to join the Nine Deities Temple, just say this little fool's name." Ding Mingyu, Lin Sheng, and the others stared blankly as Yun Nuoxing led the Golden Crown Princess to the side. The latter even teased Yun Nuoxing playfully until his face turned red. Only then did she let him go with a smile. "How should I put it? It's a little strange." Lin Sheng smiled bitterly as he looked at this scene. The Golden Crown Princess' words were very tempting. However, after thinking about it, he sighed softly. Perhaps joining the Nine Deities Temple was a good way, but he felt that it wasn't suitable for him. Chuan Mu and the others smiled helplessly. The Nine Deities Temple, which was high and mighty in everyone's eyes, had appeared in front of them in such a manner. Their sense of mystery and majesty had disappeared completely. As for the olive branch that the Golden Crown Princess had thrown out, they were also quite tempted. However, perhaps the Golden Crown Princess only said this on account of Yun Nuoxing. The white meatball lying on the Empress's head slowly stretched. Then it jumped down from her head and transformed into the appearance of a young man. He had snow-white hair and dark blue stripes on his face. He glanced at Yun Nuoxing, put his hands on his hips, curled his lips, and said, "Who bullied you? Tell us. I'll beat him up." Yun Nuoxing lowered his head and looked at Xiao Bai, who was just as tall as his stomach. Then he heard his old and experienced voice and couldn't help but be speechless. Boom! Suddenly, a violent sound like an earthquake was heard. It was as if a continent had collided with another continent. The entire world shook violently. Everyone staggered and almost lost their balance. Yun Nuoxing hurriedly supported Little Moon and Little Moon. Her colorful eyes were slightly stunned. She raised her head in astonishment and murmured, "The energy is rapidly condensing." The young man in gray also raised his head and looked at the huge oracle crystal pillar in the sky with a gloomy expression. He let out a long sigh and said, "It's coming out." Yun Nuoxing was stunned. She suddenly turned her gaze and looked at the oracle crystal pillar. The entire 19th level seemed to be experiencing an earthquake. The ground slowly began to crack, and the colorful crystal pillar that was like a pillar supporting the sky also began to shake violently. The people who were cultivating on the crystal pillar plains also felt something strange. They abruptly opened their eyes as a strong sense of uneasiness rose in their hearts. The 1,000-feet-tall crystal pillar in front of them suddenly withdrew its color. Chapter 690. Rumble. The entire area seemed to have turned dark at this moment. The energy that permeated the area also slowly became chaotic. The color of the crystal pillar, which was hundreds of thousands of feet large, slowly withdrew. An earthquake-like, rumbling sound reverberated across the area. The empty space slowly crumbled, and a faint fog began to linger. The natural strength of this enormous 19-level maze whirled, gathered towards the crystal pillar. This unforeseen change was naturally detected by the people on the crystal pillar plains. Their expressions were grave as they watched this scene. The uneasiness that rose in their hearts caused them to quietly become cautious. Bang! A soft explosion was transmitted from beside them, causing everyone to be startled. They hurriedly turned their heads, only to see that there was an additional cluster of blood fog in the air. The body of the expert who was originally standing beside them had directly burst apart, turning into a blood fog, after which it was absorbed by the 10,000 feet large crystal pillar. Like a chain reaction, a group of people on the plains suddenly burst apart when the first person exploded. They turned into clusters of blood fog that were absorbed by the crystal pillar. Not even a trace of them was left behind. It was as though a bomb had been placed in their bodies beforehand. This strange scene caused everyone on the crystal pillar plains to panic. Numerous figures rushed to the sky and fled desperately from the plains. However, some experts had just stood up when they were stunned to feel the energy in their bodies being rapidly absorbed. It continuously surged towards the crystal pillar. No, those experts, whose energy had been sucked dry, widened their eyes in horror. They sat on the ground like dead dogs, looking at the dark crystal pillar in horror. Soon after, their bodies swelled like balloons. Bang! 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 On the crystal pillar plains, countless experts were drained of their energy. Their bodies exploded, turning into a bloody mist that was absorbed by the crystal pillars. When the people around them saw this, they fled even more frantically. Fear spread rapidly on the plains. They had been sitting here cultivating just a moment ago, but now they wished they could grow wings and flee from this place. Following the pouring of energy and blood fog, many mysterious light patterns seemed to appear on the 10,000 feet large crystal pillar. These light patterns appeared to be alive as they quietly wiggled on the crystal pillar. Swoosh, swoosh, whoosh. As these light runes squirmed, rays of light suddenly shot out from the countless crystal pillars, heading straight for the largest oracle crystal pillar in the center. Terrifying energy spread out, forming a sea of light that covered the entire crystal pillar plain. Rumble. The thunderous sound of the earthquake became louder and louder. The energy between heaven and earth frantically surged towards the oracle crystal pillar, forming a terrifying energy wave. The terrifying energy caused many people's expressions to change drastically. Those who had managed to escape looked at the scene behind them in horror. Some of them were glad that they had managed to escape. Otherwise, even if their energy had not been inexplicably sucked dry, they would have been crushed into powder by the surging energy of heaven and earth. On the Black Basin, Yun Nuoshing and the others frowned when they saw this scene. There seemed to be a huge creature within the oracle crystal pillar that yearned to awaken and was drawing the energy of this world to its limit. The powerhouses of the 9 sacred halls who had been called over-rejoiced when they saw this scene. If Yun Nuo planet hadn't called them over, some of them might still be cultivating on the crystal pillar plane. If that was the case, their fates would probably be no different from those people he's frantically struggling to awaken. The gray-clothed youth could not help but sigh when he saw this scene. Yun Nuoshing looked straight at the oracle crystal pillar, then turned to look at the gray-clothed youth and asked, "Do you feel the resentment?" "Yes, the resentment is directed at me. It sees me as a thorn in its side because I set up the formation." The gray-clothed youth smiled. He gently crossed his hands in his sleeves and said with a faint smile, "From a certain point of view, it's because of my actions that it was born. At the same time, it's also because of me that it's unable to break out of its cocoon." Seeing that the gray-clothed youth seemed a little melancholic, Yun Nuoxing narrowed his eyes and turned to look at the oracle crystal pillar. He opened his evil spirit eye and saw a powerful life form slowly awakening inside. It was a huge life form that flickered with an orange-gold radiance. It possessed terrifying vitality and had probably already gained sentience. The life form was tens of thousands of feet tall and was curled up inside the crystal pillar. The surrounding energy rapidly rushed towards it. With a thought, several divine flames surged into his eyes. Shortly after, his line of sight changed slightly. Yun Nuoxing saw that the orange-gold giant had turned into a life form that was dyed with energy of various colors. Inside, at the giant's abdomen, there was a perfectly straight, dark, yellow object. Looking from afar, it was roughly 3 feet long. The dark yellow energy flowing around, it caused his line of sight to freeze. The evil spirit, I allowed him to see the flow of energy. That perfectly straight, dark yellow object was embedded in the orange-gold giant's abdomen. He could faintly see countless energy threads connecting the two together. That object seemed to have become one of its energy cores. When Yun Nuoxing saw it, he also recognized what it was. It was a perfectly straight object that emitted the energy of time. Apart from the body of the temporal sand sword, there was nothing else. Yun Nuoxing's expression turned grave. The temporal sand sword had been used as an energy carrier by the formation spirit. That meant that its power was not as simple as that of a post-god level expert. With the temporal sand sword, it was able to display the power of a post-god level expert. There was only a difference of one word between the two levels, and there was no way to compare them. When he was sizing up the formation spirit, the latter seemed to have sensed his gaze. Its huge head slowly turned around. On its head, there were 2 huge horns growing out of its temples, pointing straight to both ends. Its 2 eyes were several hundred feet large, empty, and indifferent. Shooting a glance at Yun Nuoxing, it narrowed its eyes slightly, unexpectedly showing some human-like emotions. The moment their gazes met, Yun Nuoxing felt as if he had been hit by an extremely strong impact. The impact made him raise his head abruptly, and then he hurriedly closed his eyes. There were a few drops of cold sweat on his forehead. That look made him feel as if he had been pressured by thousands of stars. The star power in his body trembled slightly. The Golden Princess and the others were on guard at the side, so no one saw Yun Nuoxing's reaction. He heaved a sigh of relief. His colorful eyes stared at the oracle crystal pillar. He took a deep breath, and the star power in his body began to circulate slowly along with a few specific meridians. With the circulation of the star power, the colorful patterns on his skin also shone with the colors of the stars. Streaks of black energy, accompanied by the starlight, moved rapidly in his body. Even the blood vessels under his skin slowly turned golden and starry. The white of his eyes slowly darkened, condensing into a star region. The 2 colorful eyes became even more dazzling. The star power surged rapidly, and his colorful long hair moved without wind. Yun Nuoxing raised his head slightly, and his hanging hands clenched slightly. Then starlight rapidly condensed on the surface of his body, and the overflowing star power condensed into fist-sized stars outside his body. The diffuse starlight shone on his tall body, and the stars slowly revolved around him, as if he was the center of a star region. Buzz, when Yun Nuo planet caused a strange phenomenon. The dark sky became even darker. 10,000 rays of starlight followed, and the sky was filled with stars, illuminating the place a lot. The power of the stars filled the world of the 19th level, and the power of the stars filled every corner of the world. The Golden Princess and Mei Mao were stunned by the strange star vision. Then they felt an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation behind them. They quickly turned around and saw the starlight condensing on Yun Nuoxing's body. The colorful eyes of the star region shocked them. Star technique. The gray-clothed youth saw his actions and was a little surprised. He glanced at the star sculpture without leaving a trace, and then smiled faintly. You're using your ultimate move, right, from the start? Preemptive strike? Yun Nuoxing glanced at him and didn't say a word. He was fully focused on controlling the overflowing power of the stars. He didn't have too much energy to distract him. At this time, he was using all his strength to control the power of the soul floating in the star field. He was mobilizing the stars in the sky. Those were the stars that were attracted by the art of stars. The art of stars really had the miraculous effect of changing heaven and earth. The star power that pervaded his body was so dense that it created a gentle energy breeze, causing Yun Nuoxing's body to slowly float a foot off the ground. His 6 wings were dyed with the color of the star region, and they stretched out behind him. Countless stars fell on his body. The golden princess sighed, speechlessly when she saw him attacking without saying a word. Mei Mao, the empress, and Lixin and Lei Lang looked at each other. Then she walked lightly to Lin Sheng and the other side and wrapped them in an energy shield. The latter also took action to protect Xian and the 9 deities' temple's experts. In the future, when you see this guy concentrating fully, don't care about anything. Run as far as you can. Otherwise, you'll get yourself involved. The golden princess looked at Lin Sheng and the others, who were staring at her without blinking, and said softly. Lin Sheng and the others, who were watching attentively with surging emotions, were startled. They looked at the golden princess and wanted to ask why, but they swallowed their words in the next second. They also saw the terrifying energy storm sweeping around Yun Nuoxing. Lin Sheng stared at the star storm, dumbfounded. He couldn't help but be speechless. He didn't know what kind of mystic art Yun Nuoxing was using. The only thing he knew was that this mystic art must be very powerful. It had just been used, and there was already such a terrifying movement. Open! Yun Nuoxing's eyes were fixed on the oracle crystal pillar. She suddenly raised her right hand and shouted softly. Then everyone saw that on the plane where the oracle crystal pillar was, a formation covering a radius of 10,000 miles suddenly appeared. The formation showed the most mysterious star domain colors. The heart of the formation was hidden in the ground under the oracle crystal pillar. When the formation appeared, the starlight in the sky seemed to be attracted. Rays of starlight that scattered across the entire world gathered and slowly condensed on the huge formation. Thousands of rays of starlight drowned the place, forming a sea of light. The experts of this world had already noticed the disturbance when the star field had suddenly appeared. Now that they sensed the terrifying energy that had condensed, they all fled into the distance as if their lives depended on it. They were afraid of being affected by the energy. There was a faint light flickering between her eyebrows. Mysterious runes disappeared one after another. Yun Nuoxing's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. Rays of starlight flashed in front of her. She suddenly stretched out her hands and waved them in front of her. Boom! As she waved her 2 slender arms quickly, a dull and heavy sound came from the sky. Yun Nuoxing's windbreaker flapped loudly in the wind from the star domain. The energy around her body condensed slightly. Then, as if a black hole had exploded, countless rays of energy collapsed towards her. A terrifying suction force exploded from Yun Nuoxing's body. In her right hand, she held a black dot of light that was only the size of a baby's fist. The suction force that collapsed gravity had exploded from that black dot. Endless energy surged into the black dot like a tide. The star domain in the sky also became brighter and brighter at this moment. The entire star domain flickered together and resonated with the huge star domain below. Stars fall. When the endless starlight gathered to an extreme point, the black dot of light in Yun Nuoxing's hand also shrunk with a bang. This caused her to take a deep breath. Then, a soft shout that carried the aura of the star domain suddenly rang out. As the soft shout sounded, everyone was shocked. They could not help but feel their hearts palpitate. They suddenly raised their heads. The boundless star domain had also shrunk along with the black dot of light. Rumble, a trembling sound that sounded like the world was shaking, came from beyond the sky and penetrated through countless spaces. The star domain shook violently at this moment. The power that it emitted seemed to be guiding the starlight to descend. Amidst the rumbling sound that shook the air, the terrifying power caused everyone on the 19th level to raise their heads in a daze. They looked at the star domain with fear and trepidation. There was an aura of annihilation coming with a loud bang. It was as if a primordial giant beast was rushing towards this place while stepping on the star domain. The trembling sound came from afar. In just an instant, the trembling area slowly spread out. It felt as if the source of the tremor was rapidly expanding and spreading to this place. In just a few breaths' time, an extremely brilliant starlight pillar descended from the sky. It was like a condensed star domain. In just a few breaths' time, it had penetrated the endless distance and descended on this area. This brilliant scene became an eternal brilliance in the eyes of countless people. Chapter 691. In the brilliant and eternal star field, countless rays of starlight condensed. Billions of rays of starlight condensed together, causing the entire star field to be drowned in a sea of light. The condensed, endless light seemed to be pulled by something at a certain moment. It slowly wriggled, nurturing an extremely powerful force. Even the surrounding space was distorted due to the appearance of this force. Countless void cracks appeared in the space due to the shock. As the violent starlight brewed, that extremely violent ball of starlight suddenly exploded. Following that, with a speed that far surpassed the speed of light, bringing along a power that could destroy the world, it rushed towards a world in the distant star field. Along the way, it annihilated countless stars and space. In just an instant, it descended from the depths of that star field, directly bombarding the ground of that world. Hong Long. The distant starlight poured down on the oracle crystal pillar, drowning it. That extremely violent star energy seemed to be mixed with the weight of billions of stars. It heavily bombarded the ground, causing the ground to collapse. With the star field pillar as the center, the ground caved in. Many mountain ranges were sent flying. The green land within a radius of millions of kilometers was shaken into a barren wasteland. Billowing smoke and dust filled the air. A terrifying energy shockwave turned into an energy storm that swept across the entire world. Those experts who were thousands of kilometers away and flying in midair were sent flying by the shockwave. They spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Their figures disappeared into the horizon like meteors. When those experts in the distance saw this, they panicked and rushed further away. They were afraid that the energy shockwave would hit them. Queen Jean and the others looked at that enormous starlight pillar with a solemn expression. From that starlight pillar, they could feel a dense threat. This energy had already reached the strength of a late-stage god emperor. Even if they were drawn in, they could not guarantee that they could come out unscathed. When Lin Sheng and the others saw this starlight pillar, their hearts felt numb. From the beginning, their understanding of Yun Nuoxing was constantly refreshed. The more they explored, the more they felt that there was no end to the latter's power. Yun Nuoshing looked solemnly at the huge starlight pillar that was like a beacon of the astral world. He frowned slightly. The starlight pillar covered the oracle crystal pillar so that he could not see what was going on inside. Although he had used all his strength, he did not think that he would be able to shatter the array spirit and the oracle crystal pillar. After all, the latter was a god-level expert. The gap between him and this level was an insurmountable gap. It was like looking up at the stars in the night sky, seeing the starlight but unable to touch it. Light flashed in Yun Nuoshing's eyes. He looked at the black hole in his right palm and gritted his teeth. The star energy that had not calmed down started to riot again. The stars that were circling around his body started to spin crazily. Billowing star energy gushed out from his body and poured into the black hole. When the black hole received such a vast amount of energy, it shuddered slightly. Then, an even stronger suction force burst out from it. That suction force caused the space to distort. All the energy in the world was sucked into it. Then, the enormous starlight pillar started to expand slowly under the gaze of countless people. It expanded from a size of 10,000 miles. When the starlight pillar expanded, those experts who were hoping for a fluke turned pale. They could not care less about what was happening. This time, they really did not care about their lives and fled into the distance. Looking at the starlight pillar that seemed to penetrate the earth, the gray-robed youth could not help but whistle. He pressed down his gray robe that was being blown by the wind. Then he looked at Yun Nuoshing, who was crazily exerting his power. He smiled and said, "Don't you plan to use the divine weapon? This level of attack can't do anything to him." Bang! It was unknown whether it was because his power had reached its limit first or because his state of mind was affected by this sarcastic remark. The black hole on Yun Nuoshing's palm suddenly disappeared. The terrifying starlight pillar also disappeared with a bang. Along with it, the boundless star region disappeared. His colorful long hair turned deathly white in an instant, and Yun Nuoshing's face also became as pale as paper. His body powerlessly knelt on the ground, and sweat poured down his forehead like rain. Before he could stretch out his hand to support himself on the ground, a fragrant wind blew in front of him, and a dark purple figure appeared in front of him like the wind. 2 lotus arms stretched out and supported his weak body. The golden princess walked leisurely to Yun Nuoshing's side. When she saw him gasping for breath, she sighed in annoyance. Mei Mao lifted her head and looked at the sky in the distance. The smoke and dust had completely covered the distance. However, above the smoke and dust, there was a colorful crystal pillar. It was the oracle crystal pillar. With a wave of her sleeve, she swept away the smoke and dust in the sky. The golden princess stared seriously at the oracle crystal pillar that was gradually appearing. As the starlight pillar dissipated, many people fearlessly approached the oracle crystal pillar. They also watched as the crystal pillar gradually appeared in the smoke and dust. Hiss, however, before they could see what had happened to the oracle crystal pillar, some people saw the ground that had been blasted into an abyss. They immediately gasped. The ground within the range of the starlight pillar had melted. At this moment, only a gigantic abyss was left in everyone's sight. Compared to the ground that had turned into an abyss, the crystal pillar plain was unscathed. Other than the fact that the ground had become barren and was no longer green, the gigantic oracle crystal pillar was still standing in the center. There was not a single scratch on it. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that the oracle crystal pillar was not as bright as before. The colorful energy had unintentionally dissipated. Even the situation inside the oracle crystal pillar could be easily seen. That is, there is a creature in the oracle crystal pillar. It's alive. That aura, was it the one that attracted the starlight pillar, or did someone want to destroy it? In the dim oracle crystal pillar, the gigantic figure of the array spirit appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Suddenly, countless voices of shock rang out in the world of the 19th level. In particular, some people felt that the aura of the array spirit seemed to contain their own aura. That feeling of shock was raised to the extreme. Those present were all God experts. Their eyesight was not comparable to that of ordinary people. At this moment, they could naturally guess some clues. Their faces turned ugly. They originally thought that seeing the oracle crystal pillar was a great opportunity for them. However, at this moment, they realized that they were just food for the array spirit. Crack. When everyone came to their senses, a loud cracking sound came from the oracle crystal pillar. The crisp sound was extremely subtle, but it was transmitted to the ears of everyone in this world. Countless people's expressions froze. Yun Nuwashing, who had just sat down to adjust her breathing, suddenly raised her head. Countless eyes looked at the oracle crystal pillar. The bright colors on the oracle crystal pillar gradually dimmed, causing the dusky sky to become even murkier. In just a few breaths of time, it was completely dark. Following the crisp, cracking sound, a huge white crack suddenly appeared on the dimmed oracle crystal pillar. It went from top to bottom and penetrated the entire oracle crystal pillar. After the crack appeared, the surface of the huge oracle crystal pillar was also densely covered with white cracks. In just a moment, the entire oracle crystal pillar was covered with cracks. Then, with a loud cracking sound, the oracle crystal pillar exploded into countless fragments. The huge crystal fragments flew in all directions. A huge, curled-up orange-gold figure mixed in the crystal fragments fell down, smashing the oracle crystal pillar on the plain into pieces. In the midst of the smoke and dust, a figure that was 100,000 feet tall slowly stood up in the smoke. The huge creature that appeared had a body similar to that of a human, but its hands and feet had sharp claws with 5 spikes. On its huge head, there was a mysterious white mark that exuded extremely powerful energy fluctuations. Its eyes were bright orange gold, and there were no eyeballs or sclera. This array spirit was like a humanoid elemental creature. Roar! The array spirit roared at the sky. The long roar was like the roar of a beast and the voice of a human. It turned into a shockwave that rapidly spread in all directions. The terrifying energy pressure caused the expressions of countless people in the 19th level to change drastically. Those who were still fighting in the palace hurriedly stopped what they were doing. They looked at the huge array spirit that had furiously roared with bewilderment. Ding! An equally loud zither sound came from the distant horizon, causing the chaotic world to immediately calm down. Even the array spirit that was furiously roaring lowered its head in a daze. Its huge eyes looked into the distance, and its gaze penetrated through countless distances. It immediately saw a young girl on a black stone platform that exuded a faint starlight. A 6-foot-long silver-blue zither floated in front of her. The power that radiated from the zither caused its huge eyes to shrink. Clearly, it had also sensed the threat of the swirling zither. Roar! However, when the array spirit saw the gray-clothed youth beside her, its furious roar once again resounded through the clouds. Its golden eyes locked onto the black stone platform. It lifted its huge feet and slowly landed. With a single step, it crossed the crystal pillar plains and landed on the surrounding abyss. It landed in the air and seemed to be slowly walking in that direction. Yun Nuwashing watched as the array spirit lifted its feet and walked towards them. She glanced at the gray-clothed youth beside her with some surprise. The latter also lowered his head and looked at her. He smiled and said, "He sees me as a thorn in his side and wants to get rid of me." "I know." Yun Nuoshing nodded indifferently. She then took a light breath and put the swirling zither away. She seized the time to recover her strength. She then lifted her head to look at the Jean Queen and asked hesitantly, "Sister Jean, can you send Lin Sheng and the others out?" When the Jean Queen heard this, she shook her head and said, "The transmission door of the earring is unidirectional. It has the power to break through the shielding of a divine array. However, if no one summons us from the outside, we can't do anything." Yun Nuoshing's face turned slightly ugly. However, this answer was within his expectations. He lifted his head and looked at Lin Sheng and the others. Then he sighed and shook his head. His mind was now filled with the word power. The latter and the others were obviously of no use. Lin Sheng, Ding Mingyu, and the others seemed to understand why he sighed. They could not help but laugh bitterly. It was not that they did not want to help. If it was an expert at the divine, venerable level, they might be able to think of something. However, this array spirit was a terrifying creature at the post-god level. Even if it had the word quasi-god level, it was still a post-god level expert. Hundreds of millions of demon-level experts like them would not be enough to deal with it. Yun Nuoshing knew that they could not help, so he did not make things difficult for them. Countless ideas appeared in his mind. He even lifted his head to look at the swirling zither, but he rejected them. The swirling zither only had 3 chances to be used. He had already used the power of the divine persona of the god of rhythm, which had the sound of strings. He was reluctant to use the remaining 2 chances here. However, if there was no other way in the end, he could only tear the seal and play a good song for the array spirit. The array spirit was forcefully disturbed and appeared. Its power is probably not as terrifying as a quasi-god level expert. Now, the only way left. Chapter 692. The 100,000 feet tall orange gold giant slowly collapsed in the forest. Step by step, the earth shook violently, leaving huge footprints on the ground. Along the way, the palaces that it passed were smashed into pieces. Roar! An earth-shattering roar sounded from its mouth. Among the smashed palaces, there were still experts who had not managed to escape in time. When they saw the huge monster that suddenly appeared in front of them, they trembled in fear. The pressure that was like the pressure of heaven and earth made them unable to move. The array spirit slowly lowered its huge head and looked at the experts in the palace below. It opened its ferocious mouth and roared. Its mountain-like arms slowly stretched out, and its sharp claws clenched into fists. Suddenly, it punched the ground. Dong! A muffled sound rang out as if the sky and earth had collapsed. The group of experts who had been fighting in the palace earlier were blown to smithereens by this punch. Those who were a little further away also spat out a large mouthful of blood and were sent flying backwards. They collided with the walls of the hall, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Huge cracks appeared on the ground, spreading out like a spider web. The earth shook violently, and the terrifying power could be felt even thousands of miles away. Many frightened eyes looked at the huge orange-gold array spirit that stood between heaven and earth in the distance. The earth-shattering roar made everyone's heart tremble. What is that thing? I have never heard of such a terrifying thing on the 19th floor. Chaotic voices resounded throughout the 19th floor. Those god experts, who were usually high and mighty, had lost their composure at this moment, especially when they felt that this heaven and earth was an independent world that had sealed off all the space leading to the outside world. They felt even more despair. In the blasted main hall, there was a group of people. All of them were wearing white clothes embroidered with all kinds of ghosts. It was a dazzling sight. They were the people from the Xianin sect. However, their numbers were less than half of the people who had just entered. Under the collapsed main hall, there was still a group of white-clothed figures. They seemed to have been smashed into pieces by the array spirit's punch. "Elder Hun, put me down and take everyone away. I'm already in this state. I'll just be a burden." At the very front, the middle-aged man in black carried a white-clothed figure on his back. It seemed to be the junior sect master of the Xianin sect. At this moment, the latter had already woken up. However, when he saw the huge orange-gold array spirit in front of him, he did not even have time to rejoice that he was still alive. He immediately let out a bitter laugh. "Young master." When Old Hun and the other white-robed figures behind him heard these miserable words, they immediately began to howl. The Xianin sect's young master took a deep breath and raised his head. His blood-red eyes stared fiercely at the hesitant subordinates. Mobilizing the last bit of strength in his body, he roared, "Go! Stay here and wait for death." After he finished speaking, he fiercely struggled, wanting to break free from the black-clothed middle-aged man's back. However, although the latter's brows were tightly furrowed, the arm that clamped the former's legs tightened, not allowing him to move at all. "Roar!" The array spirit's huge eyes noticed this group of weak life forms in the corner of its sight. It slowly opened its mouth and roared. An invisible shockwave was like an attack that could split the heavens and earth apart. Even the space itself began to crumble inch by inch. The huge black empty space was like an abyss of despair, causing the group of people from the Xianin sect to widen their eyes in despair. "Protect the young master." A voice that came from an unknown place caused the people from the Xianin sect to suddenly wake up. Their bodies trembled, and a ferocious look surged into their eyes. They cried out in unison and charged into the sky without any fear of death. The energy within their bodies began to go berserk. "All of you." The junior sect master's expression changed drastically. Before he could say anything, Elder Hun also let out a low cry. He carried the junior sect master and quickly rushed out of the hall. Boom! Dozens of terrifying explosions came from behind, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. The power of dozens of beginner gods' self-destruction could not be underestimated. A vast energy storm swept out. For a moment, even the roaring attack that could split the heavens and earth paused. Then it changed direction and blasted into the ground of the hall, creating a huge hole in the ground and space. "You are the next sect master of the Xianin sect. How can you die just like that?" When Elder Hun heard the energy explosion behind him, his heart trembled violently. However, he clenched his teeth and did not turn around to look. Those were his subordinates who had followed him for countless years. Now, the junior sect master of the Xianin sect turned his head and stared fiercely at the giant that stood between the heavens and earth. His eyes were blood red, and a low roar came from his throat. Everything that had happened today was too humiliating. Whether it was Yun Nuashing or here, he did not have any thoughts. His brain no longer worked. He could not touch the high and mighty existence that he wanted to pull down. Perhaps he would never be able to shake it. The same was true for the array spirit. Roar! The mighty roar of the array spirit reverberated throughout the world of the 19th level. Suddenly, a huge array slowly appeared on the barren land. It appeared dim on the ground, but in a moment it became solid. The array that appeared slowly started to rotate. As the array rotated, the elemental power between the heavens and the earth suddenly became violent. The experts in every corner of the 19th level looked at the array that had suddenly appeared in astonishment. Their pupils shrank slightly. The condensed elemental power and the elemental power of the heavens and the earth condensed into the shape of huge demonic beasts in the array. There were also figures of various races. Those were the elemental creatures that were condensed from the pure elemental power. Colorful lights flashed between the heavens and the earth. Those elemental creatures stared at the experts with their blood-red eyes and roared. Terrifying auras filled the world of the 19th level like hurricanes. Many god experts felt that these auras were on par with them, and some were even stronger than them. They widened their eyes in astonishment. However, they did not have time to think too much because after these elemental creatures appeared, they swarmed towards them ferociously. Those god experts were almost instantly surrounded and annihilated. Hence, cries of murder and screams resounded throughout the 19th level. On the stone platform, Yun Nuoshing and the others also saw the elemental creatures that had appeared in the surrounding open space. The elemental storm had condensed into a ball, merged together, and pressed towards them, causing the expressions of Lin Sheng and the others to become extremely grave. However, before they could do anything, a large golden energy hand slammed down like a giant hand that could hold up the sky. Before the large golden hand touched the ground, the energy wind was the first to emerge, destroying all the elemental creatures in the Black Basin. The ground was crushed a few 100 feet deep. Boom! After a while, the huge golden energy hand landed on the ground, sinking the Black Basin by a few 100 feet. An imprint of unknown depth was imprinted on the ground, causing the ground to tremble violently. Countless cracks that were hundreds of feet wide spread into the distance. Lin Sheng and the others looked in horror at the Black Basin that had disappeared all of a sudden. They turned their heads speechlessly and looked at the Golden Queen, who was clapping her hands lightly. They could not help but mutter in their hearts, "This is the power of a high-level god." Swoosh! However, not long after the Black Basin had sunk, numerous glowing figures appeared in the air and on the ground. Moreover, their numbers were many times greater than before. The energy that was emitted caused Lin Sheng and the rest to tremble uncontrollably. The Golden Queen frowned slightly. No matter how many low-level and mid-level gods came, she could kill them all. This kind of attack was meaningless. However, she also knew that this was the array spirit's method. If the array that encompassed the entire maze was not broken, this kind of attack would not stop. Just as she frowned and raised her hand, Yun Nuoshing reached out and held her hand. She shook her head at her and said, "Sister, I need you to do me a favor." The Golden Queen was stunned for a moment. She did not withdraw her hand and nodded. Mei Mao looked inquisitive and asked, "What is it?" Yun Nuoshing smiled and looked at her hair that had regained most of its color. Then she looked at the Empress Lei Lang and the others and said softly, "Sister Lili, Sister and Brother Lei Lang, I need you to do me a favor." When the Empress and the others heard this, they nodded and walked to her side, quietly waiting for her to continue. Her colorful eyes turned slightly and looked at the array spirit that was approaching from the horizon. There were even loud sounds of battle. Perhaps because the array spirit was too big, it did not move very quickly. However, at this speed, it would not take too long even if it walked over. It could cross a mountain range with one step. I need everyone to stop it. Give me some time. Yun Nuoshing paused and smiled. Of course, it would be best if you could kill it directly. Then, I won't have to do anything. Hearing this, Queen Jean, the Water Empress, and the others smiled bitterly. That was a post-god level expert. Even with the help of the eternal weapons, they could only barely fend off the post-god level expert. It was impossible for them to kill him. Yun Nuoshing also knew what they were thinking. She smiled helplessly and did not say anything. She closed her eyes slightly, and with a thought, the colorful patterns on her body shone brightly. Then, weapons containing powerful energy appeared with loud roars. They were all 12th order eternal weapons, and any one of them was enough to shake the entire god world. However, there were more than a dozen of them floating in the air, and the energy they radiated was enough to cause the entire world to tremble. Even the void was cracking, and the barrier of time was trembling. The Golden Empress and the others knew what he meant. Without any hesitation, they picked one or two eternal weapons and nodded their heads. Lei Lang took two huge and heavy mountain-splitting axes and rubbed them in his hands. Then he grinned and leaped out. With a roar, he turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed toward the array spirit in the sky. Behind him, the Silver Snake Demon Emperor and the other two Demon Emperors also roared and soared into the sky. Their fighting spirit turned into an ocean that covered the entire world. The Golden Queen, Mei Mao, looked up and glanced at Yun Nuoshing. She rubbed his head and soared into the sky, without saying anything. Although she did not say anything, Yun Nuoshing could feel what she wanted to say and nodded gently. When you operate the glaze treasure mirror, stay calm and don't be too hasty. Control the flow of energy well. The Empress had guessed what was going to happen next. She reminded him in a gentle voice. Mei Mao looked at him again and nodded gently. Then she chased after the Golden Queen and the others. Just as the Empress left, the elemental creatures that were all over the sky roared. They seemed to feel that the group below was no longer a threat. Then they rushed down. A terrifying aura spread out, causing the expressions of Lin Sheng and the others to change drastically. However, before they could activate the power of the Divine Emperor, Yun Nuoshing stomped his foot gently. A huge magic array suddenly appeared. The black magic array disappeared into the void. Then, black gas spread out and formed huge black beasts in the sky. When their huge eyes saw the elemental creatures swarming toward them, they roared and soared into the sky. The army of black beasts and the army of elemental creatures collided fiercely. Black gas and elemental aura were thrown into the air. This magic array was obtained by Yun Nuoshing when he was cultivating the 6 paths of reincarnation technique. Although he was unable to fully activate the level 8 god-level magic array with his ability, it was enough for him to use it to this extent. A moment later, Yun Nuoshing raised his hand again. On his palm, a cluster of light gray flames with a hint of blue light appeared. He violently clenched his fist, and the cluster of gray flames disappeared. Subsequently, many silver-gray creatures slowly stood up from the ground. There were hundreds of thousands of densely packed figures. These figures all held long spears in their hands and wore armor. Dense death chi and yin chi were emitted from their bodies. The death chi that had gathered caused the entire area to darken. The special skill of the yin spirit flame summoned millions of yin soldiers. Yun Nuoshing smiled and muttered to himself. He then waved his hand. The yin soldiers roared and released a terrifying aura of death. They held their spears and soared into the sky, pouncing toward the two armies. Originally, the army of black beasts had the upper hand in the battle between the elemental army and the army of black beasts. Now, another army had barged in and caused the elemental army to collapse. Seeing that Yun Nuoshing had summoned 2 armies to surround the elemental creatures that were swarming toward them, Lin Sheng and the rest, as well as the experts from the 9 temples, were a little embarrassed. The power of one person was enough to be used as an army. Moreover, it was an army of gods. Chapter 693. In the sky and on the ground, 3 armies of different shapes and sizes were frantically slaughtering each other. Every time an elemental creature disappeared, more elemental creatures would rush in from behind. The black beasts and the army of ghost soldiers were not to be outdone. One by one, ghost soldiers and black beasts drilled out from the magic array, and the ground, flooding into the battlefield where countless strange creatures were being harvested. On the stone platform, Yun Nuoxing looked at the battlefield in the sky and on the ground. Then he looked into the distance and saw that the Matrix Spirit and the Golden Queen and the others had already started fighting. The energy fluctuations there could easily cause the sky to fall and the earth to crack. The void shattered, and even the time barrier was on the verge of collapse under the powerful impact. The evil spirit, I quietly stared at the area of powerful energy fluctuations. The Golden Queen and the others had a tacit understanding when they joined forces. The powerful energy resonating with the eternal weapons made the Matrix Spirit look serious. Its golden eyes contained a human-like rage and seriousness, and the aura that erupted from it was even more violent. However, the attacks of the Golden Queen and the others were not effective. With the help of the eternal weapons, no matter which part of the Matrix Spirit was cut off, it would quickly regenerate. Every time it regenerated, the Golden Queen and the others felt that the power of the Matrix Spirit seemed to be stronger, as if it was devouring their energy to complete itself. Yun Nuoxing also noticed this. His face became more and more serious, but he could not give any particularly good advice. For a moment, he was speechless. His eyes flickered for a while. Then Yun Nuoxing turned his head and looked at Lin Sheng and the others. Then he looked at Xian and the two little girls. The three girls were also looking at him calmly. In Mei Mao's eyes, there was some encouragement and determination which made his heart tremble slightly. Suddenly, there was a flash between his eyebrows. Yun Nuoxing was startled. As soon as he looked up, he saw a pink flame shoot out from between his eyebrows and land in front of him. It transformed into a beautiful woman in a red dress. Her delicate body was exquisite and full. That beautiful face was naturally appeared. She did not speak. She just stared at Yun Nuoxing with a pair of clear Mei Mao eyes. The latter blushed slightly, but he did not look away. When he looked into those glassy eyes, he could read countless emotions. It was as if she had engraved all the words in her heart in her eyes, so that he could see through her at a glance. There's nothing to hesitate about. Beside him, Little White had also transformed into its human form. It looked like a 12-year-old youth with a long blue spotted white tail behind it. Its blue tiger-like eyes were somewhat grave. However, there was more of a smile in them. The way it crossed its hands in front of its chest and spoke in an old-fashioned manner caused everyone to involuntarily laugh. Little Shi, Yun Nuoxing smiled. He turned around and looked at Yi Shi, who was sitting at the edge of the stone platform. When the latter heard his voice, she stood up and jogged to his side. She raised her delicate little face and looked at him with bright eyes. She smiled. Yun Nuoxing bent down and looked straight into her eyes. He smiled and pinched her little face with both hands. Then he rubbed her wine-red hair and said, "I'll leave everyone to you." "Yes, yes." Yi Shi nodded solemnly and waved her little fist. Then she smiled and pinched his pretty face. Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath and slowly stood up. He walked slowly to the edge of the stone platform. His heart was calm. His eyes, which were staring at the battlefield in the distance, did not waver. Protect. This word did not hold a high position in Yun Nuoxing's heart. People could only protect themselves. There was no one who could absolutely protect themselves. No one could protect him in order to prevent himself from getting hurt. He could only force himself to be strong. He pushed himself to do everything he could to become stronger, so strong that no one could hurt him. But at this moment, I also have people that I want to protect. I also have friends that I cherish. For this, I will not hesitate to sacrifice everything. Yin Nuoxing laughed self-deprecatingly. He raised his head and spread his hands. The Nether Void sword and Ling Hong's sword appeared in his hands. He gripped them tightly. With a thought, a few more weapons appeared. The ice spear, the array book, the lunar platform, and the 18,000-kilogram hammer. After they appeared, they turned into a ray of light and merged with the Ling Hong sword. Suddenly, there was a flash of light. Terrifying energy rolled and boiled in the silver-blue long needle. An extremely violent and terrifying energy slowly emerged. Without much hesitation, Yun Nuoxing slammed the divine swords in his hands together. Clang! The low sound of metal colliding rang out. Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath and clenched his hands tightly. The Nether Void sword also quickly merged with the white light. The ball of light that was condensed slowly moved like a thundercloud. The elemental energy that whizzed past it was compressed into a viscous paste. The chaotic elemental energy condensed and formed around Yun Nuoxing. Dazzling golden light elemental energy, flashing golden metal elemental energy, emerald green wood elemental energy, stirring lightning elemental energy like silver snakes, dark earth elemental energy slowly condensed around Yun Nuoxing's body. The squirming ball of light seemed as if something was about to break out of its cocoon. What is this? This thing that destroys the balance of the elements. Not far away, Lin Gong looked at the squirming ball of light in Yun Nuoxing's palm. He could not help but swallow his saliva and say in a trembling voice, Lin Sheng, and the rest shook their heads stiffly. Everything that happened today was beyond their expectations. At this moment, they could no longer understand any of Yun Nuoxing's actions. Under the attentive gazes of countless people, the long strip of light in Yun Nuoxing's hands slowly gathered together. After a short while, the strip of light suddenly burst open, and the 9 types of elements surrounding his body uniformly surged into the strip of light, following which a giant sword that was 10 meters long appeared in Yun Nuoxing's hands. The huge sword was dark gold in color. There were 2 crystal-like spikes at the front of the sword guard and sword body. It looked like a knight's spear. The entire sword body was covered in colorful divine runes that flowed rapidly. The tip of the sword was like a huge diamond-shaped gem. Terrifying energy overflowed from it, causing the surrounding space to crack open. The void collapsed, and a yellow time barrier appeared under everyone's shocked gazes. His face was calm and composed. The veins on Yun Nuoxing's body bulged like angry dragons. He quietly stared into the distance. The rank 2 Ling Hongjian could only fuse 4 weapons, but he had forced a 5th weapon into it. That terrifying energy immediately backfired on him. Yun Nuoxing softly muttered in his heart and took a deep breath. Although he did not receive a response, he could feel a powerful energy erupting from his body like a volcano. It caused his aura to soar without limit in just a few breaths. The surge of energy caused the backfire on him to gradually weaken. Yun Nuoxing's eyes seemed to be burning. In his body, a glassy energy rapidly shuttled through his meridians and circulated along a specific meridian. Then, it gushed out of his hands without reservation. Dong! The ancient and grand sound of a bell seemed to have come from the ancient mythological era. The grand sound of the bell continued to ring in the void and spread throughout the 19th level of the maze, causing everyone to be stunned. Even the elemental creatures were slightly stunned. Dong! The ancient sound caused everyone's heart to skip a beat. Empress Jean and the rest, as well as the array spirit, also trembled slightly. They turned their heads in astonishment and looked at the black stone platform at the edge of the sky. There, they saw Yun Nuoxing's right hand holding a huge sword that was 30 feet long. Colorful energy and countless colorful energy particles circled around his body, a strong annihilation, aura, that could not be dispersed, spread out like a wave. That energy had just begun to condense, but it had already caused their hearts to tremble. The 6 wings slowly expanded to 30 feet long. Yun Nuashing greedily took in all the energy he could sense. He quickly absorbed it into his body and poured it into the divine, soared like a waterfall. It was as if his body had turned into an energy transfer station of heaven and earth. All the energy that entered his body would be quickly absorbed by the divine sword. His slender hand slowly grabbed the soul-stabilizing bracelet. His long, colorful, and purple hair fluttered in the air like silk. Yun Nuashing lowered his head and looked at the soul-stabilizing bracelet. His colorful eyes were as calm as a deep pool. He crushed the bracelet. The energy that had been accumulating for an unknown number of days suddenly exploded at this moment. Dom! The divine inscriptions on the divine sword flickered at a high frequency as an immeasurable amount of energy surged into its body. However, it was like a bottomless pit. No matter how much energy flowed into it, it couldn't be filled. Instead, the light on its body became even more dazzling. The rainbow and glass colors intersected, illuminating the entire heaven region with their brilliant colors. Puff! Yun Nuashing's eyes hardened as he calmly lifted his left hand. When he saw the bloody wound that had burst open on his left arm, he indifferently inhaled a breath of air. He did not expect that even his special body could not withstand such a huge amount of energy. The huge divine sword slowly lowered. Yun Nuashing dripped golden red blood from his left hand onto the divine sword. Dom! Buzz! The vast sound of a bell seemed to spread throughout the entire world. After the divine sword absorbed his blood, it suddenly trembled. A strange phenomenon appeared from within. That grand scene covered the sky. Vaguely, it was as if the myriad gods in the heavens were descending. Countless divine spirits were kowtowing and praying. Countless demon gods were bowing their heads, and thousands of divine beasts were condescending. It was as if they were worshiping the only God in the world. The ancient sacrificial syllables pierced through time and suddenly resounded in the world. The source of all this was the divine sword that was crazily flashing with energy, or rather, the golden red blood that dripped into the divine sword was the bloodline of an ancient divine spirit. Countless people looked at this scene in astonishment. Their terrified gazes were cast towards the center of the phenomenon. It was as if a grand sacrificial ritual was being carried out there. Stars of the myriad Tao in the heavens, with my sincere prayer, with my blood, the supreme guidance of the heavens, please bestow upon the lowly me the sparks that illuminate the heavens, Yun Nuashing softly chanted. His and Ziya's voices echoed in unison. Following his silent chant, the dark sky suddenly changed. The star region that had disappeared appeared once again. However, this time there was no array that led to its descent. The vast and boundless starlight landed on Yun Nuashing's body. Another star image appeared in the phenomenon around him. It was as if he had seen the formation of the star region in ancient times. Thousands of stars seemed to have him as the center. Countless bright starlight poured down from the sky. Roar, roar, roar. After the phenomenon in the heavens appeared, the array spirit suddenly roared at the sky. The eyes of the elemental creatures that filled every corner of the world flickered as if they had received an order. They all turned their gazes and rushed towards the center of the phenomenon. Don't let them pass. Stop them. Although those god masters did not understand what was going on over there, they could guess a little from the reaction of the array spirit. Immediately, they roared, and countless figures rushed out, blocking all the elemental creatures in a flash. Roar! A bright moon appeared in the sky, and White E's body flickered with brilliant white light. It let out a tiger's roar, and its skinny body slowly grew in size under everyone's gazes. In just a moment, it had turned into a huge white tiger that was thousands of feet tall. Blue stripes covered its entire body, making it look incomparably majestic. When the moonlight descended, it caused the violent world to calm down for a moment. Old friends from afar, I grant you the courage and strength to challenge everything. Whitey roared at the sky. A strange power bloomed from the pattern between his eyebrows. The bright moon shone in the sky. The moonlight fell and shone on Yun Nuashing, the Golden Queen, and the others. It made them feel that their strength had been increased by countless times. Even the uneasiness in their hearts had been eliminated. Not only did the broad moonlight fall on the few of them, but even all the gods in the world of the 19th level could feel the supreme energy. It was like a huge amplification domain, which made their minds firm and gave them the courage to be fearless. The blessing of the four mythical beasts. The Golden Queen raised her head and looked at the huge bright moon. Then she looked at the moonlight that enveloped her body. She took a deep breath. Her golden hair danced wildly. In her bright eyes, there was a burning desire to fight. Ha ha ha! Old wolf, I think I can eat a deity. Thunderwolf roared crazily. His body emitted millions of lightning. The sea of lightning was dazzling, drowning the sky and the stars in the heavens. Violent thunderbolts exploded on the array spirit's body with the mountain-splitting axe, causing golden scars. That is White Tiger, one of the four mythical beasts. White Tiger. Why would the four mythical beasts appear here? While they were not afraid to fight, countless people turned their eyes in shock. They looked at the huge blue and white tiger and the moonlight. Their pupils shrank. Lin Sheng's heart had been numb for a long time. However, when he saw such a legendary existence, his heart could not help but beat violently. He trembled as he turned his gaze. As expected, he saw Ding Mingyu and Chuan Mu. Their faces were numb. They did not know how to describe their feelings. Chuan Mu said lightly, "Hey, why don't we sit down and cultivate?" Ding Mingyu and the others were speechless. Screech! The crisp cry of a phoenix broke everyone's train of thought. Beside the huge white tiger, a brilliant red figure slowly appeared. It spread open its wings, which had a lava-like luster. Its incomparably beautiful phoenix wings and tail fluttered in the wind. Rays of reddish gold light descended from the sky, as if the sun had suddenly appeared after a rainstorm, as if the heavens and earth had just opened. Come, the light of hope. Feng raised her head, clasped her hands together, and murmured a chant. The sky and the earth had just opened. Beams of golden light shot down from the sky, illuminating the whole world. The blazing light was like the scorching sun, but when it fell on the body, it didn't feel hot at all. Instead, it felt warm. A small flame was ignited in the bottom of her heart, as if it was the flame of hope. It's a phoenix this time. A phoenix. A phoenix. A phoenix. Brother, did you see that? 2 of the 4 mythical beasts of the ancient world have appeared. Ha ha ha. This trip is worth it. The sunlight and moonlight illuminated the 19th floor, causing all the experts on the 19th floor to laugh heartily. They were indescribably excited, as if they had taken drugs. Their fighting spirit soared like wild grass. With the blessing of these 2 divine beasts, even a divine sun expert who was about to die was able to send a God King level elemental creature, flying with a slap. It was as if every inch of his flesh and blood had inexhaustible power. The moonlight and sunlight were the densest on Yun Nuashing's side. However, even with the blessing of the 2 mythical beasts, His body was still covered with wounds. The endless energy caused cracks to appear on his body. Golden red blood flowed out and dyed him red. Blood kept flowing out from his eyes, ears, and mouth. However, despite the pain, Yun Nuoshing's face did not show any emotion. He calmly looked at the array spirit in the sky. In his heart, there was also a golden flame burning. The divine runes on his body were all ignited. At this time, there was only an indomitable will in his mind. It was a will that dared to give up his life just to launch the strongest attack. The huge phoenix hovering in the sky and Feng, on the stone platform below, both turned their bright eyes and looked at the place covered by the sea of light. There was an indelible longing and a trace of love in their bright eyes. Feng walked with light steps. Her rosy little mouth let out a phoenix sound. It was like the most perfect music in the world, intoxicating those who heard it. She softly chanted the syllables and slowly walked to Yun Nuoshing's side. Mei Mao glanced at him, seeing his miserable appearance. Her eyes were filled with heartache. Her jade-like hand actually reached out and grabbed his slender hand that was holding the sword. When Yun Nuoshing, who was concentrating with all his might, felt the back of his hand being covered by a warm little hand, he couldn't help but stiffly turn his gaze. The dried blood scab on his neck was torn apart, and in his fearless eyes there was some surprise as he looked at Feng Er. He smiled softly and opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but found that his vocal cords had already been burned by the backlash of his own flames, and he couldn't even speak. Feng Er also returned a smile. She held his hand with one hand and the sword hilt with the other. The power that was surging like a tide that could destroy the balance of everything made her frown slightly. She raised her head and saw that Yun Nuoshing was just calmly looking at her and did not stop her. Her smile became even more joyful. She endured the pain. Then, her phoenix-like eyes slightly focused. She looked at the other side of Yun Nuoshing with some surprise. There, a dark purple figure slowly walked over. Just like her, she was holding Yun Nuoshing's hand and sword hilt with both hands. Her beautiful face was immediately covered by a pale white color. When Ziyan saw Feng Er looking at her, she smiled sweetly. A huge magic array appeared behind her, and the energy of the 5 elements gathered together. It was the 5 elements celestial array. When the elements were extremely condensed and chaotic, Ziyan had actually evolved the 5 elements celestial array to a perfect level. The sudden appearance of 2 more people to bear the backlash of the divine sword made Yun Nuoshing feel a little more relaxed. However, the tearing feeling that came from all over his body did not lessen by much. His eyes reflected the stars again. The stars around him expanded slightly and enveloped the 3 of them. Perhaps because he shared the backlash of the divine sword, Yun Nuoshing could clearly feel the existence of Ziyan and Feng. It was as if the consciousness of the 3 of them was one. He couldn't help but mutter in his soul, "What 2 idiots!" That voice directly sounded in the minds of the 2 women. They were slightly startled. Then they chuckled and replied together, "Because we also want to share some of your burden. We also want to protect Little Star." Yun Nuoshing smiled faintly. His heart began to beat rapidly. One of the few chains that could not be seen suddenly broke at this moment. 2 faint imprints quietly landed in front of his heart, as if they wanted to bypass the encirclement of the heavy chains and land on his heart. Stars, 10,000 stars descend. Color glass condense. Soul burning art, 36 times burn. 9 elements godly art, 9 elements converge. Several voices rang out in his head. The berserk energy became even more frenzied at that moment. It endlessly surged towards the divine swords held in the 6 hands. Feng Er and Zi Yen also poured all of their energy into the divine swords at that moment without holding back. On the dark golden divine sword, colorful divine patterns grew crazily and filled the entire divine sword. The divine sword, which had condensed countless energies, was now emitting a high-pitched and excited sound. Chapter 694. A sharp sword chime resounded through the sky. The void collapsed, and the barrier of time trembled wherever the tip of the sword pointed. The divine sword, which had condensed countless energies, turned colorful. Waves of terrifying energy spread out in all directions like shock waves. Before the power exploded, the overflowing energy had already caused the surrounding mountains to collapse and huge cracks to appear on the ground. It was as if a gust of wind had swept up sand and pebbles. The tiny pebbles even broke free from the gravitational pull of gravity and floated in the air, trembling constantly. When the experts of the 9 divine temples heard Yun Nuoxing's elemental gathering cry, they looked at each other in dismay. Then a look of understanding appeared in their eyes. They all sat down on the ground and formed seals. Then waves of terrifying elemental energy rushed out from their bodies. These elemental energies were the purest elemental energies. They had cut off the connection between themselves and the elemental energies, almost turning into the original elemental energies in the world. When these 8 huge elemental energies surged out, they did not stop at all. They condensed into 8 huge elemental rivers in the sky and rushed toward Yun Nuoxing, pouring into his body without any reservation. Yun Nuoxing was slightly taken aback when he received the support of such a powerful force. He could not help but turn his head. Then he saw many experts of the 9 divine temples sitting on the ground, looking at him with respect and determination in their eyes. He was slightly taken aback. Most of these experts of the 9 divine temples were gods, undergods, and gods. This kind of power was usually enough to guard an area. However, at this moment, it was not enough. However, when they all cultivated a single element, and there were hundreds of them, the power would fuse and amplify. In particular, when Yun Nuoxing controlled this power, the power would be amplified countless times. Yun Nuoxing nodded with a smile. His lips moved slightly, and he mouthed, "Thank you." Then he turned his head and looked at the huge dark golden sword in his hand. He concentrated on controlling the boundless power and condensed it on the divine sword through the glaze treasure mirror. Turning his head, he saw that Ziyan and Feng'er's eyebrows were tightly knitted together. Their teeth were tightly biting their red lips, and sweat unceasingly appeared on their bright and clean foreheads. That backlash was also very difficult for them to endure, but they stubbornly endured it. With a move of his mind, a golden array slowly descended from the void and landed at the feet of Yun Nuoxing and the other 2. Suddenly, the frown on their pretty faces eased a little. They lifted Mei Mao and looked at him with a smile. The appearance of the 9th heaven soul-concealing array had suppressed the backlash on their bodies by a lot. Yun Nuoxing smiled gently. He turned his head, and his soul power was magnified infinitely, allowing him to see the entire situation in the world of the 19th level. The army of gods, which was originally lacking in both quantity and quality, had now received the blessings of the 2 mythical beasts. Their momentum had soared like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. For a moment, they were on equal footing. Those elemental creatures were endless, and the army of gods seemed to have inexhaustible strength. He frowned slightly when he saw the elemental creatures flying in the direction of Empress Jean, and the rest, he couldn't help but have a thought. Then the black beasts and the army of ghosts that were guarding their original positions roared and split off. They rushed out of the black basin and radiated towards the entire 19th level, resisting those powerful elemental creatures. However, the other battlefields were trivial. The most important one was the battlefield in the distant horizon. That was the battlefield that would decide the fate of everyone here. Once Empress Jean and the rest failed to buy enough time, the Array spirit would rush to the side of Yun Nuoxing and the rest. This battle would be over, and everyone would be buried in the 19th level without exception. Even if Empress Jean and the rest managed to buy enough time, Yun Nuoxing wouldn't be able to kill the Array spirit in one blow. Then, they might still be buried in this world. At this moment, in the most important battlefield, Empress Jean and the Golden Empress were working together. Terrifying energy was injected into the weapons in their hands, and powerful Xian skills were thrown everywhere as if they didn't cost anything. The battle was earth-shattering. Bang, bang, bang. The energy storm that erupted in the sky swept out like the most dazzling fireworks. However, under the dazzling colors, there was enough energy to destroy the heavens and the earth. Even if an emperor of the underworld were to be sucked into it, he would only end up dying. Roar! An earth-shattering roar came from the sky. Countless energy exploded, and the space collapsed inch by inch. 8 figures stepped on the void and retreated. Empress Jean and the rest of the ladies fought until their hair was disheveled. Their hair danced wildly in the wind, and they looked like Valkyries on the battlefield. They looked a little battered, but they were filled with a wild beauty. The robes of Lei Lang and the rest were torn. From the looks of it, the 8 of them didn't have much of an advantage over the Array spirit. Roar, 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 roar. Violent roars came from the sky. The sound waves caused Empress Jean and the rest to cover their ears. The sky suddenly cracked open. Then, in the sky, the Array spirit cupped his hands into fists. The huge fist, which was thousands of feet long, broke through the air with terrifying energy. In a flash, it appeared above Empress Jean and the rest, and the fist came down on them. Oh no! The speed of the huge orange-gold fist was terrifying. Before anyone could recover from the shock of the roar, it pressed down on them like a mountain and slapped the 8 of them violently. Finally, with a few loud bangs, they slammed into the ground like cannonballs, and the ground caved in a little. Boom! On the ground, the earth cracked, and a huge golden energy shield propped up half the sky. Empress Jean was holding a golden jade bottle in her hand. That bottle was the golden bottle of the Golden Temple. At the critical moment, she hurriedly raised the golden shield to resist the impact. Lei Lang and the rest roared and rushed to the sky. Empress Jean also put the golden bottle aside, waved her hand, and took the huge scythe that was shining with golden light. Her delicate body rushed out again, and finally floated in the air with the rest. Her face was a little solemn. She was indeed a god-level expert. The 8 of them had more than 10 eternal divine weapons, but it was still difficult to resist. The Empress ran her fingers through her messy hair and looked back. In the distant sky, a huge strange phenomenon was roaring in the sky. The terrifying energy storm had completely drowned the place. She could not see the human figure in it. She could only watch with a pair of mouths solemnly as the energy was constantly brewing. It was like a ferocious beast. Little brother is working very hard. We can't fall behind. The Empress took a light breath and smiled. She could feel that the glaze treasure mirror was condensing energy to its limit. Hearing her words, the Golden Empress and the other 6 also turned their heads to look at that direction. Seeing the incomparably violent energy there, they were somewhat gratified. They looked at each other and then took a deep breath. Although they were in a very difficult situation under the means of the Array spirit, fortunately, they were not injured. Moreover, their task was only to stop it. The little fellow behind, who had transformed his body into the world and accepted the world as his own, was risking his life to condense a power that did not belong to his level. No matter what, they had to hold up a safe world for him. Fight. Hold on. This thought flashed through everyone's mind, and their faces gradually became solemn. The 8 of them floated in front of the array spirit, their originally vast aura soared wildly with the help of the eternal divine weapons. Gold condensation. The Empress Jean shouted, and a strange syllable came out of her mouth. The gold element in heaven and earth surged towards her like a tide. Her charming body was dyed with a golden color at this moment, as if she was made of gold. This is the gold god body of the elemental body. In the distance, Yun Nuoshing looked at the Empress Jin's transformation and was slightly stunned. His eyes flickered for a moment. He also tried to cultivate the elemental body, but his 9 elements divine technique was not proficient enough. He could not fully display the elemental body, and did not know that the elemental body could be displayed separately. In his soul sense, the gold element in the battlefield was no longer under his control. It surged into the Empress Jin's body like a tide. In that area, she was the only one who could control the gold element. The Empress and the rest looked at the Empress Jin's actions and took a deep breath. Their faces were solemn, and their hand seals changed rapidly. A few waves of vast energy that shook heaven and earth violently swept out from their bodies. At this time, they had completely let go of their hands and feet and displayed all their strength. This old lady hasn't used her full strength for many years. Today I'll slaughter you, this thing that is neither human nor ghost, and pave my path to becoming a god. The Empress Jean shouted. Unparalleled gold energy surged out from that slender and charming body of hers. A wave of energy that could change the color of heaven and earth continuously surged out. That energy was many times stronger than the Empress, who was also a late-stage god emperor. It was as if it could squeeze through the threshold. Che, I've already completed 40% of the 1,000 layered 100 transformations. Since that's the case, I can't show any weakness. Otherwise, little brother will laugh at me later. The Water Empress felt the aura of the Golden Empress, and her beautiful eyes narrowed. Then she curled her lips, clenched her hands, and let out a delicate cry. A tsunami-like energy tide suddenly appeared in the sky, and that energy tide was the color of colored glaze. Even her entire body seemed to have turned into colored glaze. Behind her, the shadow of a towering tree stood. Under the tree, there was a green lotus that was entwined by the tree's roots. That was the lotus tree. Nirvana divine art, great nirvana art. The moment the Empress's aura erupted, waves of annihilating aura came suppressing down from the sky. It was almost as strong as the Empress Jin's aura. Both of them looked at each other. Mei Mao's eyes were filled with arrogance, and she couldn't help but laugh. 35%. You're not bad either. The Empress Jean teased, causing the Empress to laugh and turn her head away. When the Empress erupted, Lei Lang and Lachine and the others gritted their teeth. They didn't dare to hold back. The energy in their body was crazily circulating, and their demonic forms were revealed. For a moment, this world was filled with violent winds, and many huge illusions appeared. Even the void was roaring crazily, and a huge spatial storm was formed. The 6 of them were all mid-stage demon emperors. They were still far from becoming high-level demon emperors. Naturally, they weren't as crazy as the Empress and the Empress, but the demonic aura that they condensed couldn't be underestimated. The 8 emperor gods finally let go of all their tricks at this moment and displayed their strongest power. Feeling the sudden surge of everyone's aura, the array spirit also felt the danger. With an earth-shattering roar, An extremely terrifying aura burst out from its body like a tsunami. That terrifying power actually resisted the aura of the 8 of them together. Suddenly, streaks of terrifying starlight fell from the sky. It was as if they had condensed into a sea of stars. Tens of thousands of stars were in the sky. The strange phenomenon caused the Golden Queen and the others, as well as Yun Nuoshing, to change their expressions. That was Star Art. Chapter 695. Yun Nuoshing's expression changed drastically as he looked at the gathering stars in the sky. The star region that had gathered was many times larger than his, and the starlight that fell down was not something that his could compare to. If the power of the stars that his star art attracted was like a river, then the starlight that the array spirit attracted was like a boundless ocean. Buzz, the starlight that suddenly appeared resonated with Yun Nuoshing, causing his expression to change slightly. His energy became chaotic for a moment, but it was suppressed after a while. He did not panic too much, as the starlight did not affect him too much. However, it made him very puzzled. Why did the array spirit know the star art too? Yun Nuoshing thought of a possibility and turned his head. His colorful eyes stared at the gray-robed youth. Could it be the gray-robed youth, who was looking at the great battle in the distance with a hint of sadness, also felt his gaze? He turned his head and saw him staring at him. He could not help but laugh embarrassedly and said, "I do know the star art, so I was a little surprised when I saw that you knew it too. However, from my memory, I know that your star art is more complete. The star art that I have is only incomplete." The gray-robed youth smiled and spread his hands. Yun Nuoshing's face darkened. Just as he was about to say something, his expression changed. He looked below the high platform and saw that there were some elemental creatures rushing over. The fire creature that was leading them was emitting the aura of the Emperor of the Underworld. What? Yishi was shocked. She raised her head and turned her big eyes. The array of the black prison beasts was still there, and the Een soldiers were still coming out of the ground endlessly. However, the number of elemental creatures had suddenly become so large. The gods who were constantly rushing over could only barely resist despite having the blessings of the 2 mythical beasts. The elemental creatures had also increased in number to a certain extent. Yishi turned back to look at the 9 gods' temple powerhouses who were busy dealing with the situation. Her expression turned grave. She turned back to look at Lin Sheng and the others. She could not help but grit her teeth and stomp her foot. Huge arrays appeared on the ground and enveloped the elemental creatures who were charging over fearlessly. Fire domain, open, freeze. Her small hands formed a dazzling array of hand seals at lightning speed. Streams of energy poured into the array formation, and all kinds of tyrannical energy soared, completely sealing the stone platform. Violent energy surged out. Those elemental creatures knew neither pain nor fear. They plunged headfirst into the array formation. The elemental creatures at the level of the Emperor of the Underworld, who bore the brunt of the attack, were blasted into smithereens by all kinds of energy within a second. Those that followed behind were also blasted into smithereens. Looking at the endless army, Yishi couldn't help but smack her lips. Her small hands quickly danced, and huge formations appeared as if they were free. They condensed and enveloped the high platform. Swish, swish. While Yishi was focused on defending a spot on the stone platform, a few figures suddenly charged in while resisting the power of dozens of arrays. This caused her to be slightly startled. She turned her head and saw a few elemental creatures suddenly rushing out. They were heading straight for Yun Nuoshing, another emperor of the underworld level. Yishi's small face changed slightly. She quickly waved her small hands, and was about to mobilize the energy of the magic circle to get rid of those who had barged in. However, a roar came from the front, causing her to pause. She quickly turned her wine-red eyes and saw that there was a large group of elemental creatures emitting powerful energy attacking the magic circle. She had no choice but to use all her strength to deal with them. "Brother Nuwa, be careful!" Seeing this scene, Yishi's pupils shrank. She could only shout in a low voice. Now, all the strong fighters were pinned down. On the stone platform, only the gray-robed youth, Lin Sheng, and the others were left. Although the emperor of the underworld elemental creatures that had barged in had been weakened countless times, they still had the power of a god fighter. Seeing the anxious look on Yishi's small face, Lin Sheng's eyes flickered slightly. In just a moment, the 6 elemental creatures that had barged in had opened their ferocious mouths and were not far away from them. Their terrifying aura caused their expressions to turn grave. Right now, it seemed that only he could risk his life. Turning his gaze, he saw that Ding Mingyu and the others also had grave expressions. The borrowed power of the divine emperor in their bodies had also begun to surge. Lin Sheng was somewhat relieved. It seemed that everyone had made the same choice. Buzz. Just as their faces sank, a buzzing sound suddenly rang out from behind them, causing Lin Sheng, Ding Mingyu, and the rest to be startled. Before they could turn their heads, they saw a dozen weapons land in front of them. They flickered with dazzling starlight, and a terrifying energy spread out, causing their breathing to freeze slightly. Lin Sheng quickly turned his head and saw that Yun Nuoxing's eyes were still closed. She did not even look behind her. However, this made them laugh bitterly. "Go ahead, we'll guard your back." Lin Sheng grinned. He clenched his fists so tightly that they creaked. He reached out and grabbed a long sword and a large bell. As soon as his palm touched the long sword, the rich power of the stars surged into his body. Lin Sheng was shocked. The power of the stars seemed to have occupied his energy crystal without any explanation. That power was released all of a sudden, causing his aura to soar wildly. I have been raised to the level of a beginner god." Lin Sheng clenched his 10 fingers. A glint flashed across his pitch-black eyes. The power flowing through his body made him want to roar. That powerful power seemed to be able to pluck the sun, moon, and stars with his bare hands. It fascinated him. Turning his gaze, Lin Sheng looked at the others. Chuan Mu and the others had also grabbed a divine weapon. Their faces were surging with a strong fighting spirit. Their auras were so powerful that it seemed that, like him, their strength had been forcibly raised to a terrifying level by Yun Nuoxing's divine weapon. "Leave the one at the front to me," Lin Sheng said as he twirled the long sword in his hand. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. "Leave the one with the blue water elemental to me." Chuan Mu exhaled. He held a huge cauldron in his hand. Rolling earth elemental aura roared out from his body. Ding Mingyu glanced at them with her beautiful eyes. Without thinking, she pulled out a long saber that contained the power of thunder. Then she grabbed the long saber that was floating in front of her. Her delicate body turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed out. Her swift and fierce appearance made Lin Sheng and the others feel ashamed. They did not say anything and hurriedly rushed out to meet the 6 paths elemental creature that was rushing over. Lin Sheng laughed bitterly. He hurriedly said to the others, "Seniors, be careful too." There were a total of 6 elemental creatures. Excluding Little Moon and you, the 6 of them had an equal share. After Lin Sheng finished speaking, his body moved. He directly appeared in front of the elemental creature that was covered in flames. The energy in his body surged. He clenched his fist. The long sword in his hand drew a silver light. He viciously slashed at the elemental creature with the fastest speed possible. Clang! Faced with this ferocious slash, the fire elemental creature raised its fiery eyes. It directly raised its palm and forcibly grabbed Lin Sheng's longsword. Flames exploded at the point of contact. Chi. Lin Sheng saw that his longsword had been blocked. He was not surprised. He let out a soft cry. Suddenly, the longsword that was blocked by the fire elemental creature emitted a fluorescent light. A terrifying power of stars surged. Immediately, an even sharper sword light flashed. The sword cut the elemental creature's palm in half. Lin Sheng looked at this scene in astonishment. Although he felt that he was now equivalent to a beginner god-level fighter, he still felt the threat of death from the fire elemental creature before he received the divine weapon. However, at this moment, he used the divine weapon to block this elemental creature that was comparable to a netherworld emperor fighter. The fire elemental creature did not feel pain. It did not care that its palm had been cut in half. The crimson flames on its body suddenly surged. The two halves of its palm suddenly expanded, turning into two ferocious giant hands full of sharp thorns. It slapped at Lin Sheng. Flames have no form and can change freely. However, this kind of change between illusion and reality is the proof of a god-level fighter. I wonder if the current me, Lin Sheng, was extremely wary of the fire elemental creature. Naturally, he could not let the two giant palms hit him. His body moved and dodged the two palms that were joined together. He appeared behind the elemental creature and grabbed the longsword with both hands. A green flame surged onto the longsword, and then he slashed it down fiercely. A green flame sword ray that had condensed into a solid substance surged out when the crescent sword ray landed. It finally slammed into the body of the fire elemental creature. The terrifying green sword ray carried a sharp sword aura and blasted the elemental creature until its body became slightly dimmer. However, this kind of damage was meaningless to an elemental creature that did not have any senses. The two giant flaming palms instantly retracted into its body. It turned around and launched a sharp counterattack at Lin Sheng. The elemental creature was equivalent to a genuine netherworld emperor fighter. Compared to Lin Sheng, who was a fake netherworld emperor fighter, it was naturally much stronger. It suppressed Lin Sheng until he was a little flustered. After being suppressed for a while, Lin Sheng began to adapt to this terrifying power. Soon after, he quickly stabilized his mind. With the help of the high-level divine artifact in his hand, he gradually gained the upper hand. Every time his sword fell, the elemental creatures' bodies would dim from the shock. Even their bodies were gradually shrinking. It was as if every wisp of flame was turning into the original fire element and dissipating in the world. While Lin Sheng was fighting with the fire elemental creature, Ding Mingyu, Jun Luoyi, and the rest were also using their divine weapons to kill. Although they were not true god-level fighters, the elemental creature did not have spiritual intelligence. It seemed that they were on par with each other. The two little girls, who they thought were the weakest, were playing with their divine weapons crazily. They tormented their opponents and reduced the pressure on them. In the 19 levels of the maze, the entire self-contained world was engulfed in an extremely tragic battle. The flames of war were flying everywhere, and the battlefield was constantly expanding. Every corner of the world was destroyed beyond recognition. Among them, the scariest and most tense battlefield was naturally the circle that covered a radius of 10,000 miles that no one dared to step into. Inside, the 8 Emperor God experts and the Array Spirit were locked in a fierce battle. After both sides unleashed their full strength, Yin Nuoshing also threw the Array Spirit out. With the addition of the Array Spirit and the 8 Emperor Gods, the Array Spirit became increasingly irritable. Its eyes flashed with golden light as it looked at the black array spirit of the same size. Its eyes flashed with rage. It seemed to know that this fellow, with low spiritual intelligence, was the most dangerous. However, it could not do anything about the 9 of them fighting against one. Their teamwork became more and more coordinated, making it difficult for it to deal with them. From time to time, it would be hit by the brilliant golden light and glazed light, causing its huge body to tremble uncontrollably. Yun Nuoxing saw all these big and small battlefields, but he did not have the time to care about them. His star-like eyes became increasingly resplendent. The stars circling around the 3 of them seemed to have condensed into a vast galaxy. At this moment, he was only using his full strength to unleash the terrifying power that was constantly brewing. On Yun Nuoxing's body, scarlet-pink phoenix wings and bluish-white fur grew, with a whoosh. He could feel that his soul was constantly trembling, this brewing power. Even if his soul was merged with Ziya's soul and was protected by foam, and Little White's soul was on the verge of collapse. It seemed that if he were to unleash this power, his soul would collapse. Cracks even appeared on his soul. This situation caused Yun Nuoxing's expression to change. He did not expect the amplification of the glazed treasure mirror to be so powerful that even his soul could not withstand it. As his eyes flickered, a weak light suddenly lit up in a corner of his body. It was very weak, but it was very bright, as if it could illuminate the entire galaxy. It immediately entered his mind, and his soul, that was on the verge of shattering, gradually stabilized. His expression changed slightly, and he quickly looked at the light. The source of the light was an ancient, plain bronze lamp. The flame was transparent and silver-white. This lamp was the soul-suppressing lamp that Yun Nuoxing found in the ruins of the Eastern Sea. Chapter 696. The soul-calming lamp was rumored to have been left behind by a deity who studied spiritual power. That ancient deity was extremely fanatical about spiritual power. The soul-calming lamp that he left behind had the power to suppress spiritual power. At this moment, the soul-calming lamp was protecting his tottering spiritual body so that it would not self-destruct when he unleashed his powerful energy. Yun Nuoxing felt a warmth in his soul due to the flickering silver-white flame that would never be extinguished. Ever since he put it away, he had never touched it again. The help that it gave him now allowed him to truly feel the power of this so-called soul-calming lamp. Even an ordinary rank 12 eternal divine weapon might not be comparable to it. Perhaps it could even be ranked on the so-called divine weapon ranking. I have neglected this thing. Yun Nuoxing shook his head helplessly. He seemed to regret that he did not understand the use of this soul-calming lamp earlier. However, this emotion only lasted for a moment before it dissipated. The soul-calming lamp flickered, as if to remind him that now was not the time to lament. Yun Nuoxing smiled when he saw this reaction. Even a high-rank weapon had its own intelligence. In that case, wouldn't there be dozens of little creatures in his body? Yun Nuoxing shook his head and shook off these thoughts. Then he took a deep breath. Since he had the soul-calming lamp, he could go all out without any scruples. Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath. The colorful patterns on his beautiful face flickered crazily. Then, under his fair skin, several scarlet runes slowly appeared. A low shout also resounded in his heart. Soul burning technique, 72 times burn. Boom! The moment the low shout sounded, Yun Nuoxing's soul suddenly trembled. However, it was calmed down by the soul-calming lamp in an instant. The sea of spiritual power that was transformed from a divine, level soul was slowly evaporating under Yun Nuoxing's observation. The sea level continued to drop. He had increased the burning speed by 2 times. The power also surged out several times, causing the light of the divine sword to be tainted with a scarlet color. However, just as his sea of spiritual power was rapidly evaporating, for spiritual powers also surged out. The three spiritual powers were pale purple, crimson pink, moon white, and silver blue. They were the spiritual powers of Ziyi, Feng, Little White, and Lan Sheener. They also felt that Yun Nuoxing was going all out at this moment, so they contributed their strength endlessly. Yun Nuoxing could not help but smile. Bang! Boom! Yun Nuoxing's gaze suddenly turned towards the huge circle. At this moment, the array spirit was besieged by 8 emperor gods and a demigod master array puppet. It seemed to be in a difficult situation, especially the array puppet. It was able to use the array according to the timing to strengthen Empress Jean and the others and weaken the array spirit. The array spirit was also injured in this round of battle. Its extremely fast regeneration speed was actually slowing down. Roar! Just when the crowd saw that it was a little tired, the array spirit suddenly opened its ferocious mouth and roared into the sky. This caused Yun Nuoxing and the gray-clothed youth's expressions to change drastically. Their gazes suddenly turned to this world, only to see that in this self-made world, there were suddenly streaks of azure blue and golden light shooting up into the sky. The streaks of light intertwined into a dazzling sea of light, causing the crowd to be shocked. They hurriedly repelled their opponents and covered their eyes. After a while, the sea of light weakened, and the crowd suddenly opened their eyes. Then they saw a huge array appearing in the middle of this world, overlapping and covering the entire self-made world. The energy that permeated the air caused everyone to be stunned. Following that, they could not suppress their fear. When the saturated energy gathered together, it was enough to bury a large number of emperor gods. Retreat quickly! That is the main carrier of the array that encompasses the entire maze world. When the gray-clothed youth saw this scene, his pupils shrank slightly. He hurriedly shouted at the people in this world, his voice sounding a little hurried. That is the array group that is used to deal with the god-level experts. Hearing the gray-clothed youth's words, everyone was shocked. To deal with the array group of god-level experts, they were afraid that if they touched it a little, they would be crushed into ashes. That kind of power really had the ability to destroy the Milky Way. Just as the gray-clothed youth's voice fell, the experts suddenly slapped the enemies in front of them and rushed toward the edge of the array. Although these array groups encompassed the entire world, the farther they were from the center, the weaker their power would be. This was what Mu Yong suspected. Just as Empress Jean and the rest were retreating, the array spirit's hands joined together in front of countless horrified gazes. Then it slowly formed a hand seal. Then the array groups began to operate at a terrifying speed. Countless streams of energy condensed together. Then everyone saw a drop of black liquid, like a condensed Milky Way, dripping down from the sky. In an instant, it dripped into the center of the array group. An indescribably terrifying energy storm swept across the entire world at an extremely frightening speed. The entire land crumbled and fragments flew out. It was as though a planet had exploded. Even the space and time barrier had been blasted apart, and the brilliant purple crystal barrier was sparkling and dazzling. Terrifying energy swept out in a circle of energy that encompassed a radius of 1,000,000 miles. Destructive roars like annihilation rang out continuously. The terrifying sound waves were like meteorites crashing into the earth, stars collapsing, thunder exploding, and volcanoes erupting. In the brilliant white light, everyone widened their eyes and could only see the ground crumbling and shattering at an observable speed. A huge continent was torn into hundreds and thousands of fragments, and the number of fragments was still increasing. Poof! Some unlucky fellows who were too slow to escape were only slightly touched by the berserk energy. Even their spirits exploded, and their entire bodies disappeared. Even the endless elemental army was completely annihilated by the shock waves. There was almost nothing in the energy circle that covered a radius of 1,000,000 miles. Only the shadows of two huge divine beasts could be seen near the edge of the circle. There was also a silver-blue energy shield that was frantically resisting the energy. Yun, Nuo Xing, and the others who were within the circle squinted their eyes in shock. They could only see a patch of white. Bang, bang! Black shadows fell out of the bright white world. Yun Nuo Xing was shocked. He quickly retracted his 6 wings and let go of the divine sword. The golden chains burst out and caught the few figures. He even opened his chest to catch the person who was charging at him from the front. However, he had obviously underestimated the remaining force when he caught the few people. He was also almost sent flying out of the energy barrier by the huge force. His chest felt stuffy, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Boom! Just as he caught those people, a huge black figure fell from the sky and landed heavily on the black basin, causing the fragment of the continent to shake 3 times. Everyone hurriedly turned their gazes and saw that the huge array puppet was now shattered. Many cracks had opened up on its surface, and its huge body was constantly emitting white smoke. It seemed to be on the verge of being scrapped. The dazzling whiteness lasted for a minute before it dissipated, and the sky once again became clear. Those who were lucky enough to survive stared blankly at the continent that had been shattered into thousands of pieces. None of them had expected that the array spirit would have such a trick up its sleeves in the cloudless sky. Yun Nuo Xing and the rest stared blankly at the fragments of the continent floating around them. The black figures that had just been thrown out were Empress Jean and the others. However, the latter and the others were covered in blood. Their robes were tattered, and their eternal divine weapons were thrown to the side. Clearly, they were the closest to the center of the explosion. Although they had luckily survived by relying on their eternal divine weapons, they had still made a trip to the gates of hell. Elder Sister Liu Li, Elder Sister Jean. Yun Nuo Xing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and lowered his head to look at the Empress, who he had caught. When he saw that the latter was still breathing and was covered in blood, his heart skipped a beat. He could not help but bite his lips. He was the one who had involved them. They should not have ended up like this. Not far away, the experts of the 9 divine temples and Feng were urgently checking on the injuries of Empress Jean and the others. Empress Jean was the strongest among them, but at this moment she was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Lei Lang and Lixin and the other demon emperors could not even maintain their human forms and had reverted back to their demon forms. As for the Silver Snake Demon Emperor, his snake tail was blown off. His skin and flesh were lacerated, and his blood covered the ground. Even the array puppet was smashed into pieces by the impact of the energy. How could they be any better? Looking at the miserable state of the several god emperors, Yun Nuo Xing's beautiful face was slightly distorted. If he had gathered his strength a little faster, would this not have happened? Or if he had not interfered with this matter, if he had not coveted the time sand sword, would all of this not have happened? She gently caressed the Empress's wrist with her fair palm. After sensing the extremely serious injury on her wrist, the self-blame in her eyes rose to the extreme. With such a serious injury, if they were not careful, they might just die here. Now was not the time to think. Yun Nuo Xing shook his head violently. It was useless to blame himself now. The most important thing now was to save people. Yun Nuo Xing wiped his palm across the 2 rings. Without any hesitation, he took out 2 golden bottles and poured out elixirs that contained a strong elixir fragrance. On the elixirs, there were 9 color patterns that depicted dragons and phoenixes. One could even hear the cries of the dragons and phoenixes. The rolling spiritual energy made everyone turn their eyes in surprise. Yun Nuoshing did not even look and directly stuffed the elixirs into the mouths of the Empress and the others. He did not care how precious these elixirs were. He only knew that these elixirs could save people. As the elixirs that contained the spiritual energy of the dragons and phoenixes entered the bodies of the Empress and the others, the cries of the dragons and phoenixes rang out. Everyone could almost see the spirits of the dragons and phoenixes emerging from their bodies. An extremely strong aura of life gushed out like a boundless sea. When the spirits of the dragons and phoenixes appeared, everyone was stunned. At this moment, they were pushed back by the strong aura of life. The aura of life condensed into a gentle green storm that roared and surged within the bodies of the Empress as if it would not allow them to die. Everyone stared anxiously when they saw the rapid breathing of the Empress and the others gradually calming down, the hideous wounds on their bodies slowly closing up, and the chaotic aura gradually returning to normal. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like they had stabilized. The experts from the 9 deity temple checked and saw that the Empress and the others had fallen asleep. They also heaved a sigh of relief. These were all emperor gods, the top fighting force of the 9 deity temple. Losing one of them was like losing a piece of flesh. Fortunately, the elixirs of the young master seemed to have worked. Where is the young master? Thinking of this, everyone turned their gazes. Xian and the others were also stunned and hurriedly turned their heads. They saw the young master disappear after taking out the elixirs. A moment later, they saw him at the edge of the stone platform. At this moment, the young master was holding a huge sword tightly. His eyes were blood red, and a surging elemental storm was blowing around him. The violent energy seemed to represent his state of mind. His hand suddenly grabbed the silver-white necklace in his bosom and took the ice-blue scepter from the necklace. He suddenly raised the scepter, which was only the size of a thumb. In a few breaths, slowly enlarged until it was 2 meters long. The divine inscriptions on the icy blue scepter flashed at a high frequency, as if it had sensed his state of mind. An aura that could shake heaven and earth slowly spread out from the scepter. The blue gem at the top of the scepter became brighter, as if it had been activated. When the icy blue scepter appeared, everyone was shocked to feel that their energy had completely lost connection with the power of heaven and earth. A supreme aura descended from the sky, suppressing them invisibly. Even Lin Sheng and the others felt that the weapons in their hands were trembling violently. It was as if they had encountered an unstoppable pressure. It was as if the will of heaven and earth was in Yun Nuoshing's words. This was the power of the divine, right? Chapter 697. The icy blue scepter glowed brilliantly and formed a halo that enveloped the entire Black Basin. At the same time, there was a strange and indescribable power that was released. Even Emperor God experts would find it hard to sense the spread of this power. However, there was a willpower that they had no choice but to obey that was slowly being born in their hearts. The source of the willpower seemed to be themselves. Yun Nuoshing's brilliant eyes lowered his head to look at the scepter. His eyelids drooped slightly. Ning Qianxue had said that this scepter was the key to opening the ruined temple in the southern plains. She had also told him that this was her godhead weapon, and it had the power of her godly right. He did not know what the so-called power of godly right looked like, but he had felt it before. It was a power that made the heavens and the earth, and made all the Daos in the heavens submit to it. It was like a supreme ruler, and that power could command the heavens and the earth. At first, he did not want to use this power. Even if Ning Qianxue did not say it, He could guess that as a mortal using the power of a god recklessly was courting death. Even if he had the divine body of a receiver spirit, he could not do that. That was not a power that mortals could touch. That power belonged to the realm of the gods. The realm of the gods. But now, Yun Nuoxing did not care so much. He did not want to care so much. He only knew that he had to destroy the huge array spirit in front of him. He had to destroy it by all means. If the Nether Void sword did not work, then he would use the Ling Hong sword. If 2 divine weapons were not enough, then he would use the eternal divine weapon. Even if he had to tear the seal of the swirling zither in the end, he would destroy this damn thing. The array spirit in the distant horizon seemed to feel something. Its huge eyes suddenly stopped on Yun Nuoxing's hand. It seemed to feel the threat from the icy blue scepter. Roar. The array spirit roared. That loud roar was mixed with rage. Yun Nuoxing's indifferent eyes had caused it to be incomparably furious. Even though it was not an ordinary life form, even though it was only an array spirit, it still possessed its own intelligence. To it, the former was merely an ant-like existence. Yet, at this moment, this ant actually used such a gaze to look at it. After his roar, the spirit arrays in this world went berserk once again. However, what shocked him was that when he planned to mobilize the power of the spirit arrays again, the tens of thousands of huge spirit arrays began to crumble. The largest spirit arrays rapidly dimmed and collapsed. It was as if they had used up all their energy and could no longer support a second attack. Roar, roar, roar. The array spirit roared crazily. Wherever the sound waves passed, the fragments of the continents were blown to pieces. The group of people who were lucky enough to survive all turned pale and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Their expressions became dispirited and horrified. They did not expect that the array spirit could still affect them, even though it was so far away. The array spirit's roar turned into a hurricane that swept out. Then, its huge body stepped on the fragments of the continents and rushed toward Yun Nuoxing's stone platform. Every time its huge feet stepped on a fragment, it would cause it to explode. Feng Er and the others' expressions changed when they saw the array spirit rushing toward them directly. Just as they were about to help Yun Nuoxing, the gray-clothed youth stretched out his arm and stopped them. Feng Er and the others, including Mei Mao, stood up and looked at the gray-clothed youth in puzzlement. Obviously, they did not know what he meant. Seeing the expressions of the girls, the gray-clothed youth sighed and shook his head. Looking at Yun Nuoxing's posture, he said helplessly, "Little brother Xing, he's just a violent warrior now." He activated the scepter with the intention of destroying everything in his path. He might be able to survive with the protection of his many treasures. However, if you go to help him, even if you are a divine beast, you will be killed by the power of the realm of divinity. Xian and the others were stunned. Mei Mao turned around and looked at Yun Nuoxing's 6-foot-long colorful hair. Around him, the icy blue energy froze the air. If they could share some of the recoil for him just now, then they had completely become outsiders and could no longer join in. Even Feng Er, who had the protection of the Godhead, looked at Yun Nuoxing with a solemn expression. She had no doubt that even an emperor god would be frozen into an icicle if he walked in. Feng Er also nodded with a solemn expression. Her jade-like hand held Ziyan's ice-cold hand, and she shook her head at her. If they were to go now, they would instead become a burden to Yun Nuo planet, and would not be of any help. They had already helped as much as they could. Now it was up to him. Ziyan also knew what she was thinking. She bit her red lips and looked at Yun Nuoxing with her beautiful eyes. In the end, she could only nod her head unwillingly. Once again, he had to shoulder everything alone. In the end, they didn't know if they could help him Yun Nuoshing's eyes, which were filled with tyrannical emotions, stared intently at the formation spirit that was running over on the fragments of the continent. His right hand, which was holding the scepter, fiercely stabbed it into the ground. He raised the huge sword with both hands, and a surging ice-blue aura surged out from the scepter like a tide, after which it poured into the divine sword, causing the latter's dark golden color to be dyed with an azure blue color, as though it had been frozen. Even the divine runes had become ice blue and transparent. Hiss! At the same time, Yun Nuoshing also sensed it. When he mobilized the power within the scepter, he felt a power that was enough to freeze the world curl around his body, causing him to fiercely suck in a breath of cold air. His tyrannical eyes became a little calmer. This power is enough to freeze the void. Yun Nuoshing fiercely sucked in a breath of cold air. The blue-white hair on his hands curled up. The icy wind that whistled past him caused him to feel a piercing pain in his bones. Roar, roar. Sensing the increasingly terrifying power, the huge array spirit suddenly let out an angry roar. Then a terrifying shockwave suddenly exploded without any warning and fiercely hit the energy barrier of the Black Basin. Buzz, buzz. The array spirit's crazy attack caused the swirling zither to hum rapidly. Little White and Feng Air also softly groaned. Blood flowed from the corners of their mouths, and their expressions became a little dispirited at this moment. Even though they had some divine spark power, they were ultimately only initial divine level experts. The former was a genuine later divine level expert. Even with the help of the swirling zither, they were unable to continue for long. Seeming to have heard Feng Air and Little White's groans, Yun Nuoshing's eyes, which had regained some clarity due to the coldness, once again surged with tyranny. A crazy roar that did not sound like a human's swept out from his mouth, like a shockwave. The divine sword that he had compressed time and time again to a critical point also let out a crazy buzzing sound at this moment. He raised the divine sword high above his head with both hands and suddenly slashed down. Buzz. The dark golden sword glow, which was millions of feet long, was like a perfect crescent moon as it swept out. Numerous, indescribably terrifying energy fluctuations gushed out like a volcanic eruption, carrying a wild power that could split the entire world. It swept out at a speed that far exceeded the speed of light. In just an instant, it had expanded to millions of miles in size, completely freezing the space along the way. Even the void was frozen. Under countless horrified gazes, it rushed in front of the array's spirit. The faces of countless people were shocked as they stared at the sword glow that rushed out like a raging dragon. Even though the sword glow was not aimed at them, they still felt completely disheartened. The sword glow that froze the empty space seemed to have the power to split open the entire world. As long as a little of its energy leaked out, it would be able to turn half of the Tai-Yuan region into hell. The roaring array spirit widened its eyes as a deadly threat rose from its heart. Its running figure paused for a moment before it turned around and fled in the direction of the oracle crystal pillar. However, the moment the array spirit's body turned around, the crescent moon that froze the void, like a sword of judgment, crashed into its back with an unstoppable momentum. In the distant horizon, all colors seemed to have faded away. There was a bright light, like the brightest starlight in the night sky, constantly flashing in this black world with a rhythm like that of a beating heart. The scene froze at this moment. Yun Nuoshing, who was brandishing his sword and roaring ferociously, the terrified crowd fleeing, the array spirit that had turned around and fled, the shattered continent, and the fragments that streaked across the horizon like meteorites. It was as if all of these had condensed into a picture. Thump! A long while later, there seemed to be the sound of a heartbeat. The frozen scene began to move. It was an extremely brilliant energy spark that was blooming, A huge energy storm that spanned millions of miles shot straight to the horizon. The violent freezing energy froze the void and the sky into pieces and was swept into the energy storm. Then, like a comet, it was thrown out by the violent energy storm. Even the star region was swept into the energy storm and became distorted. Thousands of stars fell from the sky, like the comet. Everyone present seemed to be watching the fireworks that opened the sky. Bang! Boom! After a while, a violent explosion that sounded like the beginning of the world swept out. The moment it swept out, it was as if they could hear the destruction of stars and the violent sounds of planets colliding. It caused everyone's faces to turn pale and their ears to bleed from the violent sound. The collapsed sky and the void were frozen. Pieces of ice were dug up by the energy storm, and the space-time barrier was shattered by this violent energy. The huge energy tornado dyed the world a brilliant white. The mysterious color of the amethyst-like barrier that stood in the sky almost blinded everyone's eyes. It was as if they were watching the explosion of all the stars in the sky, blinding everyone's eyes. No one knew how long the energy storm lasted. Everyone who was watching this grand opening ceremony was robbed of their vision and hearing halfway through. The terrifying energy shock wave caused all the survivors to be thrown off their feet, and all the fragments of the continent were destroyed. Under that destructive force, even the Oracle crystal pillar and the Black Basin melted silently. Yun Nuwashing also felt his vision turn black the moment he swung his sword. It was as if his soul had been thrown out. The Black Basin melted rapidly, and when the feeling of weightlessness hit him, the last thing he felt was that two pairs of soft hands hurriedly grabbed his out-of-control body. Perhaps it was because they were the closest to the sword that could split the heavens and earth, but Lin Sheng and the others were jolted by an inexplicable energy in that instant. What followed was a chaotic feeling, as if they had been sucked into a spatial whirlpool, or as if they were falling rapidly. The jolting made him not dare to open his eyes. He could only hold on tightly to the long sword in his hand. Even his consciousness was weakening in this chaotic situation. Chapter 698. This was an emerald green grassland. A gentle breeze rolled up emerald green waves on the grass, slowly sweeping into the distance. On the green grassland, there was a huge, long shadow that covered an area that stretched as far as the eye could see. In midair, a group of figures suddenly appeared. These people were either clustered together in twos and threes or curled up into a ball. The biggest similarity between these figures was that they all had very obvious wounds on their bodies. They looked as if they had been thrown out of a battlefield. Buzz. In the sky, another large group of figures were thrown down from the sky. These figures seemed to have lost their consciousness as they fell to the ground motionlessly. In just a few moments, the originally tranquil and pleasant grassland seemed to have turned into a purgatory filled with corpses. If not for the fact that these people who were thrown out were still breathing, people would have thought that they were corpses. After an unknown amount of time, perhaps because his tightly shut eyes were stimulated by the warm sun, or perhaps because of the pain from the fall, the young man in black struggled to move his body. He felt weak all over. His hair was still tied up by a blue hairband, but the long black hair at the back of his head was spread out. His disheveled appearance was very embarrassing. "Where is this?" The young man propped himself up. His black eyes were still a little dazed as he looked around. He could not remember what had happened before he fainted. His head was like a ball of paste. Just thinking about it made his head hurt. Lin Sheng patted the grass off his face and struggled to stand up. The soreness all over his body made him suck in a breath of cold air. He could not help but murmur, "I just had a dream. I fell from a few thousand meters and almost died. Why does my body feel like it's falling apart when I wake up? Lin Sheng smiled bitterly and rubbed his twisted waist. He looked around and saw Chuan Mu and the others, as well as Yun Nuoshing and the others, lying on the grass. He could not help but be stunned. He quickly ran over, but before he could get close, he saw the latter and the others struggling to wake up from the ground. They looked at the sky in confusion, and the huge object that occupied their line of sight. The crystal pillar? Are we still in that world? Wasn't it shattered? Lin Kuei said weakly as he rolled his eyes and looked at the huge black object casting a huge shadow on the grass. When Lin Sheng heard this, he turned his head and looked at the horizon. He saw that thing as soon as he woke up, but he did not know what it was. In the boundless grassland, there was a huge lake. Although it was called a lake, it was more appropriate to call it an ocean. In the center of the ocean, there was a huge black pillar that gave off a metallic luster under the sunlight. Wisps of ancient aura came from the distant horizon. Lin Sheng and the others slowly raised their heads. They looked from bottom to top until their line of sight was perpendicular to the ground. They still could not see the top of the huge iron tower. It seemed to be even bigger than the oracle crystal pillar they had just seen. It had an ancient aura, as if it had been passed down from ancient times. Ding Mingyu and Jun Luo Yi slowly woke up as well. When they saw the huge black metal pillar, Mei Mao was also a little surprised. I can feel that there are many ancient and powerful magic circles operating in that pillar. Is this the biggest secret of the realm of the gods that the owner of the maze mentioned? Lin Sheng said slowly, "This is the pillar of creation, passed down from ancient times. Back then, I came across this thing by accident. It may contain the most ancient secret of the realm of the gods." At this moment, a faint laughter was transmitted from behind, causing Lin Sheng and the rest to hurriedly turn their heads. Soon after, they saw the gray-clothed youth with his hands behind his back. He raised his head and looked at the enormous black pillar that was as tall as the sky, and smiled. When Lin Sheng and the others heard the content, their eyes flickered slightly. A long time ago, that was a very long time ago. To them, an era was very long. They could even see the world change between the beginning and the end of an era. It has been passed down from ancient times. It is the most complete relic of the realm of the gods. After the gray-robed youth finished speaking, another faint voice sounded. Everyone turned their heads and saw the Golden Princess, and the others sitting up on the grass, shaking their heads. When they saw the pillar of creation, the latter could not help but sigh. You know it quite well. The gray-robed youth looked at the Golden Princess, who was slowly standing up, and smiled. In the 9 sacred temples, each temple is in charge of a broken pillar. Do you think we don't know it well? The Golden Princess rolled her eyes and glared at the gray-robed youth. Senior, are you all okay? Lin Sheng cupped his hands at the Golden Princess and asked carefully. They had just seen the latter's miserable state. They did not expect her to recover so quickly. As for this so-called pillar of creation, although he was very curious, he did not ask too much. This was not a secret that he could take the initiative to ask about. Fortunately, we are not dead. The Golden Princess rubbed her dizzy head and sighed. Mei Mao looked at the pillar of creation and said softly, "However, it seems that this pillar of creation has not been maintained for a long time. The seal of the light element is slowly peeling off. It needs to be repaired. Now that you mention it, I'm reminded of a secret. The 9 Shrine, the oldest guardian force in the divine world, is secretly guarding something. Don't tell me it's this?" The gray-robed young man said as he looked at the Golden Queen with a faint smile. "Indeed, this pillar of creation is related to the existence of the realm of the gods. If the pillar of creation is out of control, it may affect the existence of the 8 elements realm. The golden princess was not interested. She played with a strand of her hair and nodded casually. However, after so many years of research, we have not discovered the use of this pillar of creation. We only know that it is related to the existence of the realm of the gods. Other than that, there are no other research results. The golden princess sighed again. The empress wasn't concerned about this at all. She looked around with her beautiful eyes, searched for a while, and seemed to have discovered something. Then, she hurriedly ran across the grassland. The golden empress was stunned when she saw the empress's appearance. Then, she secretly cursed under her breath, swung her long golden hair, and hurriedly chased after the empress. Lin Sheng and the rest also followed behind with a confused look. Not far away from the crowd, Yun Nuoxing was lying on the grass, looking at the sky indifferently. His snow-white long hair looked very dazzling, and his left eye was still very empty, not as bright and shiny as his right eye. His whole body seemed to be falling apart, and he didn't want to move at all. Occasionally, he would turn his head and look at Ziyan and Feng, are lying unconscious on his left and right sides. He couldn't help but smile, and his expression was extremely gentle and soft. However, when she opened her mouth to speak, she was slightly startled. This was because no matter how hard she tried, she could not make a single sound. She immediately frowned. Her palm gently squeezed the silver-white pendant around her neck. Yun Nuoxing sighed, and could not help but say in her heart, "A mortal will have to pay a price for forcefully using the power of the realm of the gods." I did not expect it to be like this. Yun Nuoxing sat up in distress and scratched his head. He was afraid that he would not be able to speak for a period of time. Even his left eye was blind. "Little brother, are you okay?" His head was gently stroked by a soft little hand. Then he felt that he was slowly being hugged. That little hand gently stroked his head, making him feel very comfortable. In fact, he liked being stroked like this. Of course, it also depended on who was stroking his head. However, he was glad that he could still hear what others were saying. Otherwise, he would have to start learning to speak in sign language from now on. Yun Nuoxing smiled and nodded. Only Sister Liuli would use this form of address. Sister Jean, and the others all called him Little Star. It seemed like they had also recovered. Yun Nuoxing habitually opened his mouth, but found that he couldn't say anything. He helplessly knitted his brows. Then, with a thought, he used his soul to send a sound transmission. "Sister Lu Li, you guys are the ones who have suffered such heavy injuries. Why don't you rest more?" The Empress was slightly taken aback. Mei Mao lowered her head and glanced at him. She was very curious as to why he transmitted his voice instead of saying it aloud. However, she did not think much about it. She gently nodded and said in a gentle voice, "Thank you for the elixir." After saying that, she could not help but sigh. Only they themselves knew that they had suffered serious injuries during the explosion of energy. It would have been normal if they had died on the spot. However, an extremely domineering vitality had taken over their bodies and forcibly pulled them back from the netherworld. After waking up, they did not need to think much to know that it was Yun Nuoxing who had saved them. She had already experienced this once before, so she was not surprised. "Sister Liuli, this happened because of me. If I didn't call you," hearing this, Yun Nuoxing's expression became slightly gloomy. His only bright eye also dimmed a little. Even though he saw that they were all fine, he still felt very guilty. "What are you thinking about? We came to help willingly. If we want to gain something, we have to pay a price. However, we did not expect such a thing to happen." Empress Jean, who had just walked over, saw his gloomy little face and seemed to know what he was thinking. She sighed, stretched out her slender finger, and gently tapped the star pearl in between his eyebrows. He was slightly stunned. Then he heard the former continue, "Your safety is more important than anything else." After hearing this, Yun Nuoshing's pretty face turned slightly red. He could not help but lower his head. Seeing this, the Empress and Empress Jean could not help but laugh. This little guy even knew how to be shy. "Brother Nuo, Yishi also walked in front of him and looked down at him. When she saw his lifeless left eye, she could not help but be stunned. She directly held his face with her two small hands and looked at him seriously for a while. Then she knitted her slender eyebrows and could not figure out what was going on. Yun Nuoshing shrugged, helplessly. With a thought, the purple night flame bloomed in the void and slowly condensed into a line of words. "I forcefully used the power of the gods with my mortal body and suffered a backlash. I reckon that you won't be able to hear my voice for a period of time. By the way, my left eye is also blind." Aha! The young man in gray, Lin Sheng, and the rest, who had just walked over, happened to see this line of words. They could not help but be stunned. All of them looked at Yun Nuoshing with a serious expression. The latter also slowly turned around. Her bright and dark eyes indeed made everyone's hearts palpitate. "Are you sure you are fine for the time being? If you lie to us, we will spank you when we get back." Yishi knitted her willowy eyebrows and said worriedly, "I am speechless and blind in one eye. Do you think I am fine?" Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes and reached out to hug Yishi. She kissed her delicate little face. When her little face turned red, she lowered her head and muttered something. Then she smiled and used the flame to carve words in the air. "It is fine. It is only for a period of time. It is not permanent. Probably." When he saw Little Moon and Little Moon's worried faces, he could not help but smile. He reached out to rub their hair as a silent comfort. However, when everyone saw his snow-white hair, they did not quite believe him. "Speaking of which, where is my time sand sword?" A moment later, another line of words lit up in the void. The content of the words was clearly directed at the young man in gray. "How would I know? The sword hilt is with you. Can't you sense it yourself?" The young man in gray rolled his eyes and glared at Yun Nuoshing. Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing smiled embarrassedly. She held Yishi with her left hand and flipped her right hand. She took out the dark yellow sword hilt and raised it high into the sky. Then she sensed for a moment. A moment later, she felt a similar wave coming from afar. Splash. When the wave came from the horizon, there was the sound of water splashing. A dark yellow light shot into the sky and rushed to their side in a few breaths' time. When they looked at it, they saw that it was a golden sword. The mysterious patterns on it flickered with a strange light, as if sand was falling from it. When the time sand sword flew to her side, Yun Nuoshing also felt many gazes. She could not help but turn her head. She saw many people looking at her from afar. Many of them had survived the explosion. Many of them knew about the auction. Although they were a little nervous, no one acted rashly. Not to mention that no one knew her, there were 8 genuine emperor gods present. Yun Nuoshing frowned, but she was not worried. She casually put away the sword hilt and sword hilt. Empress Jean also felt those gazes. Mei Mao raised her head and glanced at those people, causing them to shiver violently. They quickly turned their gazes away with a dry smile. They even slowly put away the thoughts in their minds. Trying to snatch something from the mouth of the 9 divine temple was harder than ascending to the heavens. The Golden Empress snorted softly. This was something that they had almost exchanged their lives for. In the end, They had even made the Yun Nuo planet use the forbidden power to obtain it. Not to mention this group of motley crew, even if other transcendental forces came, they would not be able to get a share of it. Mei Mao then glanced at the golden sword hilt. With Empress Jin's eyesight, she naturally recognized what it was. She could not help but sigh. The divine sword that was ranked fourth in the divine sword record had fallen into Yun Nuoxing's hands. No wonder she called for their help. Such a divine object was indeed valuable, but the price to pay was also very tragic. "Little star, lend me the divine light mirror," Empress Jin said softly as she patted Yun Nuoxing's head. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing also subconsciously glanced at the pillar of creation. She nodded, waved her hand, and the bronze mirror appeared in her hand. She handed it to Empress Jin. Empress Jin took it, nodded, and rushed toward the pillar of creation with the divine light mirror in her arms. She knew that Empress Jin was going to repair the light element seal inside. Now that the rules of heaven and earth have changed, the light element has become thinner, and there are only a few light element possessors. Among the younger generation, the only light element possessors are me and Yao Hua. The latter is the son of God of the Light Temple, known as the Son of Light. Well, he is often beaten up by me. Yun Nuoxing casually wrote a sentence in the void. Lin Sheng and the others who saw it could not help but smile bitterly. Nine Deity Temple is one of the guardian forces of the realm of the gods. It is also the oldest guardian force. We are also responsible for the maintenance of the pillar of creation. This is the second pillar that I have participated in repairing. Yun Nuoxing wrote again. The first pillar was also the first time he saw the pillar of creation. It was when he was in the Fire Cloud Palace, where he obtained the divine light mirror. The palace master there used it to repair the light element seal. Although it was not my turn to do it, after writing a paragraph, Yun Nuoxing could not help but shrug. Lin Sheng and the others were speechless. Wasn't he participating in it? Why was it not his turn to do it? Junior, are you really the god of the Nine Deity Temple? At that moment, Chuan Mu could not help but ask. Even though he had seen Yun Nuoxing's posture and strength, he still found it hard to believe. The status of the Nine Deity Temple was too high. It was precisely because it was too high that he did not dare to believe it. The identity of the young hall master has not been announced to the public yet. The great elder and the others have their own considerations. However, the young hall master is the young hall master. There is no need for you to doubt this. At that moment, the Nine Deity Temple expert who had been standing behind them said with a faint smile. When Lin Sheng and Ding Mingyu heard this, their bitter smiles became even more pronounced. This was really impressive. The person they knew in the academy was the future hall master of the Nine Deity Temple. They felt like they could brag about it for hundreds of years. Yun Nuoxing shrugged and wrote again, "Well, be more natural. I am who I should be. I don't like to treat people with my identity, except for some people who deserve a beating." When they heard this, Lin Sheng and the others nodded. They did not treat Yun Nuoxing as an unattainable person. They all got along as friends, especially when they exchanged secrets with each other. The gray-robed young man smiled faintly when he saw that everyone was chatting casually. Then he raised his head and looked at the bright sky. He sighed with melancholy. When Yun Nuoxing heard the sigh, he turned his head and saw that the gray-robed young man's body had become somewhat transparent. He could not help but narrow his eyes. Even the sunlight could pass through his body. "Senior," Yun Nuoxing wrote 2 words and cupped his hands. The gray-robed young man smiled and looked at his transparent palm. He said, "The cycle of life and death is endless. It seems like it's time for me to step into the cycle of reincarnation. After all, my waiting for several eras was not in vain. Through your memories, I also know the current situation. The demon race and the monster race are about to appear again. This era will not be peaceful. Whether it's the demon race, the monster race, or the people of the god realm, there has never been a true peak level battle. This is because when it comes to that, it will be the moment when the survival of the three races is at stake. However, I have a feeling that perhaps this time there will be a true great battle. The gray-robed young man sighed softly and looked deeply at Yun Nuashing. He smiled and said, "Because they have a reason to attack." When Yun Nuashing saw his gaze, he could not help but be stunned. He pondered for a moment and frowned. He wrote in the air, "Spiritual divine body." The gray-robed young man smiled and nodded. He said, "Moreover, the time of appearance is the beginning of the 139th era. It's the end of this era. I think it's also a kind of meaning. In the next 10 years, the demon world will reign supreme. The god realm will not be peaceful. When they arrive this time, there will be a great battle that will destroy the entire god realm. When the time comes, the survival of the god realm will depend on you." The gray-robed young man sighed and said, "Especially you. You may be the fuse. You must be careful because the forces involved are too strong. Not to mention the 9 divine temples, the Qin family, and the Shuxian sect are also related to you. Once the energy you contain is activated, even the demon world will be wary of you." Yun Nuashing was silent. He nodded and wrote, "I will try my best. Then, the future will depend on you." The gray-robed young man sighed and warned them again. His deep eyes looked gently at Yun Nuashing and then at Lin Sheng and the others. Lin Sheng, Ding Mingyu, Chuan Mu, and the others nodded. Yun Nuashing hesitated for a moment, then sighed and nodded. The gray-robed young man smiled when he saw this. He did not say anything else and closed his eyes. His transparent body became more and more transparent. In the end, he slowly turned into countless brilliant starlight and drifted away. He drifted into the star region and completely disappeared into the horizon. Yun Nuashing and the others looked at the gray-robed young man slowly disappearing. They were speechless for a long time. The atmosphere was a little tense. The experts of the 9 divine temples behind Yun Nuashing bowed slightly to pay their respects to the deceased demigod master. The latter had sacrificed a lot to fight against the demon race and was worthy of their respect. The silent atmosphere lasted for a long time. Then a buzzing sound came from the horizon, causing everyone to turn their heads. Then they saw brilliant golden light rising from the bottom of the pillar of creation and rapidly reaching the top. It seemed that the blessing of the seal had been completed. Buzz. There was a soft buzzing sound in the void. Then everyone saw a blue portal appear in the space in front of them. Behind the portal, there seemed to be a path to Mi Chung. Many people cheered excitedly when they saw the portal. They could finally leave. They had stayed in this damned place for too long. The golden crowned princess flew back from afar and handed the divine light mirror to Yun Nuashing. He casually put it away and sighed. He looked at the cheering crowd in the distance, then looked at the portal in front of him and wrote, "Let's go back." Ding Mingyu and the others nodded. After thinking for a while, she asked, "Junior, the mission this time." Yun Nuashing had just thrown Feng and Little White back into his soul and carried Xian on his back. When he heard this, he was stunned. Only then did he remember his original purpose of coming here. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. With a thought, a line of words appeared in the void with the purple night flame. "I'll go back and rest for a while. Can I hand in the mission after a while?" Seeing this, Ding Mingyu also threw Mei Mao to Chuan Mu, Lin Sheng, and the others. When the latter and the others saw Yun Nuoxing's extremely weak appearance, they shrugged helplessly and nodded with a smile. Go back and recuperate. The academy will be very boring without you. Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes, nodded, and wrote, Okay. The Golden Crown Princess, and the others looked at this group of little guys and smiled helplessly. With a wave of their sleeves, they led their people into the portal. The experts of the Nine Deities temple immediately followed by Lin Sheng and the others. Yun Nuoxing walked at the back. He glanced at the Pillar of Creation, then turned and walked into the portal. As everyone disappeared, the portal gradually disappeared. The plains and the sea calmed down again. Only the faint sound of the wind quietly reverberated between heaven and earth.